After almost 3 weeks of cricket action, we've had it all, haven't we, here in Malta? 60 matches in the group stage, then quarterfinals day yesterday. The top 2 teams from each group have stood out from the rest. Those 4 teams are here today, and each one of them is just 2 wins away from the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Malta Encore Finals Day, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day of European cricket. And yes, it has been quite the series here in Malta, our second European cricket series of the year. In fact, don't forget we also covered the Medina Cup, the Valletta Cup here during the summer as well. So it's been a big year for cricket in Malta, and it's our last day of the season here in this beautiful island nation, and it is finals day in this ECS. Also, don't forget, along the way in the last 3 weeks, we've had men's and women's international action, so it has been a festival of cricket here. But right now, it is time for finals day, and we're going to start with semi-final number 1. This one will see the ECS Knights taking on the Royal Strikers. ECS Knights finished top of their group, whereas the Strikers finished second in their group. But look, these 2 teams, they've got a lot of confidence. I do have some toss news a little bit earlier. It was the Royal Strikers that won the toss, and their captain Priyan Pushparajan has elected to bowl first. So that means that we'll see Boom Boom Basil and Samuel Stanislaus, Basil George, of course, opening the batting for the ECS Knights. And look, I think this will be a really, really interesting game. A lot hinges for me on if you can get the openers of the Knights early, because we know how dangerous that they can be. But also, I've got to say, I've liked some of the other players. I think JP Srimbakal has been really good in the last couple of days, especially, and he's just provided a little bit of a spark. And the other thing is the Knights, when they have had their middle and lower order tested, so far they have kind of stood up to the test. As for the Royal Strikers, though, slight underdogs in this, but if they have their stars click, then I think they are very capable of pulling off an upset. But you've got to realise that they are playing a team, the Knights, that are 11-0 in this series. And the Knights, of course, they have been runners-up a couple of times in this series. They've never won it. They're 2 wins away right now. But then again, so are every team here at the start of finals day. Conditions, well, I can tell you we had a bit more rain overnight, which has just kind of made the pitch a little bit boggy again. I think it'll get better as the day goes on. We should start on time, I imagine. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 18 degrees, currently about 16. But yeah, the sun's out. That's a good thing. Hopefully it stays that way. 3 matches today, just the 2 semis and the final. Well, this guy, he's been outstanding as well. I really have enjoyed working with him over the last couple of weeks. Nishay Butt will take you to the first ball. The news from the toss, Nish, in semi-final number 1 is the Royal Strikers. They've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you. Let's get ready for a cracking finals day.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And it's finals day. We've been here for 3 great weeks of non-stop cricketing action, and it comes down to this one day to decide who is going to take the ECS title in this Malta Encore series. But before we move on with today's action, let's relive what happened yesterday. The Royal Strikers, who we'll be seeing in this first semi-final, managed to get a convincing victory against Mater Dei. They batted terrifically in the first innings. Priyan Pushparajan with that outstanding 66 of just 19 deliveries. They managed to get rid of the danger man Michael Das early, and then Mater Dei would succumb to a crushing defeat of 49 runs in a shortened 6-over match because it was affected by rain. Then our third quarterfinal was between the ECS Knights and the Bujiba Blasters, and the Knights came out and batted terrifically. Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus right at the top of the order did plenty of damage, and then the likes of Yadav Manu stepped up in the middle order to help the Knights post 161 runs. And then their bowling attack was terrific. Nias Muhammad, with figures of 1 for 4 over his 2 overs, would make sure that the Knights would continue their impressive winning streak. Gozo Zalmi would win the final quarterfinal of the day. They would defeat the Southern Crusaders. Zishan Khan, Mehboob Ali, and Prashad, the top 3, helped them post a total of 158. In response, the Southern Crusaders showed a lot of fight halfway through their innings, but eventually they just couldn't sustain the rate, and they would succumb to a 33-run defeat in what was a rematch of the final we had earlier this year. As you can see, this is the standings of how Group A finished. The ECS Knights were undefeated. They were absolutely outstanding throughout the group stages. They continued their good form yesterday, and you might say they're big favorites heading into this game, but there's a lot of talent on this Royal Strikers team. This is a real heavyweight clash. You got some big superstars on both sides. Push Barajan against Basil George. Really looking forward to seeing that. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our first semi-final. As you can see, the ECS Knights are a perfect 11-0, whereas the Royal Strikers lost 3 games during the group stages, but none of that matters now. It's one game to decide it all. It's win or go home, and the 2 key players to look out for are those 2 names right at the top of your screen, Push Barajan versus Basil George. Here's a win predictor for this match. The Knights are 68% favorites heading into this game, rightfully so, you'd say. They've been amazing throughout this European Cricket Series, and it's very hard to see who's going to stop them. But if anyone can, it's the Royal Strikers. Team with plenty of talent. Their season, of course, came to an end back in the semi-finals, and we had the ECS here in February. And they'll be hoping to take that step further this time around and make it to the final. Big, big game. Really looking forward to this. We had a bit of overnight rain, so there's going to be a fair bit of moisture in the pitch. Here we go. First ball coming up. Nice ball angling in by Jithan Johnny to start off. And it's going to be a single, so the Knights are on the board. Brian Push Barajan, the captain of this Royal Strikers team, is a brilliant tactician. We obviously have talked a lot about his incredible batting, and we'll talk a lot about his bowling as well when he comes on to bowl later. But he's a great thinking captain. He's been spot on with his field setting, his bowling changes, one of the finer and sharper minds in the game. Basil George on strike. No, it's a full toss. It's a poor delivery to start off by Johnny, but he's going to get away with it. Not a fan of that. I think he should be going over the wicket early to Basil George. You just eliminate the LBW by going round. This is a really tight one. Let's take another look at that one. Oh, this is tight. This is really tight, but it's let's see what the signal is. And yeah, it's been given a no ball, so it's a free hit, and he's going to punish the free hit here. Samuel Stanislaus, it goes away for a 4. It comes off the toe end of the bat, and gotta say, he's struggling here, Johnny. He's really struggling to start off. That's the 3rd full toss he's bowled really early in his innings. Ball might be slipping out of his hand. It might be a little bit wet. No, that's another full toss. He really isn't able to grip this ball right now. It's a bar of soap for him. No ball as well. It's another no ball. Oh, it's a bit of a nightmare start here for Jithan Johnny. Not the way you want to start off the semi-final. That one's another no ball. Good decision there by the umpire. That goes the distance for 6. And you can just see Andy Nowdy just informing the captain Push Barajan that it's above waist height. So it's another free hit. Horrible start here for the ECS Knights. 14 runs of 2 legal deliveries. Struck down the ground, is going to beat the fielder at mid-off. It's going to be more runs. Well, this run rate is 36. I don't think they'll be able to sustain that, but it's a terrific start. You know, this opening partnership has been on an absolute tear throughout this series, and they start off this big semi-final with a bang, largely thanks to some poor bowling, you have to say, by Jithan Johnny. And when you're a captain and you decide to bowl first, you know, you're expecting your unit to go out there and put some immediate pressure on the batters, but that's not happened. this could be close. This could be really tight. The umpire shakes his head. We'll have another look at this. Maybe he just thinks it's going down the leg side because of the angle. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that's very tight. That's very tight. I think if you're a Strikers fan, you might think that's out, but if you're a Knights fan, you'll disagree. I think the impact was just fine on that one as well. This is a better ball. It's better bowling by Johnny. Needs to continue to bowl this way. Talking about the great form these guys have been in. Samuel Stanislaus, who's currently on strike. He's averaging just under 50 for this series with a strike rate of 237. He's hit 68 boundaries during this series, and this one's just going to come off the inside edge, and it's going to go away for a 4. So a bit of luck here for these two danger men. They don't need any. It's a magical over to start off. Edix Knights off to the perfect start. This is a quick reminder that it's 23 days to go until we make a bit of history on the European Cricket Network. It will be the inaugural ECCW. Can't wait for that one. 5 nations are going to battle it out to be the first ever European Cricket Women's Champions. Should be an incredible series, and it's going to be kicking off in Cardamom on the 17th of December. Or is this a great chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu into the commentary box?
Yeah, thanks very much. It's great to be here. Happy finals day, everyone. Day almost 3 weeks in the making, and the Knights, well, they get the jump, don't they? 22 off the first over. I got to say, though, I think that Stanislaus is pretty lucky to still be there. Now, that LBW, with that big angle, it's going to be pretty unlikely to be able to get an LBW, but when I looked at where it hit him kind of in front of off stump. This is going to be smashed by Basil George, not too far away from the field, and that's going to be 4. He starts the second with a cracking cover drive. Aloysius tastes the boundary. Yeah, but I mean, I got to say, can't be too critical of the umpire there, because he has some doubt, and one of those things is that the bowler is very wide of the crease and he's slinging it even wider. So I get that, but my instinct was that, you know, if that went to the ball tracking, if we had that, I think Stanislaus might have been in a bit of trouble. Anyway, he survives, and Aloysius trying to change the narrative early to Basil George. But look, Knights, a lot of press about these two, understandable, but I think that maybe doesn't underscore how good they've been as a team. You've got guys like Manu coming in at 3. You've got their bowlers doing a really good job. They've been the complete team so far. Let's see if they can deliver on finals day. Well, this one takes off and it goes over everyone. Well, that has flown. And it's going to be 4 byes. This is quite incredible bounce. It goes over everyone.
Too many freebies to start off here.
Well, here's the thing. Like, that's a good bouncer, but Sudasanan isn't 10 foot tall. He's a good keeper, but he had no chance here. This is acting away. This is good for Aloysius because it's good pace. But have a look at Sudasanan. He gives it his best old college try. Gets a finger on it, but it flies away for 4 byes. So, yeah, some people thinking with a bit of the moisture, and you can still see the pitch drying out a little bit, that it skids through, but that one really took off.
That one really took off. It did, and Basil George here, just a little bit of a slow start. He usually takes a couple of balls to settle in, and this is where the Royal Strikers will have their window opportunity. Try to dismiss him right at the start of his innings.
Oh, that's shot. It's a really good shot from Basil George. Stand and deliver. Smashes it. Maximo. Boom, boom, Basil. Let's look at the fast hands here. He knows it's probably going to be pitched up because the bounce has been spent in the over. That is classical batting.
And clears the front leg, smashes it over long off. Basil George is so much better when he's hitting these big strokes. He was just trying to nudge it around a little bit, those first 4 balls. And now that's the Basil George we know.
Talked about yesterday maybe with the tournament being on the line. We got to the knockout stages yesterday that maybe is a little bit more circumspect than usual, but he's looking like same old Basil here, isn't he? Spells trouble for the Strikers. Now goes on the charge, doesn't really time it. But it's a good start, but it's only a start. I will say that. And the Strikers, they've got some very good players of their own. I think we've seen their captain Pushparajan bowling kind of a little bit slower, and they're kind of concentrating on accuracy more than anything. Interesting to see what he bowls when we see him. Aloysius only gone for 10, not a disastrous over. 4 byes in there as well. Again, he rushes the batter, but George still good enough to get the hands out in front. Looks like Little kitty cat friend might be doing the fielding there. And that'll be the end of the second over. Magical stuff, 40 love. 40 without loss after 2.
Yeah, you can't afford to bowl there with a fine leg inside the ring. He just plays that one away, Basil George. All he has to do is get a little bit of bat on it. He's been in terrific form this series, averaging 45, a strike rate just under 230, smashed 41 sixes over these last 3 weeks. He's just been a class apart. Here's a look at where the Edix Knights finished at the end of the group stages. 10 wins on the trot to start out the tournament, make that 11 after the quarterfinals victory yesterday. They've really been a class apart throughout this series. They've been the headline act.
All right, last over the power play. Need a turning point, need it quickly. Strikers chasing their tail a bit here. Same with Stanislaus. I think might be the most consistent I've ever seen him bat. He's just always looked good, pretty much every innings. Sometimes he's made runs, sometimes he hasn't. But he just looked very in control of his game. Savio Thomas is going to bowl over number 3. Oh, edged. How lucky one. He'll get 4. And I suppose if you're going to make it all the way to the trophy, you're going to have to play well, but you're also going to need that little bit of luck. And the Knights get another slice of luck here. Little edge flying for 4.
Yeah, this is what all their hitting has done. They just had to get rid of the slip, the Royal Strikers. If the slip was still in place, it was there in the first over. That might have been at a nice catching height for him. And Savio Thomas a little bit unlucky on that first ball, but he should take encouragement from the fact that he's managed to get a nick out of a quality player.
Yeah, that's true. On another day, that might fly it to the keeper. They put the fielder there, plug the gap now after the horse has bolted. Now it goes inside out, but this looks like an opportunity. Fielder coming round to his right, and he takes it. And you wouldn't want to have anyone else under that. Priya Pushparajan, the captain, takes the catch. So Samuel's out of lives on 23, and the Strikers with the first strike of finals day here in Malta, 44 for 1.
They couldn't have gone to a better man. The captain, Priyan Pushparajan, takes the catch, and Samuel Stanislaus' inning is cut short. He was batting terrifically on a 23 of just 9 deliveries. We'll have another look at that. It's a little bit of a miscue. I think that touch of movement away just means that it comes out the outside edge of his bat rather than the middle, and it's taken very well by Priyan Pushparajan. Stanislaus gets the start, but can't carry on.
Yeah, you called it right there, I think. Just a little bit of movement, kind of half a bat of movement. And Samuel tries to go inside out. Probably is the right shot, but just doesn't middle it. Pushparajan does well. And he's had the sun to contend with at this time of the day as well. I'm glad he's got the sun to contend with, actually, because we've had a bit of wild and woolly weather over the last 48 hours, but looking good at the moment. Manu comes out. He hit him well yesterday, and he's going to start by hitting this one really well. Uppercut over everything. Maximal. Perfect start for Yadav Manu.
Incredible hit by Yadav Manu. Savio Thomas goes a bit too short and wide. Look how far he's batting outside his crease, and all he has to do is get his hands underneath it, elevate it over the rope. That is an enormous hit.
Enormous is the word. 50's up now. So, yeah, Knights, they have been setting the standard. And the Strikers, though, they do get Stanislaus. They've got another problem to deal with now in the form of Yadav Manu. Cracked that first ball. This one's a little bit closer to him, so he just checks his shot. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Dave B, of course, nice to have you in there. Dave actually has been posting on social media, kind of a video, or kind of a picture journal, I suppose, of his time at Kartama during the ECC. Dave, it was great to have you there. Actually, was up in the box for that 183 chase, which was quite memorable. It's going to be a wide. It's not a bad ball, though, I think, from Thomas. Almost induces the outside edge, but you can see it definitely gets some of the tram line as it goes through. So, yeah, drawing Manu forward, I think that's a bit of a key as well. Yeah, so hello to Dave B, hello to Nick as well, and Rob Thompson from New Zealand saying hello to you as well, Nish. And yeah, everyone that is in there. Jeff Mobbs is another one. Ivan's in there. Say hello to us. We're happy to be here. Chris Ward and anyone I've missed. All right, back to Thomas. Bob better once he's pitched up a little bit. So one thing we have seen in the last 12 months, really, or actually tomorrow will be in Barcelona, where we think the modern ECN game, if you like, started where batters really started throwing caution to the wind, seeing some really big scores. We've seen some really big chases. So the Knights, even if they put 140, 145 on the board, something like that, even 150, it might not be safe here. Searches for the stumps, but just loses it down the leg side.
Yeah, I think that the par score so far in Malta has been about 115, but we've seen that run rate increase quite a bit this week, so I'd push it up to 120. But when you come to finals day, and it's only the best teams playing against each other, that par score moves up to 125, 130.
Manu likes to cut. This time he'll drive and picks out the fielder, but slight fumble means any opportunity to run out is gone. So Manu will retain the strike. George will be left cold at the other end. At the moment, at the end of the power play, the Knights win it. It's 53 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good comeback after he's hit for a couple of boundaries early in his over. He bowled a lot better. He got that nice bit of movement as well, which is why Manu is batting so far outside his crease. Here's a look at the power play for the EDX Knights. This is an ECC sort of run rate, going at just under 18 and over. Bring up the 50 inside the power play. And I'd be very surprised if it's not Pushparajan bowling this first over after the power play. I think he needs to insert himself straight in. He's got that protection now with fielding restrictions lifted, and he's got to try to get rid of one of these two. Yeah,
it's interesting to see who they turn to here. Obviously, you need this wicket. They're going to go back to Anil Aloysius. 14 came off his over, past the 4 byes though. But to be honest, that wasn't really anyone's fault. So yeah, wicket's key here. I suppose, the thing with the Knights, they were tested, weren't they, in that last game against Mudda Day, where they had to pull off like a 140 chase, and they did it despite some of their key batters not making too many. And it was Jayakrishan Srambikal who really was the hero in that one. But yeah, they've got guys that'll hit all the way down. Having said that, I mean, I've seen the Knights for a long time as well. Sometimes, you know, like all teams, they might have an innings where it all goes wrong and they get bundled out for kind of 60 or 70 or maybe even less. Here's Anil in over 4. Hit straight down the ground, won't carry. It's Vishnu Babu down there and keeps it to a single. Yeah, so one thing, Nish, about the field this morning, there's been sunshine this morning. There's no really issues with it raining, but overnight there was rain, and we know that those areas, particularly around the edge of the pitch, you can see they're sandy. They had to be given a bit of extra time to dry out, so we didn't quite start on time. We started 10 minutes late, although we won't have any reduction in the overs. It's obviously just something the players are having to deal with. You can see the non-striker there, kind of running wide of that really sandy area. Aloysius loses this one down the leg side, but you know, testament to everyone here, all the players, officials, and helpers here in Malta. Obviously, the support we get from the Master Sports Club as well to get this ground up and running. You never want to miss out finals day. We have had a kind of washed out final here before. That involved the Knights, actually. Didn't get a chance at Marsa. So the Knights have been runners-up a couple of times. Now, Basil goes up, and he goes long, and he goes strong. Well, that's a huge hit. Maximo! I'm just lucky that car park hasn't filled up so far, Nish, because that one was in there.
Yeah, they better watch out at that parking lot. Basil George with a little shimmy before the ball, and then he hits a brilliant bottom-handed stroke. Anil Aloysius, who went for 18 in this first over. I think I was a little bit surprised it wasn't Pushparajan. As I mentioned, the 4th highest wicket taker so far this ECS. I would have wanted him straight on going against Basil George.
Draw card versus draw card. This is drilled offside. It just pitches inside, or we'll have a look. It's pretty close to the line. Again, a little bit leg side of the ball, but this is what makes Basil different from other players. He still catches up with it. This is flying, and actually that looks like it's going all the way. Maximo! So, yeah, that's the shot that not everyone can play. In fact, not many people can play that. When he actually runs away from the ball, he still stretches, doesn't just hit it. He hits it really hard, finds the middle of the bat. Aloysius, bit of a sameness about what he's delivering. Now he goes short on the hip. There's 6 more. Back to back, and George is away into the 30s.
There have been too many balls just around the pads by the Royal Strikers to start off, and this is easy pickings for a player of Basil George's quality. What an incredible hit.
But I suppose this is something that the Knights haven't done when they've been bowling. They haven't given away too many hit-me balls compared to some other teams. So Aloysius, yeah, okay, he's basically back to the drawing board for ideas here. But I think Basil, the quicker you bowl, the more he loves it. You saw he even sucked up, the England 11 bowling and cracked an 80 in the ECC. But sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, if you take the pace off a little bit, he kind of has too much time, gets himself into trouble. Maybe he can juice a miss hit. But right now, he's just kind of playing on instinct. 33 off 10. Boom, boom, Basil bringing it on finals day so far. Now he's just back really hard. Aloysius thinks about giving up an ankle. In the end, it is fielded. It's just a single. I think he's pretty happy to see Basil George at the other end for the last ball.
And that point you made about varying the pace, that's what Pushparajan does so well. That's why it would have been good to see him bowling this over against Basil George. I feel that every over he holds him back is just another over for the Knights to continue to settle into this innings. You can't have the fourth highest wicket taker in the series not bowling.
Yeah, he's going to come on
fourth
next.
Over.
Surely. Oh, anyway, slightly false shot from Manu, pops up and he's gone. So there we go. Aloysius, yeah, he punches the air, partly in delight, partly in frustration. He just cramped Manu for room there. It was a little leading edge, popped up into the offside. And so, well, another dangerous hitter goes because Manu, he looked on when he came out, but now he's got to go. 74 for 2 at the end of 4.
And Manu's really played that middle order role perfectly throughout this series for the Edix Knights, but he's going to depart cheaply over here, having made just 8 runs. A little bit of respite for Aloysius. That over went for 21, and his spell goes for 39 runs, but he can be proud of the fact that he does manage to get rid of Manu.
Nice catch as well there by Adith Rajan, who was alert to the opportunity. So 4 overs down. Okay, you've got something to show for your efforts, don't you, for the strikers? You've got the wickets of Stanislaus and Manu, so you've got 2 of the top 3. You've got Nias Mohammed coming out number 4. So, look, still plenty of batting to come, but they're probably not quite what the top 3 can deliver as far as, I suppose, consistency and quality, but they're still very, very capable. And now we will see Priyam Pushparajan brought into the attack in the 5th over. This is the battle we've wanted to see, isn't it? The one-on-one battle.
This is it, the 2 superstars on both teams, Priyam Pushparajan against Basil George. This could be a battle of a potential player of the series going up against each other.
Well, can't bowl there, but doesn't matter because guess what? It's robbed of a 6 and it's Ashwin Raju that takes the catch. Well, I thought it was that kind of a ball that Basil would back himself to hit out of the car park. But, well, it's a big moment in this first semi-final as Basil George gets to 34, but he's no more. 74 for 3.
But that's the thing. You get a few off-pace deliveries every now and then from Pushparajan. And this is a really, really well taken out in the deep. Manages to do the trick here. We're having a bit of a discussion, though, out in the middle between the umpires and the players.
Well, I wonder what this is about. I'm not sure. Is it to do with how many outfielders there were? Well, not sure. No, he's got to go. I mean, that would have been unbelievable if there had been a field restriction error. But yeah, Basil's walking now. But I've got to say, it's a great catch by Ashwin Raju. I mean, robs 6 runs as well as taking the catch. Yeah, there's certainly no issue with the ball being legal or anything like that, unless it was a 6 outfielder situation. But yeah, no issue with the catch. He was clearly inside. And Basil straight away knew, didn't quite get all of it, and that's, I suppose that's the variation in pace. You never quite know what you're going to get from Pushparajan, the way he's bowling. I think it's quite a good strategy than, just running in. He can bowl kind of fast mediums off a long run, but then he's kind of like everyone else. So I think it's smart cricket from the Royal Strikers skipper, and that'll bring the teeth to the crease at number 5.
This is what Pushparajan does. He just takes wickets consistently, and I just wonder if he'd come a couple of overs earlier and managed to get rid of Basil George, how different the situation could have been. But there's still plenty of time left in this innings.
Okay. Pushparajan. He'd just love to run through the middle order here, and how quickly you might be able to change this, take 2-3 more wickets here, and suddenly this game looks completely different. Knights, like I said, always the bridesmaids here in Malta. Not always, but that's as close as they've gotten to an ECS trophy. They'd love to put in the cabinet. They're a good side. Short, slightly mishit cut, up in the air hanging, but there's nobody home down there. That'll be 4. Latif's off the mark.
Latif's batting really deep in his crease. Pushparajan is a bit too short and wide here, and he just needs to get a little bit of bat on it, Latif, for it to go away for a boundary. Not the best delivery.
Good batting, though, as well. No sense of premeditation. He waits to see what's coming, then he plays the right shot. Latif, again, he's quite a achiever. Low full toss from Pushparajan, pretty well bowled. Hard to do much with that. That'll just be a single. Yes. Now that you've got the top 3, this game looks different. Even though they're on crazy pace here. They're on kind of 170 pace, but it's unlikely we'll see that continued into the second half.
Thought we might see Tulsideren or Strombikal batting in these positions.
Yeah, I think so. There's quite a few quiet achievers in there with the bat, like, you know, Nitin Babu's one, for example. You know, he can hit a long ball, really bat all the way down. Justin Sharju. Push for Raj and gets a bit of respect there. So, I mean, you called for him to come on. I mean, maybe you could argue, you probably would, that he came on and over too late. But I suppose he'll take the result to get the top 3 in the first half. Just makes sure that strikers have a fighting chance here. This is hit to the leg side and picks out the fielder Vishnu Babu, who eventually takes care of business. End of the first half of the first innings here on finals day. It's 80 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, some of those fielders in the deep need to watch out a little bit. You could just see that as he was going to collect that one, he's just losing his footing a bit. There's plenty of sun right now, so the outfield is drying out nicely, though. Here's a look at today's schedule. Of course, our first semi-final is between the Knights and the Strikers, which you're witnessing right now. Then that second semi-final, Gozo, Zalmi, and Sweet United. 2 teams that I feel are so similar. They're built in very similar ways, and it's just going to be an interesting matchup to watch. And then we round out our day with the big final. So it's a great bumper day here on a Finals Friday.
Yeah, really excited with the prospect of finding out who wins this trophy, and really all 4 teams are in the frame. Edged just out of the grasp of the fielder. Well, he's literally there for that, but he's too wide. He'd rather be too fine than too square. Clinto Paul induces the edge but disappears to the boundary.
You know, really unlucky here to split the gap between the keeper and that short third man. He's unable to get to it. And Niaz Mohammed, he can breathe a sigh of relief.
He sure can. Of course, now he takes a step to his left in that position. Now this is lifted up. Does it have the legs? Don't think so. Coming down and, oh, he's dropped it. Well, there we go. I mean, they've been so good in the field so far this morning. And really, that one was a lot easier than the one that was taken.
Aloysius just gives him a little kiss on the shoulder. This is a Chamkor Singh who's put down that catch. Usually so good in the field. It's a rare mistake by him.
It's bounced a bit too much. Yeah, I haven't seen the old kiss on the shoulder before as a consoling tactic. Oh, that's nice. Get it all here, Recian. Feels slightly better, maybe. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to pick the gap. It's going to be 4. So Latif, he's flying by the seat of his pants. And you can see the Knights, despite losing the top 3, they're still swinging away. And look, they got 7 wickets in hand here with just over 4 wickets to go, so they can afford to go for it. And that one found the gap and found the boundary.
Yeah, this Knights team has a lot more batting depth than people realize, because it's really been the Stanislaus and Basil George show for much of this series. Whenever this middle order has been called in to play a big innings, they certainly do that.
Good bounce again. There has been a bit of jump in this pitch so far. Clinto Paul's pretty good over here, actually.
Yeah, you'd think that with the overnight rains, it might be a little lower, it'd skid on a bit more, but it's not been the case so far. It's absolutely taking off.
It'll be a wide, but I like the fact they are concentrating kind of one side of the wicket. We saw a couple getting way earlier. I suppose having the left-hand, right-hand combination throws the bowlers off a little bit. Clinto Paul, I like what he brings to the table. He's a guy always give you 100%. Nice ball of his over. And this would have been a wide. Instead, it is smashed. Over cover point, Maximo. Great hands by Latif. So Paul goes for 16 in his over. And at the end of 6, it's 96 for 3.
Goes nice and deep in his crease, and he just elevates it over the rope. A very good stroke there by Latif. And the Knights are in a very solid position. 6 overs into the innings, 96 for 3. Stanislaus and George once again got them off to a great start. They'll be a little bit disappointed they couldn't go on and play that big innings. But the middle order has stepped in. They're batting terrifically. And the Knights are in a really good position 6 overs in.
All right, well, interesting to see what they go for here. And yeah, I thought they'd go back to Pushparaj, to be honest, been so effective, but they're keeping him in the back. Go back to the left arm slingers of Jitu Johnny. Yeah, so He's got slightly unusual angles, as we saw earlier. I thought, yeah, probably had centre star LBW in the first over. But what he can do, he can kind of sneak it inside that tram line because the angle he's coming. He has the batter thinking it's going to be a wide. It might just come back in at the last moment. Like that, but if you miss, it's actually a pretty good spot to miss because it actually bounces straight to the fielder. I guess that's good captaincy. But it will be a no ball for off the pitch and there's a free hit coming up.
Johnny just struggled a little bit with extras so far today. That's his third no ball. Really needs to watch out. We saw him bowl those two big over the waist no balls in his first over.
Yeah, again, he's just missing his spots here. Still on a free hit then. I like what he's thinking, but yeah, thinking and doing, not always the same thing.
Still a free hit.
This is where I'll probably get across and try and ramp, use the angle to your advantage. Can't be bowled. Another wide. Good eye though, we say in baseball, you know, to know what you should swing at, what you shouldn't. On another occasion, the batter might swing and kind of just get that off the end of the bat, not really get the most value out of the free hit.
These extras are starting to rack up. It's 14 runs of extras so far this innings.
Now this is the free hit, and it will be hit into the tyres. That is 4 runs, cuatro carreras. Mohammed into double figures.
Just over pitches of delivery a little bit there, Johnny. And even though Mohammed's not quite able to hit it as cleanly as he like, the bat just turning in his hand, gets a desired result.
Yeah. Here's Johnny. Still, 2 wickets changes the game here. Yes, you're going to have guys out there that are very capable of hitting, but getting fresh batters in is always a bit of a key, keeping things down in the second half of the innings. Now this is hit, and it's hit high, and it's hit far. Maximo. There's that one. Believe it or not, will end up in here with us.
Well, what were the odds of that? It just managed to sneak in right into our commentary position here in the pavilion.
And Marzi's meant to protect us there, but he's let us down again. And that one's gone into our new, slightly more covered up commentary position. The ball's held up pretty well, though, for 6.5 overs, I can tell you that much. That was a really good shot, wasn't it? Johnny pretty much bowls the ball that he wants. Maybe it's not Yorker, but it's almost. But what a good shot by Nias Mohammed. Now he's going to go the same way, and he's going to get the same result. Maximo! Knights on the charge here in semi-final number 1.
Unfortunately, Johnny is just missing his length a little bit too short on each occasion. These Yorkers he's attempting are turning into over-pitch deliveries, which are getting punished. This has been a great display of batting, though, by the Knights. Mohammed stepping up, playing a big innings on the big day. He's on 23 of 8.
He goes straighter now. We just try and get length right. Does go straighter, and this time Mohammed goes with the angle. Getting a few questions about my movements today. Okay, we've got slightly earlier finish than usual because of the sunset time here. The sun goes down at the moment about 4:45 in the afternoon, so we should finish around about the 3:30 mark or so. Then we'll have the trophy ceremony. And I've got to get my skates on. This won't get past the bowler. In fact, it will get past the bowler. Just a single, end of the 7th over. 119 for 3 after 7. I'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, Johnny ends up going for 44-ish.
Yeah, I think it just hit that damp spot, so it skidded on a little bit. He wasn't quite able to time it as nicely as he liked. And talking about cricket that's coming up on the European Cricket Network, next year we've got the ECL, the Champions League of Cricket, kicking off on the 26th of February. Some great groups in there. Of course, we'll see Gozo Zalmi from Malta in Group E playing later today in the next semi-final. And there's plenty of great action to look forward to in the European Cricket League.
I just rolled an 8-sided dice and it gave me number 6. So I'm going to talk about Group F in a second. But first, let's have a look at this first ball from Pushparaj. So Group F has previous champions, Pakistan Badalona in there, as well as Donnerstadt from Austria, Indies from Guernsey, Talon Stallions. So the funny thing there is 3 of the 5 teams have played the ECL before. Donnerstadt are a team that have qualified for ECL before, but they were one of the pandemic ECLs that couldn't be played. So I'm happy that they get their chance. Got some very good players at Donnerstadt. Maybe back-to-back ECS champions as well. Crosby, bit of an unknown quantity from Isle of Man. We did see Isle of Man, the national team, in the Euros in September.
as right now, get back to the action. 8th over. Pushparajin doing a really good job for his team here. Not just a wicket taker, but also restricting, I think, with those clever variations, slight variations. Again, full straight. Yeah, so they want 2 here. Will they get one? They'll get 2. Yeah, they will. Tamko Singh not able to handle it. It's good hustle from the Knights. Doing the little things as well, not just the flashy things well, I think, this tournament. Yeah, so I'll be straight to the airport, and I'm flying to Barcelona tonight. I think Rico will be getting there during the day. This one just cramps him up a little bit. And Corey arrived last night as well in Barcelona. Had the paparazzi sending a video of him getting to his hotel, actually. So, all eyes on him. This is lifted away, leg side. This time they'll only get 1. End of the 8th over, 124 for 3. 2 overs remaining. Pushparajin with a really good spell, 1 for 11 off his allotment. Yeah, so it's about 2 hours, just over 2 hours to Barcelona, and I'll get in tonight. And yeah, it's slightly, I think tomorrow's game start 8:45, so about 15 minutes later than the regular start time. But yeah, really looking forward to it. First time we've ever had internationals in Barcelona. So it's a busy time for me, but kind of used to it. I had a good break in the middle of this tournament. You and Corey did a really good job.
It was good to have international cricket up in Barcelona. Of course, a lot of players in the Spanish team are sort of based in the Catalonia region, so they're probably their first opportunity to play it on their home ground. This is a really good shot by Latif. Thomas again, he's attempting that Yorker around the feet. He misses it just ever so slightly, and he plays a beautiful shot. This is a great straight bat hit.
Really good shot. And Latif, he's delivering. His middle order, standing up to the scrutiny. This is pretty well located. Again, they hustle hard here. Thinking of the 2, they're going to take it on. Slight double clutch. The fielder was almost waiting to see if they were serious. And they were. And I suppose that's unselfish running as well from these 2. They know that a good bit of fielding there might see them run out, but they've got confidence in the batters below them. So the Knights trying to squeeze everything out of this first innings of the day. And the next one is swing and a miss.
You know, when they pull their length back a bit, they're actually getting a better outcome. The Royal Strikers. I think most of the runs are coming courtesy of those Yorkers they keep missing that turn into overpitch deliveries. Key here is let's see if they also mix it up with the odd variation, bowl a few slower balls to keep these batters guessing the way Pushparajin has. This is not quite timed perfectly by Latif. And so just going to go to mid-wicket for a single.
There's Mohammed. Not waste any time, has he? This is hit well, and it's a nice effort actually from the fielder. But a real awkward bounce out there, Clinto Paul, and he can't quite keep it in front of him. That'll be 4. Mohammed continues to plunder the bowling.
This is a good hit, just a little too much width there, and he plays that terrifically. Very good hit. Managed to strike it behind point. Clinto Paul, that was always going to be a tough fielding effort for him, but it sneaked underneath him. Look at that projected score now. It's 160 for the Knights.
Edge. And yeah, gone by Sudasanan. He's a good keeper, isn't he? And he flew away to his right. Here's Mohammed. He'll take that. 29 off 12. I think he has been a really important contributor to this innings. Put his team in a good position. Nice keeping. Sudasanan has played some national team cricket this year. He's solid behind the sticks. That'll be the 4th wicket to fall with 1 over remaining. 137 for 4.
60-run partnership, an incredible partnership between these 2. They really set up their side incredibly well. We'll have a look at that bowling card for the Royal Strikers. I think other than Pushparajin, everybody will be a little bit disappointed with their bowling effort. Jitin Johnny going for 44 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And there's only one thing you can say when you look at figures like that. Ouch.
Yeah, you're right about that. And so, can they get the 150 here and take some chasing? But Clinto Paul. He bowled better than his figure suggests in the first over. He's going to get the responsibility of the 10th, and he gets it right first up. Latif swings and misses. Trumbicole, yeah, good guy to come in this situation, even though he doesn't have too much time to impact the contest.
Just gets that hint of movement away there, Clinto Paul, which is why Latif wasn't quite able to get it. What's coming up here? Is he going for the wide Yorker?
Really good bowling. Wants a wide, won't get one because it's not one. Paul just needs to try and keep delivering that. Maybe a touch full or make a genuine Yorker. But yeah, getting Latif reaching. Latif at 29, but he hasn't quite got the pace for some of his compatriots. Oh, whacks it. Well, 2 out of 3 got away with the third one. He didn't. Maximo 140 plus now for the Knights. And Latif, well, this is the one. He gets some length to play with there. That's what I was saying. Wasn't quite hitting his spots. And that was well struck over long off.
Yeah, even though it comes off the sort of bottom end of the bat, there's just enough power there to send it clear of the rope.
Oh, this one was a little helicopter, but he's going to find his way back to the pavilion now. Aloysius with the catch. Yeah, generated a bit of pace there, didn't he, Latif? So a late blow for Paul here in semi-final number 1. 5 down now, 143 for 5.
The reason he gets the wicket on this ball is because he's got the length much fuller. It just isn't easy for the batter to elevate that one. And it's a good catch out in the deep by Anil Aloysius. And a nice little comeback these last couple of overs by the Royal Strikers. If they can, keep the Knights to 150, they'll certainly back their chance in the second innings.
Oh, they certainly will. Strikers going to have to bat out of their skins even now. 143 on the board. That was actually quite a good shot. Made something out of not much. So 2 to come. And to Lasida, and actually rate pretty highly. He's going to have to just swing it here. Trumbicole looks like he'll may not face a ball here. Oh, yeah, that's how to do it. Lasida goes large first ball. This is that kind of toy helicopter again as he escorts it out of the ground. Maximo time. And now we know we're seeing a 150 plus chase.
He'll probably spent a lot of time in the nets practicing this shot. It's the second time he's seen it pulled out in a back-to-back balls. So Seether executes it to perfection there. Last ball of the innings.
Well, he misses. So Trumbicole's only a spectator in this first innings, but the Knights, they do the business, don't they? 149 for 5 off 10. They'll certainly win you a lot more games than it won't. But the Strikers, well, they know what they have to do. 15 and over to stay alive in the tournament. And once again, the Knights showing the depth of their batting lineup. A lot of, obviously, attention goes to the openers. But when they went, they still had the batting to get them to a very healthy score here in semi-final number 1 with a spot in the final at stake.
This was another incredible opening partnership by Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus. Made 44 runs amongst each other, and they brought up 53 runs in the power play. It was a great start for the Knights. This is some very good striking by Basil George. That was one that just took off the bowling. Samuel Thomas and Basil George struck 6 boundaries. You're taking a look at some of these strokes. That would be Stanislaus's dismissal. Just a little bit of movement away, and Pushparajan would hold on to that catch. The first wicket would fall for the Knights, and we're now admiring that one big 6 Manu managed to hit. He made 8 of 6. That one by Basil George, what an outstanding shot. He was reaching out at the ball and somehow managed to pump it over cover for a 6. Manu would depart on this delivery. Adith Rajan holding on to a really good catch. Maybe the end for him. He'd make 8 runs of 6 deliveries. And then Pushparajan would come on, maybe an over too late, but he would manage to get the wicket of Basil George off his very first ball. George would depart, having made 34 of 12. We just wondered if that run rate would dip a little bit. It certainly wouldn't, because Mohammed and Latif would put on a terrific 63-run partnership and set their side up really well. Here's a look at that little kiss on the shoulder by Aloysius to Chamkor Singh. And have a look at these 2 great stroke players in Mohammed and Latif. This partnership was a real joy to watch. They were striking the ball all over the field. It was incredible 360-degree cricket. And this would be the end for Mohammed, just a nicking one. That would be taken well by Chanjol Sudarsanan behind the stumps. This was an outstanding stroke by Latif. And then he tried a little bit of helicopter but he couldn't quite elevate it over the fielder at long off. Well held onto by Ano Aloysius. And then Tulsidaran would come on and he would execute the old helicopter shot to perfection, hitting a 6 on the second last ball of the innings. The Knights end up with 149 runs. Here's a look at the scorecard of this innings. A complete performance by the Knights. They got plenty of contributions throughout the order. Stanislaus George were terrific opening the batting once again. And then Nias Mohammed and Adil Latif stepped up in the middle. We'll then take a look at the bowling card for the Royal Strikers. Jitin Johnny, he'll be a little disappointed with his effort. He bowled 5 extras, 3 no balls and 2 wides. And he gave up 44 runs over his 2 overs. You've got to say Savio Thomas, he bowled pretty decently considering the situation in this match. He had figures of 2 for 26. Pushparaj once again the pick of the bowlers with figures of 1 for 11. I just felt he maybe held himself back a little too late when the situation had already spiraled out of control. In the end, the Royal Strikers need 150 runs in the second innings if they want to make it to the final of this year's ECS in Malta. We'll join you again in just under 10 minutes with the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back for the second innings of this first semi-final. It was a thrilling first innings when we saw the Royal Strikers were given a target of 150 by the Knights. A complete batting performance, you have to say, by the Knights. The opening partnership went out there, scored at a great rate. They reached 50 runs inside the power play, and then that middle order stepped up and really helped them get to a pretty strong total. You'd obviously say the Knights are probably well ahead of this game. They're the big favorites, but don't take anything away from the Royal Strikers. If any man can chase down 150, it's that man right in the middle of your screen. Priyan Pushparajan, the leading run getter of the ECS we had back here in February. We saw him play a brilliant 66 of just 19 deliveries yesterday. And they're going to need a similar innings from him here. And this has been a really unsung part of the Knights so far this series. Their bowling, which has been very, very accurate. Let's see how they'll fare in this one. Oh, shouts to catch it. Is this going to be a chance early? Oh, it was always going to be a difficult one. And Priyan Pushparajan's heart would have skipped a beat. Well, he lives to fight another day. That one, you can just see it lands in front of Basil George and behind. Looks like Adil Latif. Early chance here, though, for the Knights. Raju is going to be opening alongside Pushparajan here. Still got Encore Singh at number 3, who's been in incredible form throughout this series, averaging just around 50. That one is going to be a wide. I like the fact that the captain, Jace Matthew, has chosen to open the bowling here. He's taking responsibility right from the get-go. He's got great figures throughout this series. Economy rate of 10 throughout this ECS for Matthew, which is certainly very respectable in this format. Just getting a bit too much swing there. That one's going to be a wide. Just needs to start it a little bit straighter. Actually gets 7 wickets as well, Jace Matthew, throughout the series. Here's a look at the win predictor for this semi-final. The Knights are still 68% favorites. I personally say it's maybe just ticked up a little bit, maybe around 75%. This one goes up towards mid-on, and that will certainly help their chances. Raju is going to depart for a golden duck. Not the best shot by him there. He was sort of caught in two minds whether to cut it or play it over long on. In the end, he provides a fairly simple catch for the fielder at mid-on. Let's have a look at this. Now, he's just uncertain what to do. He'd be much better off playing it square the wicket. You know, they've just pulled that rope in a couple of meters as Derek is going to come waddling out to greet the Royal Strikers. But yeah, you really should be looking to target that point region. It's a little bit shorter because of the rain we've had. I think fielding there is a lot tougher as well. The outfield's a little bit wetter there. And not the best shot selection by Raju. And he's going to depart. Gone for a duck. Now, we got a good question here by Tharaka J. Singha asking how Sweet United got their semi-final spot. Just going to answer that after this ball. Yeah, it's another wide here from Matthew. Just needs to start this a little bit straighter. I wouldn't mind him attacking here and maybe looking to pitch this around the middle stump and then look to catch the outside edge. But yeah, question by Jay Singha. Well, yeah, you're exactly right. It's because of their group rankings, because they've had a better record. Marsa went to 5-5, whereas Sweet United were 7-3. Sweet United with a higher seed, thus they advanced to the semi-finals. Obviously very unfortunate for Marsa. You know, they've had back-to-back years where they've had really tough exits in this ECS. A good ball there by Jace Matthew. Of course, they were knocked out of the ECS back in February on a golden ball this year because the match is washed out. And it's been a cruel couple of ECS for them, but I'm sure they'll come back in the next one and be a very strong team. This one is a big wide. The thing is, that could have been a very interesting semi-final because, you know, Sweet United have had a couple of upsets You know, during their campaign, they're a strong team, but they're certainly prone to the odd wobble. I think they've got a lot of, let's say, temperamental players, to keep it, to say it kindly, who can sometimes lose their cool in big moments. And that's where an underdog can pounce. Good ball there again by Jace Matthew. Just a 4 winds that he's really struggling with here, Matthew. Otherwise, it's just the 1 run off the bat. Oh, great ball, terrific ball. Lovely stuff. This is beautiful bowling by Jace Matthew, and Pushparaj is just going to go have a word with his partner at the non-strikers end. I mean, that kind of a line and length is where you've got that fielder at slip interested. Is this gonna go over the fielder mid on? It will, and it's a 4, so a little bit of a comeback by the batter here. Just managed to get it over that fielder, and it's a boundary to end the over. Still a very impressive over by Jace Matthew. I think he'll be a bit concerned by all those wides, but only 9 runs off it, and he gets a wicket. It's been 240 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. We hope to break that streak as soon as possible, hopefully today. You know, we've never had a final that ended in a golden ball, so maybe Malta will deliver, and this wait will be well worth it. I'm Nish Bhatt, and joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back, Nish, and happy last day to you. I don't think we'll get a chance to have you back on the commentary before the end of the year. I know that you'll be busy for a little while back in Cyprus. Hopefully we can get you on during 2024. But anyway, here we go with over number 2. 15 and over required. Okay, 9. It's better than nothing. Pushparaj, the big story though. He could have been on first ball, but just looped away from the fielder. Here's Justin to take him on. First one's called a wide. It's kind of a 50-50 call. That's Pushparaj. Gets it going his way. Check it out here. Yeah, it's a good decision, I think. Bit of that ball takes the tram line.
Yeah, good call there by the umpire. We've got Andy Naudi and Darshit Patankar out in the middle, while as Mac Eldos Matthews is the third umpire for this game.
Priyan hoping to get going. Does get a bit of bat on this. It'll be a chase. It'll be a close chase. In fact, he's going to put it in his own net there. That's Jayakrishan Shrambikar, who tried to kick it backwards, kicked it forwards instead, and the result's 4 runs.
You got to be so careful when you're doing this foot fielding. Every time I see someone reach their foot out, I'm just worried about rolled ankles.
Oh, as someone that once did step on a ball, Glenn McGrath style, and snap an ankle, it makes my eyes water every time I see someone try that. Anyway, Pushparaj does get his first boundary. He'll need to do plenty more, you'd imagine. Hits this firmly straight at the fielder, though. Won't get a run.
That's going to be a dot ball there. Shaju, he's been very good throughout this ECS. Picked up 7 wickets in just 6 matches he's played. Good strike rate of about 8.5, but his economy rate has been incredible. 8.5. That is outstanding in T10 cricket.
Oh, well, guess he's wrong. And where's it going? He's lucky again. Oh, well. Trying to buy a lottery ticket. Pushparaj, little leading edge here, pops up. There was nobody home. He survives.
Could this be Pushparaj's day? You just wonder. He's trying to just work it away towards the leg side. Gets that leading edge. And it lands safely again.
I don't know if you can get a dive on that. At least give yourself an outside chance of getting it before it hits the turf. Chamkor hasn't quite hit his traps yet either. And he'll get the inside half of the bat on this. He'll get 4 because there's no fine leg. So, well, Shaju a bit unlucky really. But he will go to the boundary. Strikers fighting. Falling a little bit behind, but staying in it with those boundaries.
Yeah, it's a good boundary there. They just need to keep going at a decent rate. Trying to get to at least 40 runs for this power play. We, of course, saw the Edix Knights get 53 during their power play. It's important they don't just knock themselves out of the match in these first 3 overs.
Shaju to Chamkor Singh. Yeah, kind of in no man's land there. It was good length from Shaju and good line. And so Chamkor couldn't quite decide what to do with it. In the end, he couldn't do anything with it. His dot ball's super important. To get 15 and over, you're kind of looking at, 2 boundaries and over, minimum. And probably no dot balls as well. Also, you feel to chase 150, you kind of need a couple of magicals in there. Again, that's good discipline bowling from Justin Shaju. He goes for 10 in the over, and it's 19 for 1 after 2. And this is actually something that I have highlighted a lot about the Knights and their bowling. They've actually got a plan. They stick to it. They want to bowl outside the off stump. They've got bowlers that can do that. They haven't bowled as many bad balls as other teams. I think that's the reason that their bowling's backed up their batting. Royal Strikers finished second in their group with 3 losses, of course. The Knights haven't lost a game in this ECS so far. But having a look at the Strikers, look at their net run rate. Despite being 7 and 3, it's only 0.46. Plus 0.46, so it shows you they haven't really been that dominant, I suppose, during the group stage, but when it comes down to it, they do have the personnel, particularly at the top of the order, that might be able to pull this off. Nitin Babu to bowl the 3rd over.
Yeah, they've had a few heavy defeats during the group stages. They've also won a lot of close games, but none of that matters now. It's just about these next 8 overs. Can they keep their series alive?
Pushparajan, a couple of close calls, like I said, but they haven't done enough with this power play so far to be on track. You only get 3 overs with the field up. It's only 2 outfielders allowed, and they'd want to be 45 in 3 overs to stay on track, kind of as a minimum. The thing with Babu as well kind of exemplifies what I'm saying. He's one side of the wicket bowler, kind of bowls a heavy ball, he's got good height. Chamkor Singh, he has to get motoring, really take a few chances here, I think. We won't have to hit this one because it will be a wide.
Absolutely, and you compare the way the Knights are bowling to the way the Strikers did in the first innings. There were so many full tosses, a lot of hit-me sort of bowling, going down the leg side. The Knights are making the Strikers play difficult shots, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah. Chamkor's trying, but yeah, you need your batters going minimum 200 here, and 100 ain't cutting the mustard. Well bowled though from Babu. He's just the master of that channel, isn't he? And this one stays inside the tram line, despite the batter cheating a little bit and getting over there. It's just excellent bowling.
They might need to make a few adjustments here, the Royal Strikers. Maybe just step across a little more, try to hit it towards the leg side.
Quick hello as well to Julian Dawson, who's with us, and also Jules Uderbridge has turned in. We're tuned in for second half of this semi-final. No timing. All right, well, Pushparajan, now's the time. You can't really let them fall too much further behind, otherwise we're going to be looking 3 a ball plus for 6 or 7 overs. So, yeah, he's had a bit of luck so far. I mean, it's a tough place to be. He knows. What's that? It's also a tough place to be when your teammate throws the ball back and thinks you're looking, but you're not. See? Turned his head once, so he throws it, but he wasn't actually watching. Babu's okay, folks. But Pushparajan, it's uncomfortable, but he's going to have to chance his arm a bit here, I think. Again, Babu, metronomic, isn't he? Only allows a single.
A great bowling by Babu, just an old school bowler. Bowls a hard length, getting some good bounce as well. It's been a terrific power play for the the Edix Knights.
Yeah. Well, basically, they're not quite on 100 pace, never mind 150 pace. Well, there's the edge. I was just looking at him going, I like his positioning line-wise. And line-wise, he was fine. There's just too much bat on it. I suppose that's the issue with 2 outfielders only. You'd love to have Samuel back a bit. He's tall, but he's not that tall. And so, badly needed boundary for the Royal Strikers.
Yeah, they desperately need a little bit of luck, the Royal Strikers, to just keep themselves in this game. They're required, despite that boundaries, above 17.
Last ball of the power play coming up. Jamkor's going to swing it. Babu. It's been a good over. Can he finish it off? Really good bowling. Very good bowling. You know, some of the other teams need to have a look at this Knights and what they're doing. And they won't realise why they're on the top of the tree at the moment. End of the third, and the Strikers 27 for 1.
Great power play there for the Knights. They're just so accurate with their lines and lengths. Made it very difficult for the Edix Knights. Well, have a look at the comparison between the power play. I mean, just have a look at the fact that the Knights in the first innings made almost double the amount of runs during the power play. They're really behind the 8 ball here, the Strikers. And they need to get going. They need a magical over now.
Yeah, look, yeah, they are behind. Well, 18 behind. It's 3 swings of the bat, really. Need to have a big over, I think, when you get in this situation. Otherwise, the game's just going to slip away. They do have the personnel there to do it. Priyan has a little look in the backward point region. I think he knows he's getting a lot of outside the off stump stuff, so he wants to know exactly where those fielders are. Instead, he goes on the pull, wraps his bat around it slightly, and he's gone. So it just doesn't click for Priyan here in the semi-final. He'll be disappointed, but you got to give credit to the Knights as well. They bowled well to him. And so the Strikers fall further behind. They lose their skipper for just 8. It's 27 for 2.
No, big wicket. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's hard to see the Royal Strikers mounting an impressive surge without their star man, Priyan Pushparaj. We're just looking for a big innings from him here today. But unfortunately, he can't quite get it. Good bounce on that ball. He isn't quite able to get underneath it the way he'd like. He can only find Niaz Mohammed at long on. And it's going to be the end for Pushparaj. It's been a very impressive campaign for him. He maybe hasn't made the amount of runs he would like, but he's certainly been up there with the wickets.
Yeah, it's a easy catch really for Niaz Mohammed, who's a good fielder. All right, Babu comes out. And if you're thinking, hold on, wasn't Babu just bowling? That was Nitin Babu that was bowling. Right now, this is Vishnu Babu of the Strikers. So, you know, if Babu comes back, we might have the Babu on Babu battle. That's really, that rate required's gone out past the 18 now. It's looking like we're seeing the Knights just kind of waltzing into the final. Big swing from Babu, but he misses out. Shaju again. It's one side of the wicket tactics. Thing is, it doesn't work all the time. I mean, you saw in the last over a little edge that went over the field and went for 4, but it's the percentages. And I just think if you can be consistently trying to make batters play more difficult shots, you can have more success.
I think at this level, though, as long as you don't give hit-me balls to a lot of these batters, you're going to do pretty well. And then they're also very lucky where they're backed up by an incredible lineup where they know if they can make the odd mistake, their own attack can tear apart another team's bowling lineup. We'll have a look at this delivery. It's just going to be a single for Babu. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, there's a bit of discussion about Bizaway in the chat. Now, Bizaway are our official travel partners. They organise all of our travel around Europe, which, to be honest, it's a little bit easier now than it was. But, you know, going back, you know, when I first started full-time, started 2021, logistically, it was pretty difficult due to the travel situation and the pandemic situation. But, yeah, check them out. Bizaway, B-I-Z-A-W-A-Y. They've been big supporters of the European Cricket Network on our journey. Yeah, it's hard to believe. Now, we're kind of coming up to 4.5 years since our first ever ECN match, kind of the modern iteration of ECN. Of course, the roots go back a little bit further with German Cricket TV through the mid kind of 2010s. But yeah, the ECN era has been a game changer for cricket in Europe, and really the vibrations felt all around the world. Good length here from Shaju. He does his bit, doesn't he? 1 for 11 off his 2. And the Strikers miles behind, 28 for 2 after 4.
And there's another great over here. Just 1 run off that over, and they also get the big wicket of Pushparaj, and Justin Shaju continues his highly impressive ECS. We'll have a look at the comparison of these two teams. They're in all sorts of trouble right now, the Knights. They need an absolute miracle.
Yeah. Could be a tough one, really. Strikers, yeah, they've just been a bit more inconsistent, I think, than the Knights. I mean, you can't do much better than how the Knights have played. Knights, we didn't see them in the ECS earlier in the year. They might be ruining their inability to organise themselves to play because the way they're playing, maybe they should be feeling that ECL spot should be theirs. I mean, obviously, Gozo's Army still in the competition here, so you can't really knock them. Gozo's Army got the ECL spot because they won the ECS earlier in the year. But the Knights got quite a few players with Cardamom experience in there. See Basil George, Stanislaus in there. I know that Justin Sharju has been there before as well.
Wouldn't a lot of countries generally determine their ECL representative based on their longer domestic season?
Yeah, that's true. The reason here in Malta it's a bit complicated, I think he hits this onto his pad. I think the reason it's a bit more complicated here in Malta is, depending on what competition you're talking about, and the main competition they'd like to use finishes in February, and, well, historically anyway, and that just doesn't give the players enough time to get organised because the ECL starts in February. So, yeah, that was agreed. I do kind of also agree, it depends. I see it both ways. It is good to give it on T10 performance because that's what you're going to play. But then again, I also agree with it. Should reward the best club over a season. And if more T20 cricket being played, then I'm also fine with that. It's just very situational. Slow ball, and it's going to be gone. So Babu has a bit of an unhappy time at the crease. It was clever bowling by Srambikal. That's his go-to, that slow ball, isn't it? And it's Nitin Babu takes the catch, easy as you like. So Babu gets Babu in the end. Royal Strikers 28 for 3.
This just goes for the slower ball there, and he's trying to hit it behind point, but instead he finds a fielder, doesn't quite strike it as cleanly as he would like, and another wicket falls for the Strikers. They're in all sorts of trouble. Babu departs having made just 1 run, so Aloysius is going to come out to bat, and you feel that this game is just slipping away from the Royal Strikers, and this will probably be the last 5.3 overs they play in this ECS.
Aloysius is going to face up with a pretty difficult situation ahead of him. Doesn't stop him swinging pretty hard. And he'll miss it, or just misses the stumps, and he'll scramble a bite. Tillis Ederin, not sure if he's more of a fielder that keeps or a keeper that fields, but no, he's been good no matter where. He's been a slight fumble on that occasion, but we saw him outfielding pretty well earlier in the tournament. Now doing a job behind the stumps. JK. He's had a good week. We'll have to top it off with a trophy. Well, so Ederin gave him a couple of wraps, so it wasn't an easy one. One thing I do like as a keeper here is you do get that the artificial turf extended. So actually I think this pitch is 50 metres long. So you pretty much have 20 metres between the stumps and it gives you 15 metres behind. And that's good for bowlers run-ups and also for the keeper, especially in situations like we've had. As you've probably recognised here, Nish, when it rains, it really rains here in Malta. It doesn't rain much, but it does put the ground under a fair bit of stress. And I think the fact that pitch has been extended has allowed us to continue.
No, that is a great thing. I think I've seen some countries where they just try to maybe add something extra just for the bowlers run up, but they've got a nice long pitch here in Malta, which I really like.
And yeah, it'd be economies of scale by making it bigger. I also think now what we've learned here, they've got it right with the length. Maybe you need to make it a bit wider so that you've got an area for the non-strikers to run on the pitch. So maybe you could make it a bit wider. We have seen some wider pitches, for example, in Romania is one actually. Oh, that's hit pretty well. Is it far enough? It is. Maximal. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious goes over cover and he gets 6 runs and he's off the mark. End of the over, 37 for 3.
Nice way to get off the mark. A really good stroke. He's got a strong bottom hand, Aloysius, and he elevates that over the rough. Speaking of course, Romania, Romein Satishan has been in the chat. It's been good to hear from him. Of course, he's just been informing us why he'll unfortunately be unable to make the trip over to Spain, but the rest of his team will be there facing the Spanish cricket team as well as Portugal. Should be an exciting weekend of cricket. Of course, you're heading over to Barcelona later tonight, and then we'll kick off our final ECS in Spain on Monday.
Yeah, that's going to be a cracking series. I do think Romania with their squad, a few new faces in there, a few Romania A representatives from earlier in the year, but still some very good players in there. Taranjit Singh will lead the side, and we know how good he is. But also great experience. I think Romania would be the first time playing in Barcelona. Well, it is, because it's the first internationals we've had there. Same with Portugal. brilliant ground there, brilliant city. We're going to lose a lot of Grizzlies. Because one side of that Barcelona ground is that left side on the screen. It just goes down a cliff into the city. So these Grizzlies, once they get hit over that fence, left-handers actually have a bit of a responsibility there. Make the balls disappear. Anyway, this one is going miles in the air, and it'll be out of the ground. Maximo. Encore Singh's had a frustrating time there. He's kind of watched the game slip away from a close distance, but he gets 6 back there.
Finally managed to send one over the rope. Encore Singh has been trying to do that for a while, but he gets the 6 over there.
Wide to the cedar and hasn't actually gloved one since I gave him a big pump up. But anyway, he's got an important job to do, obviously, behind the stumps, and with the final still to come. Another wide. Another fumble from Tilacedron. Well, maybe I should say that he's a hopeless wicketkeeper, and then maybe we'll start catching them again. But I suppose at this stage, it's all academic. Nias Mohammed getting a bowl. And just, I think you'll see the Knights cycle through a few bowlers here. I thought that was all right. Maybe it gets a little bit of the tram line. The tank as a batter. And no patience. Probably was wide, actually. Probably got a little bit of the line on the way through. Steps across and hits it, but it's straight up in the air. Should be caught, and it is taken. It's Latif that finishes things off. So the striker's going down in flames now. Encore has to go for 19. It's 46 for 4.
Yeah, he can be very proud of his campaign, Encore Singh. It's come to an end. He won't be too pleased with his innings, of course, knowing his very high standards, but he's batted terrifically throughout these last 3 weeks. His average has been right up there in the 40s. He's had a great strike rate, played some magical innings in some tough spots for the Royal Strikers.
He's a player I like as well. Chanjol Sudasanan coming to the crease. It was really nice to see him make his international debut during the season. I think he kept pretty well in that series in the middle of the year, the Medina Cup and Valletta Cup. Great year for his development. Probably our last chance to have a look at him. Tilacedron almost gets his head taken off. Just can't escape the action since we mentioned it.
He always just takes off from the pitch and really quickens up. So good thing he's got a helmet on.
That's an end of the finger job, I think. Now this is up in the air. Now where's it coming down? Should be caught. Will be caught. Loses the sunglasses but keeps the ball. Strambekal will finish the job, and the strikers really from here looks like they're on the slide. It's 46 for 5.
Yeah, it's just a case now of the Essex Knights enjoying these remaining overs as they see out this victory. It's another good catch. And Chanjul Sudarsno departs. He's going to be greeted by Derek, who's come waddling out a few too many times.
I've noticed
the Royal Strikers' liking.
Noticed Golden Derek runs a lot quicker than normal Derek. Probably because if you have made a first ball, you're pretty desperate to get out of there before anyone notices. More than a regular. Nias will be pretty happy with his figures, 2 for 9. You're wondering if he gets a second over, though, given the match situation. Here comes Savio Thomas. And that one is stopped by the keeper, end of the 6th. And the striker's 46 for 5. Talk about wide pitches. Yeah, Romania's pitch is really wide. The Rome pitch is also really wide. I know you've been to both of those. So I think here in Malta, if they have this issue, I mean, obviously they're not going to relay the pitch for a long time, but when the time comes, maybe that would be, yeah, something to think about. I think a lot of other grounds should look at what they've gone with that 50-metre strip, just making things a bit more comfortable and the footing a bit surer for the bowler and the keeper. Hanging full toss here. It's been called a no ball, and it will be sent away. So not a great start to the over. Yeah. Was it coming down? Maybe, but we know they've been consistent on those. And so Aloysius will cash it in. He'll get a free hit.
Your free hit coming up. Absolutely. I think this ground is absolutely amazing. We're really blessed to have a great pavilion as well, which is, I think, the highlight of this cricket ground here in Marsa. But absolutely, if they can just widen that pitch and get rid of some of those sand pits, that would be a huge, huge plus. keep in mind, this is a very dry country, and the fact that this ground is as green as it is testament to how well they maintain this field.
I'm just going to have a look at what's happening here, because I know Tilsidron's taken a fair few on the end of the fingers and maybe one on the end of the thumb. And I don't know if there's any question about him continuing. Maybe we just need a little bit of attention there, or maybe they're thinking about substituting for another fielder because of those blows he's taken on the hands. It's funny when a keeper gets injured, everyone suddenly wants to do the job. Everyone thinks they can do it. It's actually kind of what got me keeping in the first place. Everyone, like goalkeeping in football, when the goalkeeper gets sent off or you run out of goalkeepers, and there'll be someone that'll be like, yeah, okay, let me do it.
Usually you'd struggle to get someone to volunteer to be the keeper.
You got nothing to lose, really. Strambikal deliver the free hit, and it's hit high. Won't matter if it's caught or not. Well, it might crash into each other anyway. Well, they don't take the catch, but the fact it's knocked away, they'll get back for 2.
Yeah, you can afford to spill it now since this is a free hit. That was Yadav Manu getting underneath it. Not the best technique, and a little bit of miscommunication there, but all's well that ends well. Won't hurt the Edix Knights too much.
That's one I'm probably letting drop and saving my fingers. And also when it drops, it'll probably just plop in front of you. You can pick it up. Anyway, 50's up during the over for Royal Strikers. This is hit down the ground, but it'll just be a single. Of course, some grounds go to extremes as far as how much artificial turf that they will have. Look at Europa Point in Gibraltar, where we had a series earlier in the year. Also in Barcelona, there will be an artificial turf field. You'll see it tomorrow. But doesn't have a natural pitch, or doesn't have a specialist cricket pitch. That's the difference between the Gibraltar field, which is kind of built in a way for cricket, whereas because the Barcelona field has to be made to international baseball regulations, they're not allowed to have a cricket pitch in there. So the pitch is put over the top of the artificial, normally with wood and carpet over the top of it, and it's very batter friendly, bit like the Switzerland pitch. But I have heard it's new. There's a new artificial pitch to go on the artificial. I guess I get to see it tomorrow. Thomas, trying to get off the mark. Won't need to hit this one. This will be down the leg side.
Yeah, that should certainly be quite interesting to see some tomorrow.
And then all we need is a stadium with a roof, and we've done it all.
Yeah. Indoor
Anyone wants to contribute?
Would certainly be very interesting.
We don't get too much rain at Cartermore Oval, so you probably don't need the roof. But when it does rain, it rains pretty heavily. Oops, hit that. No, at least hit the gloves. And so I think that will be a run. Yeah, we had only the one storm there during the ECC, but that was a violent storm. It was coming in sideways that night. I was saturated in the suit. There was nowhere to hide.
That's sort of what it's like in Southern Europe. It doesn't rain often, but when it does, it absolutely pours. It's not the kind of Northern European constant drizzle.
Last ball, the 7th. Oh, he tries to get inventive, but it might work for him. He's going to run away for 4. So Aloysius just crosses his fingers, hopes for the best. Trying to go fine leg, but goes to reverse fine leg. 4 to finish the over, and after 7, the striker 61 for 5.
Nice. I think we won't mind that. Anil Aloysius, he'll take the runs over there. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Gozo Zalmi and Sweet United. Of course, Sweet United advanced to the semi-final despite their match getting washed out in the quarterfinals because they had a better record than Marsa and were the higher seed. Meanwhile, Gozo Zalmi, they're 9-2. They've been in terrific form. You look at the top order: Zishan Khan, Mehboob Ali, Varun Prasad, Adnan Anwar. There is so much quality there.
Have a look at Ajmal's numbers, though, for Sweet United. Hasn't he been evergreen in this series? He's got Kasim up there as well. And Okada is a guy probably hasn't quite lived with the bat to his potential in this series. But that should be a cracking game. Imran Amir as well. Played a lot of national cricket this season. That's coming up in around about. We're scheduled for 20 minutes time. Because we had a 10 minutes later this game, potentially that could be slightly delayed. But we'll keep you up to date with the start time for that one. Interesting that Kevin in the chat saying that there's a 1-year trial on hybrid pitches in first-class cricket in the UK next season if counties want to do it. And I'm quite interested in hybrid pitches. So it's kind of like, yeah, like the name suggests, artificial turf but with natural turf kind of woven in, or artificial turf woven into natural turf. Yeah, curious to see if maybe it's a bit more of a sustainable approach as we head into the future with more cricket being played. Trumpet Carl, I don't know how that's missed, but it does. Malicious, living dangerously. Yeah, but I can tell you what, Barcelona's going to be bonkers. This Spanish team, it'll be the first time that a lot of these guys from the Barcelona region, and that's the majority in this team, have played in front of their sense home crowd, home city crowd. I know a lot of them have played in Desert Springs and Home Murcia and in Cardimer Oval, obviously, but you know, they're quite proud of the part of the country they're from. So I think that'll be brilliant tomorrow. Portugal and Romania hoping to spoil the party. Nias does get a second over in the end here. 2 wickets in his first. This has just worked down the ground for a single.
Absolutely, that is going to be an exciting series. You can see a lot of teams introduce a few different players. We obviously mentioned Romania. We'll see the Fernandos in action for them. Looking forward to seeing them after they really impressed for Romania. And then Spain will shuffle up their lineup a little bit as well. So we're going to see a lot of fresh faces. This one is absolutely blasted. Is this going to land in the archery range?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
It's actually the tennis court.
Well, that's an ace. I'm pretty sure that one was in. Have a look at this. This loads up. Absolutely nails it. That was like watching a golf ball fly, wasn't it? Hey, speaking of the tennis, we played a game of paddle tennis last night. It was quite fun, wasn't it? We played 90 minutes around each other off our feet. I know you're pretty new to the game. You have fun.
No, it's certainly fun. I think, thank you for introducing me to paddle. It's a really entertaining sport, of course. You're an expert at it. I think
No, I
you've been
wouldn't say an
destroying the
expert.
entire Blue Crew
No.
night after night.
I will say something that's funny, though, about your play. This will be a wide. What is funny is that I'll say that you're quite an even-tempered young man and you're a calm kind of a guy and quite insightful. But when you get out on the tennis court, you are super aggressive. That's when it all comes out. I've never seen anyone try and hit the ball harder, which isn't really necessarily what the game's all about. You certainly came out swinging the first night on Tuesday.
No, it's because I just think I'm Roger Federer or something, trying to end everything with the perfect shot. Sort of more of a big hitter, not looking to play rallies. This is an outside edge. It's going to go away for a boundary. Good looking for.
Yeah, we had to change the balls a couple of times because you hit them out of shape. I would say a lot of them went in. I mean, a couple I still think are in the sea that went over the fence last night, Nish, but as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's the main thing. Actually, no, you improved a lot. Even the first night we played, a couple of hours, it's just good to run around. I suppose that's one thing that we don't get enough of during the day, sitting here doing the commentary, and also come from quite a sporting background, so I appreciate the fact that you got involved. It was fun. It's probably a wide, and it'll probably be 5 wides actually. So Nias just losing the handle a bit. Smart batting really. Tulasida, and this is the kind of ball that I suppose he should be trying to get his body behind, but this stage of the game wasn't willing to break a rib. And so the striker's getting a consolation 5 runs there.
I think the key to a sport like paddle is having that willingness to stay in a rally, which unfortunately I like.
I just like running around. That's the thing. I'm the opposite. I just like, actually really enjoy it. I actually really enjoy even the amount of times we're laughing during a rally. When we have a game of doubles or something. The ECN paddle tour, now that would rate. Big swing and a miss here, end of the 8th. Yes, Mohammed finishes with 2 from his first over. That's all he gets. It's 78 for 5.
You sort of got to put away that temptation to try to hit a winner on every shot. You know, often as you mentioned, the harder you hit it, the nicer it comes off the wall.
That's what I
for a
mean.
return,
Yeah, in paddle, it's a bit of a judgment thing about how hard you want to hit it, because if you hit it too hard, because there's walls, it just bounces back, doesn't it? But it is funny. We had the occasional ECN Blue Crew member tantrum as well when we've had paddle here in Malta. I won't go into exactly who, but Mars knows who he is. And also, sometimes we do play in Barcelona as well. It's pretty big in Barcelona. Anyway, this is the start of the 9th. It's going to start with a large blow over mid-wicket. Maximo. Oh, Savio Thomas. Well, he's out there to have a good time. Good footwork there. Really turned that into something a lot fuller than it actually was. And he gets 6.
Yeah, very nice shot there by Savio Thomas. I think they can have a little bit of fun. These two, here obviously their series is coming to an end, so a good chance for them to add a few more ECS runs to their career stats.
Yeah, it takes a bit of pace off this. Same as Stanislaus getting ball here, but he's gone for 2 Maximos as Thomas gets a few consolation shots away.
Your horizontal bat stroke, it's bashed away for a 6.
Oh well, Thomas covering himself in glory. 6 sixes maybe. He's trying. I don't think he's really got this though, and he's going to be gone. That's a good catch. Yeah, the Knights, they have been pretty good in the field as well, setting their standards high. This is Jan Krishnan Srambikal that'll take the catch, running in and anticipating that one really. That'll be 6-6 and out for Savio. Not a bad little cameo from him though. He'll be the 6th wicket to force. 90 now for 6.
Yeah, a good little effort here by Stanislaus. He gets it for a couple of 6s and then hits a boundary. Gotta say, the Royal Strikers, this is the 2nd series in a row they're going to fall short in the semi-finals. What do you think is holding them back from actually making that final?
Depends how you look at it. I mean, in a way, they've come a long way to consistently be in the top 4. I actually see it as a positive. I remember when the Strikers first came in, they struggled a bit, as a lot of new teams do. So, yeah, obviously they're not quite where some of these teams are now, like where the Knights are at the moment. Gozo Zalmi and Sweet United, the way they're playing their cricket. But I don't think it's necessarily a negative. I think that having players like Pushparajans around is huge. You can already see that rubbing off in his teammates. I think even this game, if they had maybe had a bit more of a slice of luck, if Pushparajan clicks here with the bat, if they had maybe had the call go their way against Stanislaus early, put a different spin on the first innings, maybe kept them to 120 or something like that. It's not a game that's unwinnable. But look, yeah, I still think you're making the top 4. You're doing a lot of things right. Maybe not concentrate too much on the fact they haven't quite made it all the way yet. The more cricket they play together, the better they'll get. And I see that with teams like the Knights.
I think maybe what they might be looking for is if they can get one more batter in the spinner. I think they don't quite have as many spin options as some of the really good sides do. So
that's a good point. Yeah, left-handed options, not too many of those either with the bat in the air and caught. So this will be the end of the 9th over. Stanislaus burgles 2 wickets in the 9th, and so the Strikers will head into the 10th at 94 for 7.
This is a well held on to, comes off the toe end of the back. He probably left it alone and would have gone for a wide. But a good catch taken there by Sujith Sukumaran.
Yeah, and Sujith, don't think he's bowled yet. Maybe auditioning for the 10th over by holding the ball. It's always like that in the kind of street cricket, the gully cricket. If you take a catch, then you get a bat, or you get a bowl at least. You get to do something. So last over come out for the Strikers again. And they'll be disappointed they don't make it to the big dance, but they can be proud, I think, of their efforts in this series. Just Matthew says, no, I'll have my 2nd over, thanks. Good prep for the final. And you see with Jace, he gets a lot of outswing early. Now he's come back in the 10th. He's kind of lost that natural shape. But he's bowled really well. He's a bit of an unsung hero as well, I think. The captain. He's had a very, very good series.
Just 5 balls away from rubber stamping their place in the final now. The Knights, that one's going to be the wide. And, this is just such a strong team. It's hard to see how you'd actually beat them. You'd obviously just have to hope that, they have a bit of an off day. It is a 10-over match after all. But you're going to have to get early wickets when you play against them. Look to get Pascal George and Stanislaus out early, and then just hope you can somehow contain that middle order a little bit. I think the one thing, though, is that the 2 sides still remaining in this competition have enough power hitting where they could go toe-to-toe with the Knights in a final. And I think the umpire there is just indicating that's brushed the thigh pad along the way.
I think it's a good call. Credit to the umpires as well. I mean, as an umpire, it's one of those things. You want to be perfect, but you're never going to be perfect. But if you aim for perfection, you might catch excellence along the way. And I think they have here. I think they've been brilliant. It's been one of our key indicators as well. Oh. Well, it's going to be gone. I think that's Aloysius. It's going to have to go in the end. But they couldn't really decide if they were coming or going at 6s and 7s here. Rajan's come out, number 1. He said, I wouldn't mind the idea of getting on strike. And then they kind of just want to have a bit of a chat about it. You can see Aloysius is the closest to that end where the ball hits the stump. So he's going to be run out, but I liked his innings. He was able to hit 3 Maximos, 2 4s in his 30. But Tilda turns the fumble into a wicket, and the strike is 95 for 8.
Oh, the wicket falls here for the Royal Strikers. We're just 3 balls away now from exiting this competition. We'll take another look at the wicket there. Just it's almost like his controller disconnects in the video game, and he's been dismissed.
I mean, at this stage, it's a bit of a heartbroken batting crew that's out there. There was nobody in the picture when that ball hit the stumps. And so, continue. Clinto Paul gets off the mark. It's a pretty tight single, but he's off the mark with 1.
Yeah, Royal Strikers are currently at 96 for 8. We've got 2 balls left in this innings.
Puts his head down and runs, but if that hits the stumps, he's going to go for a golden derrick, but he will survive. 2 to come in semi-final number 1. For bowl, Jace Matthew. So, yeah, the Knights, they've made it to their final. I think from memory, it's their 3rd final that they've made in ECS. And both the others, they haven't been able to win. They lost to Marsa once. They also had a washout against Marsa in 1. So here we go. All over, and it will be the Knights that run out winners. Final score, Index Knights 149, Royal Strikers 96. The margin of victory is 53 runs, and the Knights flawless in this European Cricket Series, make it 12 in a row, the first team to book their place in the decider.
Yeah, big congratulations to the Knights. They thoroughly deserve this victory, and it's been a very impressive campaign for them. They move on to 12 straight victories. They're going to the final. As for the Royal Strikers, once again, their series is going to end in the semifinals. They're a strong side, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to advance to the final. Here's a look at the finals day schedule. The Knights are moving on, and they'll face the winner of that matchup between Gozo Zalmi and Sweet E United. That should be an exciting game. We can't wait to bring that to you in a few moments. But before we have that game, let's relive the highlights of this second innings. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard as well for the upcoming matchup. Of course, Zishan Khan, Mehboob Ali Prasad, the players look out for the Gozo Zalmi and Sweet E United so far. Very, very big game, very exciting game. 2 teams with some very similar attributes are gonna go up against each other. Here, look at the highlights of this innings. Priyan Pushparajan was rather lucky to survive that early chance, and then Ashwin Raju, well, he was kind of caught in 2 minds trying to play a stroke, and instead he would pop one up for Nias Muhammad, which should be taken well at mid-on.
Yeah, look, I think in the end, Pushparajan just didn't quite find his timing, but he wasn't allowed to as well, and had some streaky moments while he was there. Remember the first ball that he faced, the first ball of the innings, was almost towards the field. Another one popped. It was 3rd time unlucky for Priyan. And so with him going cheaply, it was always going to be tough. The other thing is Chamkos, he click either. So yeah, really, they fell behind, and it was a long way back. I mean, they battled bravely, I think, to knock on the door of 100 in the end. You can see Chamkos, he certainly had the right approach, didn't he? But it wasn't really happening for him. But the Knights, I think they knew pretty much at the halfway point of that innings they'd done enough, and then it was a matter of just kind of tuning up, maybe deciding who they wanted to get a bowl heading into the final.
Well, just to take a look at this catch that was taken out in the deep by Strumbikal, well held on to. You got to say the Knights were very impressive with their fielding. They didn't put much down, and right on cue, we see one of the few drops they had during that innings.
That was a free hit, I think, so I weren't too worried about it anyway. But look, in the end, you got to feel for the Strikers. I mean, they can be proud of their contribution, I think, as well. I think to make the top 4 in what has been probably the strongest set of sides, I think every time we come, it gets stronger. And so they've done well. Hope they keep improving. Hope they keep enjoying their cricket. Of course, normally there'd be a bronze final, play for bronze, but with the schedule today, this will be the end of their European Cricket Series. And Matthew bowled the last over, decided like another one. Tilacederan was able to hit the stumps. There was no one home as far as the batters were concerned. But after the 10, it was all they wrote, and you can see the Knights, well, they're pretty happy to be in the final once again. But yeah, still no trophy in the cabinet. They'll be pretty keen to have that trophy there by the end of the day. Looking at the scorecard, Pushparajan only 8 opening up, and Raju went for a golden duck. Chamkor Singh with 19, and Aloysius with a cameo. But the game was all but gone by the time he came to the crease. 30 for him, 14 for Savio Thomas, as the strikers end up with 96. As far as the wickets went, 2 wickets each for Nias Mohammed and Samuel Stanislaus getting the biggest. Tramakar with 1, Trust Matthew with 1, Justin Sharjah with 1. Nick Babu just bowled the 1 over wicketless, but only went for 8 runs. I still don't have any information about any delay, but I imagine we'll be slightly delayed in the second semi-final. So keep an eye on your screen. Until we next see you, it's Finney Sounder here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt and Golden Derek. Well, bad sign for any batters coming out to open up in semi-final 2. Back with Zalmi versus Sweet United here on finals day in the European Cricket Series, Malta Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Beautiful sunshine as we get ready for the second match of the day. And of course, this is the second semi-final. This will see the defending champions and ECL representatives of Malta for 2024. Gozo Zalmi, they're taking on Sweetie United. They're another team that have done some very, very good things this year in ECN cricket. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We've got Stefan Gooch with the two captains.
Sweetie to call. Heads is called. It is heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Sweetie have won the toss and they are batting.
So Sweetie United win the toss and they have elected to bat. Look, I like that. I think Go set the pace, maybe try and put some pressure on the strong Gozo Zalmi batting in the second half of this game. Now, Sweetie United, I've said this before, they are one of the most improved teams, I think, in Malta in the ECN era. They used to be perennial kind of strugglers, but we know that earlier this year, they won all of their matches, in fact, 18 matches in a row on the way to the finals, but then just kind of had an off day with the bat, and that meant that they were out of that earlier ECS this year. Now, they did have a good win yesterday. Now, okay, against Gozo Zalmi, it is going to be a tough one, but they do have some really good players that I think will be hoping to shine and send Sweetie into their first ever ECN final. For Gozo Zalmi, though, of course, their big opening combination of Zishan Khan and Mehboob Ali, aka Lala, they will be important in the second half of this game. But how many will they be chasing? The other thing is Gozo Zalmi, at times their bowling has been a little bit off, so they're going to have to get it right. Big game on the line, spot in the final at stake. Let's go over to Nish Butt now as we get ready for the start of semi-final number 2. I can tell you the news from the toss out here, Nish, is that Sweetie United, they've won the toss. They want to have a hit. Over to you. Let's get ready for the match.
Absolutely. Really pumped for this game. This is going to be a great semi-final. This is a semi-final I was looking forward to the most coming in here this morning. We'll just have a look at the Marsa Cricket Ground. We're just going to zoom down and have a look at this pitch. Should be a great pitch to play on. It's dried out nicely. The sun's been out for the last few hours. It's pretty dry out there, so it's going to be good conditions for Sweetie United to bat in, and they'll be hoping to post a really big total. Mohammed Qasim and Mohammed Ajmal will probably open the batting for Sweetie United. The two of them have been in terrific form throughout this series. They've got plenty of batting depth. You know, both these teams are built very similar ways. I think they've got a lot in common. Gozo Zalmi are 64% favorites heading into this game. Probably understandably so, since Gozo Zalmi have had a slightly better record. The Sweetie United on their day can beat anyone. This is a very strong unit. And the only issue for them during the group stages was they'd have a couple of off days every now and then. You know, sometimes struggle against an underdog team they really should have put away a lot more easily. But there is so much quality in this team, and this is going to be such an incredible semi-final. And it looks like it's two openers are out there and ready to get things underway. We got Qasim and Ajmal, as expected, opening the batting. Deep third is in place, as well as a deep square leg. So a very traditional sort of T20 field here for Ajmal. He can bowl the short one as well if he wants, so expect him to hit a good length here. Here we go. First ball. Who's going to join the Edix Knights in the semi-final? We start off with a dot ball. Yeah, good delivery. He just gets plenty of movement back in. Mohammed Ajmal. That's why he's just got that square leg in place. A bit of width on offer there. And it's a good stop to making sure that's just a single by Waqar Mahmood. So Ajmal is going to be on strike. He's been in outstanding form throughout this series, averaging 51 with a strike rate of 225. And he's been just as good with his bowling as well. And we talk about evergreen cricketers. Mohammed Ajmal certainly is one of them. He proves that age is just a number. Still dominating cricket in Malta at his age. to push this one away. First single is going to be a quick single. Ajmal scampers across rapidly. He gets off the mark as well. Teams have had a really hard time trying to get Mehboob Ali away throughout this series. It's been an incredible form. His bowling has been almost as impressive as his batting, and this is a very good shot here by Qasim. Bit too short, a bit too wide, and it gets cut away. Needs to get a lot straighter here. Mehboob Ali, particularly with the field he has set. Goes away for a 4. Nice stroke there by Qasim. Mehboob Ali, for him, the most impressive thing has been his economy rate. I think teams have been quite defensive when facing him. Had an economy rate of 6.6 throughout this series. When do you ever hear that in a long T10 series? Bowled almost 20 overs as well over these past 3 weeks. And he's going at just a shade above a run the ball. That's just testament to how good a bowler he's been and how much teams have struggled to get him away. I think we just have a brief delay here as the ball is, I think we might have a new ball sent out here. Might have just hit it out of shape there, Qasim. Qasim, he's had a solid series as well. Strike rate of 250, averaging 24. 330 plus scores as well. Going down the leg side, it has been given out. So the umpire thinks there's a little bit of an edge there. Qasim is absolutely stunned. I was wondering if he just maybe brushed some thigh pad along the way, but we'll have a look to confirm. Well, what do all of you at home think about that decision? I think I can understand why Qasim might be a bit frustrated, but is there a bat there? Was it just off the side of his thigh pad? I think I understand why Qasim is frustrated, but the umpire's given him out, and that's all that matters. Ajmal gets a wicket in the first over, and Mohammad Qasim is absolutely annoyed walking off here. And it's an early wicket for Gozo Zalmi. A rough start for Sweetie United. So Imran Amir is coming in at number 3. He's had a bit of a difficult ECS. Not quite been able to make the runs he would wanted. But all of that will be forgotten if he can play a big innings here and take his team to the final. Of course, this match is a rematch of the second semi-final. We had back in February where Sweetie United were coming in off an undefeated campaign. They went 18-0. This is a good ball, comes back in a lot, getting a lot of in-swing here. As usual, Mehboob Ali. Dot ball to end the over. And they're 6 for 1 at the end of the first. Of course, we've got 23 days to go until the ECC double. They're going to be shining a spotlight on women's cricket to round out the year. We'll get to witness some great teams: Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, the England 11, who are just coming in to replace France, and Austria battle it out in what should be an incredible tournament to round out another great season of European cricket. We'll just return to live action. Of course, Sweetie United are 6 for 1, and as I was mentioning, you know, they lost in the second semi-final to Gozo Zalmi back in February. Sweetie United were coming off an 18-0 campaign. Gozo Zalmi, you know, probably didn't have the best group stages, but then they just caught fire during the elimination round. They ran the gauntlet, made it to the semi-final, and then bowled out Sweetie United for 62 in the second innings after setting a target of 113. It was a real shocker for Sweetie United, who came on the big stage and had a pretty poor performance. Of course, keep in mind, Sweet United advanced to the semi-finals courtesy of a washout yesterday where Marsa were unfortunately eliminated because of their poorer record and lower ranking. This is struck away very nicely, but straight to the fielder, Mehboob Ali, and it's a disastrous start for Sweet United. Shades of that semi-final back in February. Two of the Dangerman fall, Qasim and Ajmal. Ajmal, who's hardly put a foot wrong for this entire month, is going to depart having made just one run. It's that man, Mehboob Ali, who's making the impact to start off. He takes a big catch here, and the way he struck that, you thought it was going to go over the rope, but Mehboob Ali covers so much ground really quickly, and he's going to hold on to a really difficult catch. Couple of huge blows here for Sweet United, and Gozo Zalmi are off to the perfect start. We're going to need to see a few players step up here for Sweet United, who've maybe not quite been able to make enough runs over these last 3 weeks. But wow, Gozo Zalmi, the real statement of intent to start proceedings. Oh, this is just going to go over the ball. Oh, it could be a run out. Imran Amir just given up. You know, he could have just, he actually didn't need to attempt that direct hit. He could have gone to the stumps and had a much easier throw. I think that's what Mehboob Ali's trying to say. Let's have a look at this. Huge mix-up. Imran Amir, well, it's a huge amount of indecision there. And I think big Lala Mehboob Ali will be absolutely gutted. He hasn't got the run out there. If the third wicket falls, that would have been a real disaster for Sweet United. Already in dire straits as things stand. A great shorter delivery there by Sharjeel. A fantastic delivery. And they're absolutely pumped. They're on it to start off, Gozo Zalmi. Getting a lot of movement as well. Oh, the fielder could be interested. Is actually going to go over his head. And Puneet Patel sees one sail over the boundary at deep third. Just for a moment, he looked a little bit interested, but it's going to be a 6. They needed that 6. They really did. Sweet United. Fifth ball of the over coming up. Oh, this is more of a thickish outside edge, so it goes finer. But it's a well cut out by Patel in the deep. He's saved aside 3 runs. Yeah, this man, Imran Amir, he's going to have to find a way to turn around his form. You know, he's an accomplished batter. We know that he's played quite a bit for the Maltese national team. This is his moment. He needs to play a big semi-finals innings. He hasn't had the form during the group stages. All that matters is how you play on the big day. It's finals Friday. Where are we going to see the Imran Amir we've seen so many times in the past? He plays this one out towards a mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. He gets off the mark. At the end of 2 overs, Sweet United are 14 for 2. Great start for Gozo Zalmi. Here's a look at the standings of how Group A finished. Of course, Sweet United were in second place behind the Knights, who were perfect during the group stages and have advanced to the finals. Are we going to see an all Group A final? Well, it's going to take something special from United over these next few overs. I think United, you know they have the quality. They've got a lot of great players, but you know, at times they've turned up on a few big days, had some shocking performances. Of course, we saw that stunning defeat they had at the hands of Overseas. And they had a couple of big scores. They also struggled to defend. Amir just hits this straight to Sharjeel. I like the fact that they're continuing Ali here. Keep him on now. And if he sneaks in another good over, then Sweetie United, well, they'll be behind the 8 ball for the entire innings. It's another dot ball. Yeah, they need to just figure out a plan to play Mehboob Ali. Maybe if that means just going across, you know, he gets a lot of in-swing and then trying to hit it towards a vacant boundary on the leg side. They've got to do something. They can't just keep prodding these back straight at fielders. Goes for the Yorker there, Ali. Just going to be 1 run. And a very impressive opening bowling performance by this tandem of Sharjeel and Ali, who so often got Gozo Zalmi off to great starts with the ball in hand. Keep in mind, there's so many good options here for Gozo Zalmi. You still have Nikol Koshal, who's probably going to bowl the next over. Great left arm spinner who bowls for the Maltese national team. They got Rahman, who's found some good form over these last few days. A good shot there by Rameshan. It's going to pierce the gap and go away for a 4. Really, really good shot. We'll have another look at that. Goes right through the gap, and it goes away for a boundary. Nice ball there to come back by a Big Lala, just around the rib cage. It's so hard to play deliveries in that area, but they're going to have to be a little bit brave here, Sweetie United. You know, there's just no point knocking the ball around. You know, if they only get to 80 or 90, then they're not going to be able to defend that against this quality Gozo Zalmi side. Got to show a bit of courage and look to play the big shots. It doesn't get any easier from here. Last ball of the power play coming up. Ali decides to go round the wicket. And I'm not sure that was the right move. He's doing pretty well over the wicket. And he's going to have to pay for that one. It's a big 6. Just the second maximo of this power play. And it will go the distance. And Sweetie United are going to be 25 for 2 at the end of the power play. We'll have a look at the comparison of these two lineups. You can just see it's a star-studded game. So many great players on both sides. You know, obviously for Sweetie, Qasim and Ajmal, 2 of those standout players have been sent back to the dugout. And this man is still there, Imran Amir. He's going to have to turn his form around and play a big innings. Here's Nikol Koshal. We always see bowl the first over after the power play. He's had an incredible series, and absolutely outstanding. And the leading wicket takers, he's had an impressive economy rate, and all that has earned him a place in the Maltese national team. Is he going to elevate this over the fielder? No, he won't. So Imran Amir is not going to be able to turn his form around with the bat in hand. He picks out Mehboob Ali, who has been involved in all 3 wickets so far this innings. Nikol Koshal does what he does so well. He picks up his 17th wicket of this series. And he's now continuing to extend his lead at the top of the leading wicket takers tally. He's a strike rate of 8 throughout this series. That just tells you what a consistent wicket taker he has. He has an incredible economy rate too. The lowest economy rate of anybody in the top 10 wicket takers. You know, he's got an economy rate of just 8. So, I mean, how good is it to have a bowler like that who can consistently take wickets, and he also won't give away any runs? And on comes Jaspal Singh. And that's another dot ball. He's a really good thinking cricketer, Nikil Kaushal. You can often see him, he mixes up his bowling well. Bowl some orthodox leg spinners, but then also throw in some slower balls, a few top spinners as well. That's just going to be a single as Singh gets off the mark. So a lot of pressure on Rameshan now to play big innings. He's on the 17 of 7. Oh, gets a lot of turn there, Kaushal. Really ripped that one. Enormous amount of spin. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, huge amount of turn. It's going to be played out towards the offside for a single. It's just another quiet over by Nikil Kaushal. Something we've seen him do so well throughout this series, so often. It's 2 runs off this over so far, and he's managed to get a wicket. Yeah, Sweet United, I mean, if they can even get to triple digits from here, it will be a pretty impressive performance. What a beautiful delivery there. Almost gets the outside edge. We'll have another look at that. Great bit of bowling. And the 4th over comes to an end. Sweet United are 27 for 3. Gozo Zalmi off to an absolute dream start in the second semi-final. We'll have a look at the run rate so far for Sweet United. Just 1 over. That's gone to double digits. That was the 3rd one by Mehboob Ali. But other than that, it's all been a bit too quiet from Sweet United's perspective. We'll see Rahman come into bowl. You know, he's been pretty decent these last few days. He's just brought in for Gozo Zalmi this past week. Just see some of those clouds in the distance. Well, hope they stay away. You know, we were quite fortunate with the weather yesterday. I think some of our worst fears thankfully didn't come true. Of course, this is a good chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu to the commentary off.
Yeah, nice to be back. And look who's coming on. It's going to be Fazil Rahman. He's had an interesting tournament, hasn't he? Kind of mercurial player, but unpredictable. Let's see what kind of finals day he has coming into bowl the 5th.
Great bit of pace. He's a real steam engine. Runs in hard. Looks to hit the deck hard as well.
Yeah, just gets a little bit of line, I think, on the way through. Not far away, though. He's got that X factor, though, doesn't he, Fazil? Always fun to watch. Gozo Zalmi, defending champions. Sweet United. Oh, brave to bat first. I think it's a good decision. Well, I thought it was at the time, but let's not forget what happened last time these two teams met in the finals game. Sweet United had a flawless 18-0 record, but Gozo Zalmi spoiled the party, didn't they, in the semi-final of the earlier series this year?
They absolutely did. And they got off to a start very similar to this in that match as well, Sweet United. So it's a bit of deja vu for them. Keep in mind they were restricted to just 62 runs in that semi-final. And he's looking to advance down the wicket, hit that Hollywood shot over a deep extra cover. This is so hard to hit. I mean, you have to be one of the very best players in the game to hit something like that. 2
good bowlers in a row. I mean, Nikil Kaushal really showed what a good left-arm orthodox spinner looks like last over, didn't he? Not just sliding in, but challenging the outside edge of the bat with some genuine turn and bounce out of this pitch. Sweet United are having their feet put to the fire at the moment. Hello to Andy House as well, who's in the chat, saying it was a tremendous over last over. Also, I've got some news for you, Housey.
This will be played out towards 3rd. Man, great to hear from Andy. Of course, he was here in Malta earlier in this series, so I hope he's doing well right now.
So the news is the Tex-Mex, where we like to get our mac and cheese, has closed down on the strip. Apparently it's moved though, so it has, but it's not walking distance anymore. And that happened 3 or 4 days ago. So breaking restaurant news. I know it's a bit early for food chat, but we don't have a game 4 today. Oman, though, not getting away at all. I mean, this run rate's almost back down to run a ball.
Yeah, that's big news. Haven't heard of that place though, but yeah, there's a lot of great restaurants around the area where we're based in.
Yeah,
a wide range of different cuisine. This one is just tucked away towards third. It's going to be a single for Singh.
And Ramison, 19. Look, Zalmi, they got firepower in the second half of this game, no doubt about it, but you know, they can also implode. I mean, they went for 74. They only made 74 in the final. The thing is, they were good enough to defend it on that occasion.
Well, this is played out very nicely by Ramation. That's a really good shot. You know, he's attempting a Yorker there, Rahman. He's almost nailed it, but he just turns his wrist, opens the face of the bat, and strikes him behind point for a 4.
That's a remarkable shot. That's actually shot of the day for me, considering that was right where Rahman wanted it. Look, still with that, it's a good over, and he goes for 7. Yeah, it's 34 for 3 after 5. This is where we are on finals day, with the strikers falling by the wayside. First semi-final, it was the Knights that did it fairly comfortably in the end. 53 runs the margin. Goes Ozalmi and Sweet United. Only room for one of them to take on the Knights. Now the Knights are into their 4th ever ECS final, but guess what? They've never won one. They've had 2 losses and a washout in their 3 previous ECS finals, so they'll be hoping this is their time. And that final is coming up in around about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Just the 3 matches here on finals day in Malta. So no matter who Knights play, it'll be a cracking decider, no doubt. One of these teams you're watching right now are going to the big dance. The other team, their ECS, will be over at the end of this second semi-final.
Asim Abbas coming in, the Malta international bowler. You know, he starts off with a really good one. He just sees him advancing, so he's just followed the batter really well. Maybe with a direct hit, that one could have been close.
This is pretty lazy running, if I'm honest, by Jaspal Singh. He would have been run out here. And I say run, there wasn't much running about it. He just trots, but even though he gets the message late, if this hits, he's gone. And so, yeah, if you've burned a few balls, that's one thing. If you get out in that fashion, put pressure on your teammates, that's even worse, I think. And he's saying he couldn't believe in 14 nights he didn't make it there, but shows how good some of the other options are. True, but Andy, next time we're in Malta together, we'll take a short trip to St Julian's. It's only about 10 minutes away, and we'll check it out. Yeah, we are spoilt for choice here in Malta, and there's such a great variety of options as well. Mazim is kind of a human highlight reel.
Oh, great ball again by Abbas. He's just bowling at the body, cutting out any room. This one, he's probably going to be safe there, Ramation, but it looks like it struck him somewhere around the torso.
Yeah, it's a good bit of fielding. I think he's home here. And we'll see the augmented reality in a second. I wouldn't say it was the most direct route there, but I think he's just made it. Good work by Wasim Abbas. Ooh, okay. Well, let's see if we can take that line off, put it back on again. Oh, I mean, I thought he was in. Maybe that's one of those ones that you say you're not going to change the decision. I suppose the biggest difference here is if normally the line goes over the bat, whereas normally the bat goes over the line when we use the augmented reality. So I actually still think he's probably in there.
Yeah, great bit of work there by Spring Production, our director Andres, adding in that unofficial line. I think that line is just a touch thicker than the actual line.
The first thing that I realized is, so when you have the line on the NFL or something like that, is that the real things go over the line. That's so if you run in the way of the line, you see your body, not the line, right? Oh, wow, that's not a bad shot at all. He gets on the leg stump and he turns on it. Maximo! Jaspal Singh has been living dangerously, and this one is dangerous for the fielding team. 6 runs.
Just the third Maximo so far this innings. A really good shot by Jaspal Singh. You know, Andy House, he's begging pardon. I should say, Wasim Abbas has really been targeting that sort of body line sort of region. And Singh this time makes the right adjustment to elevate it over the rope.
Oh, some thunder has been heard at the ground. That's the reports I'm getting. Hopefully stays good for us as Abbas gets this one through Jaspal Singh.
Yeah, good back and forth here between Abbas and Singh. I believe you just heard a little bit of thunder in the distance. I'm being informed by the director.
Yeah. Well, let's see if it's... oh, now I hear it.
And this is absolutely smacked. You can see those clouds overhead. Really concerning as he hits that 6. And to keep in mind, rain wouldn't help Sweet United too much. They have a worse record than Gozo Zalmi. Gozo Zalmi were the higher seed, and there's some of those menacing clouds just starting to come overhead.
All right.
Yes,
I'm going to the radar. Uh-oh.
Goes for the big swing there, Singh, but I think everyone's just a little bit distracted by those clouds. You can even see some of the fielders are having a look at it.
Yeah, working out the most direct route out of there. The lightning-proof coat coming out to the umpires as well. End of the 6th over, 48 for 3.
You got to say, though, Gozo Zalmi bowling terrifically these last few overs. You know, but they've been on the money, very accurate. And Sweet United just need to try to way to get to the triple digits mark, at least get to 100 or 105 and give their bowlers something to defend. It's going to be so hard considering you still have a Nikhil Kaushal over, and you got Sharjeel and Rahman still to bowl, who've been terrific throughout this game and series. It's going to have to be a little bit brave here, Sweet United.
All right, he bowled so well in the first over, didn't he? Here he comes again. Again, this isn't one that really turns right to left, but it's the overspin takes it over the bat and just sneaks that foot back. It's actually already fine, but he lifted it for no particular reason. Some sorts of alarms going off. Just looking at the concern from everyone around the ground. It's, I think that something's coming here.
Yeah, this is really nicely struck. Brings out the old slog sweep there, Rameshan, and he batters it over mid-wicket for a 6. They need to put some pressure back on Kaushal.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, that one was taken off a length. Just a slog sweep job. Plays it on length. Hit it well. Look, if we do get an interruption here, you might as well just throw the stick at it. Maybe DLS could be your friend. You never know.
And where is this going to land? It's going to land safely for a single. That's the thing with Kaushal. If you hit him for a 6, then he always comes back with a nice variation. This is struck out towards a square leg. And it's going to be another single.
Well, it's a strange sky, isn't it? You've got the blue sky on one side of the ground, and you've got the very black cloud on the other, and you wonder who's going to win the battle here.
Oh, top edge. Where is this going to go? And the fielder's not quite able to hold on to it. Good effort there by Puneet Patial. We've seen him patrolling that third man region quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it does well to get to it. I suppose he'll be disappointed he can't hold on. You'll see him appear about now. Just didn't quite organise the dive, but the effort was there. That's the main thing. Andy says that might be the alarm to get everyone off the golf course. So obviously they know something's up.
And this is an absolutely stunning hit. It's going to end up in the tennis court as well. And let's see if Sweet United can deposit a few more there. An incredible hit. And finally some runs off of Nikhil Koshalova. You don't often see him going for 15.
You know, the thing is, when you've got somebody that is such a good bowler, if you do get a bad ball, you better put it away. And, yeah, that was a very good way for Sweet United to fight back at the end of that over. 63 for 3 after 7. And, of course, the first ever ECCW will be taking place 17th of December, and we're just over 3 weeks away now. 5 nations, including the England 11. That was announced during the week. So I know that we're really looking forward to that. 23 matches will be the magic number. Match 23 will be the final. We'll be giving away our first ever ECCW trophy. For more information, all the fixtures are up on the website at the moment, ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. And yeah, the squads, they'll be coming in over the next few days, I imagine.
There was quite a bit of talk yesterday, of course, about what will the England squad look like now that the England 11 will be replacing France, and who we'll see from their side. So that should be interesting to look out for. It's a Sharjeel bowling this 8th over. Just straight down the leg side here, and it's going to be a wide. I think Sharjeel is just going to have to be another bowler they're really going to need to target. You know, he's generally pretty good, but he has a knack for going for an expensive over every now and then. Just loses his shape a little bit every couple of games. And this is another great hit. He's tried to dig one in short, and a full credit to Ramesh. He just makes the room to elevate it over third. It's 6 more runs.
Yeah, catches up with this one really nicely. Uses the pace to his advantage. So Sweet United not going quietly, are they? It's the fact they've been restricted more than the fact they've lost a lot of wickets here. The fact that Gozazami, they want to keep them down below 10 over, despite the fact that we've only actually seen 5 batters at the crease. Bit of a fight back coming in the last over and a bit.
Oh, and this one could be a no ball. It's gonna go away for 4-leg buys.
Yeah, I might have just tipped it last moment. Let's have a look. Yeah. It's a funny one, really.
This is the thing with Sharjeel, you know, usually he's such a high-quality bowler. You can just see it dips enough there.
Dips just enough, probably. So it'll go down as 4-leg buys, but still 4 to the total.
Yeah, he's usually a quality bowler, but every couple of games he just goes for one magical or supersonic over. Is this going to be that one? Oh, this is a rather awkward shot by Ramesh, but it's going to land safely. And it's just going to be the one run. The keeper's going to go for the direct hit. And you just wonder what would have happened if he'd managed to get it.
Yeah, it was going to be tight, wasn't it? Yeah, probably didn't need a throw because I think he'd been home, but didn't save a run. That's the whole point. But I suppose he had a fielder backing up, so he thought, oh, what's the harm? Maybe he can get rid of one of these threats. Hello to Auntie Ray. Raylene, watching from Australia, I think. Saying that Glenn Tavilla's watching there as well. Liking Zishan's new hat. Zishan's always keeping up with the fashion.
Incredible hit by Singh. This one is archery range bound, and that's where it's going to end up. An enormous hit by Singh.
Well, you're drawing the short straw if you're going to go get that grizzly ball, because you'll be dodging arrows like it's the 1860s in the Wild West. And so it's Jaspal who's making hay under the cloud. Sharjeel, 2 to come in his spell.
Another Maximo. This is an incredible hit. It's ended up just in front of the tennis court, horizontal bat stroke, and batters it away. Well, this is just the partnership Sweet United needed. You know, we said they had to try to get to at least triple digits, but now they might be looking at 120.
Well, Jaspal Singh, he's a guy who we've even seen batting in the top 3 for Malta in the ECC. But despite that, this is actually his equal top score ever in an ECN T10 match. And he wants more, and he's on right now. He doesn't quite time this as well. but maybe not a bad thing because it means he keeps the strike. So Sweet United, they're coming with a rush, and it's a pair of snowmen. 88 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, good slower ball there. Run at the end by Shergill.
So I have to digress into a bit of food chat. We've got Auntie Ray watching from Australia. She's a big Gozo's Army supporter, and they are eating barbecue shapes. And you won't have any idea what I'm talking about, Nish, but they're kind of like a snack, like a salty kind of, they're a salty biscuit snack.
They look like crackers, sort of.
Yeah, like salty crackers. There's pizza shapes, there's barbecue shapes. No one really knows what's in them. Their ingredients list looks like a bunch of lottery numbers, but they are a certain delicacy in Australia. And when Glenn has been here in Malta, he's often treated Corey and I to a box of pizza shapes, which have disappeared pretty quickly. So hello to you guys down there. Be good evening, I suppose. It's an interesting one. Probably just below the shoulder, but at the crease it might have been above. Rahman's back.
This one is struck towards long off. Is it going to find the fielder? No, it won't. It goes over Zishan Khan's head, and it's a 6. So they continue this great display of clean hitting.
Well, Sweet United were kind of on the canvas, but they have gotten up and they're throwing a few punches here. And now Jaspal does have his highest score on ECN. I still find that quite amazing that he's never scored a 50 considering how good he is. Maybe it's because we don't always see him up the top or near the top. Rahman.
Out towards mid-wicket and a good bit of fielding by Prashad. That was not easy. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, these two came together. It was 25 for 3 at the start of the 4th over. And so far they've put on 70. And it's not just the fact they put on 70, they've done it in 26 balls. So, they're motoring. Gozo Zalmi lost the momentum.
Outside edge, is it going to carry to the fielder? No, it won't. He just needed to grow a couple more inches there, Puneet Patel, and he might have had a chance. But it's going to go over his head for a 6, and now the momentum is starting to swing a little bit. We said Sweet United need to try to get to 100. They've got there with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, look at that. It's a bit of a hope job, isn't it? Patel got a finger on it, but it goes up and over. And yeah, Sweet United now, they're on kind of 117 pace. The kind of rate they're going right now, they might be able to get mid-120s. Gozo Zalmi, I still think if you offered them 120, 125 to chase, they'd be happy enough with that. But this game's taken a turn. And these two teams, they're star-studded, they're power-packed. And so right now they're giving us a real show. A few people in Australia just mentioning how hard it is to describe to other people what barbecue shapes are. Because, I can't really call them biscuits because in most countries, biscuits are kind of sweet, right? So crackers is a good way to do it. And they're called shapes because they come in all different shapes, strange shapes like hexagons and triangles and things like that. Enough of food chat for now because we've got a game in our hands, folks. Last ball of the night coming up.
Nice. Hit the Yorker there really well, Rahman. I think what I've been most impressed by him over these last few days is just the consistency with which he hits that Yorker. Direct hit, he was in a little bit of trouble. But they had to take that one on. The penultimate over comes to an end, 14 runs off it. And we've seen a good little comeback between overs 6 and 9 by Sweet United. They're just starting to get some runs on the board here. They've managed to make about 70 runs in these last 4 overs.
Yeah, so here's the thing. If you want to look at the kind of last 4 overs, you mentioned that they have gotten 68 runs, which is pretty good scoring. But if you want to look at the first 4 overs, they got 27. So it's a big difference. Sweet United have given themselves a fighting chance here. You can see 37%. Win predictor's back. That's nice. Happy to see it back. Abbas comes back to bowl the 10th.
And Boss just his tactics sort of been just to follow the batter, try to bowl it really close to their body throughout this innings. And there's been a few times he's missed and he's been punished for it.
Yeah, that's true. Well done to these two. They've kind of sucked up the pressure and then put a mirror back up to Gozo Zalmi.
No, he went for the wide Yorker, but he misses it, and it's going to be a 6. What an incredible hit there by Singh. You know, he just uses his bottom hand to get underneath the ball, elevates it behind point for a 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Abbas, not impressed. This is a great game. I just hope the weather holds off because I want to see the Gozo Zalmi response.
We could easily be in a situation where even, you know, Duckworth Lewis could play a factor, as you mentioned. So Gozo Zalmi will want to get off to a flying start. And they're out with the bat in hand later. Nice comeback delivery there by Abbas. It's just been an incredible back and forth, really. I mean, anytime you see someone hit a 6, the bowlers immediately responded with a good ball the very next delivery. It's been a heated contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, it's been really, really fun to watch. Both these two knocking the door of half century. I don't think they'll both get there, but one will, and it's Jaspal Singh who will bring up his maiden ECN 50. What a time to do it. Maximo! Abbas gets it wrong. Good shot, though. You know, good decision. Jaspal has boxed his way into the contest. 53.
This has been an absolutely incredible innings by Jaspal Singh, considering the difficult situation he came in when Sui United had lost 3 wickets. They were going at a run of ball. He's come out here and just blasted his side right back into this game. We got 1 ball left in this innings. Can he end it in style? A big quick one here. I think Jaspal Singh should have set off. I think he was just a bit too disappointed he missed out on one. It's going to be a dot ball to end the over, but 13 runs come off it in the end. And Sui United will end up with 115. They'll be absolutely delighted to end up with that score, considering they were 27 for 3 at the end of the 4th. A great, great 4th wicket stand between Jaspal Singh and Rameshan. This stand was worth almost 90 runs. Incredible, incredible work by the two of them. And Sui United have given themselves a really good fighting chance. We could have an awesome game on our hands in the second innings. We'll have a look at the highlights of the first innings before we proceed to the next innings, though. Qasim and Ajmal opened the batting, but unfortunately they weren't quite able to get enough runs. Qasim wasn't too happy with that decision. He felt it came off his thigh pad. He would depart, having made just 5 runs, 4 deliveries. But Ajmal, well, he thought he'd absolutely smoked this one, but all he did was find Mehboob Ali out in the deep, who took a terrific catch. And Ali would be involved in all 3 of the first wickets. He was good with his bowling, took a couple of nice catches as well. And we're just having a look at some of these strokes. This was Rameshan, who came out at number 4. He hit some good strokes. Singh was alongside him as well. These two's partnership was worth 90 runs. Imran Amir would depart, making this 2 of 6. He continued some of his poor form throughout this series with a bat in hand. That was probably one of the shots of the day, an incredible Yorker, and he just changed his grip, opened the face of the bat, got underneath the ball, and managed to strike it behind point. We saw some good running between the wickets as well by Sui United, as you can see from that highlight. The pattern making it back to the non-strikers end in time.
Yeah, look, you got to give credit to the middle order guys that stood up when their team needed them, because quite easily this could have gotten ugly. And we remember when Sweet United were rock and rolled in the 60s when these two last met in a semi-final. But Rameshan, 47 off 26 with 5, Maximo's 2 4s in there. And Jaspal, well, it was his breakout innings. He's always had a lot of promise, but he sends 8 balls out of the Malta International Cricket Ground on the way to his 53 off 22. And those two would take it all the way to the 10 overs. Their partnership in the end was worth 90 runs, and they did that in tick under 7 overs. So now they've given Sui United a chance. They're going to have to bowl well. They're going to have to avoid the rain coming and spoiling the party as well. Of course, 3 overs minimum to constitute a game. In the end, Jaspal, well, slightly undignified exit for an innings that was so consequential. And in the end, Sui United 115 for 4 off the 10. 116 for Gozo Zalmi to get back to the final. Of course, the final they won earlier in the year.
We'll have a look at the scorecard, of course. Nobody in the top 3 was quite able to click. And when they found themselves at 27 for 3 at the end of the 4th over, you thought this could be a really, really long innings for Sweet United. But credit to Ramation, credit to Singh. They stepped up, had a 90-run partnership to get their side into a good position where they've got a total to defend in this second innings. Then we'll have a look at the bowling figures for Gozo Zalmi. You have to say Mehboob Ali was really impressive as usual. Figures of 1 for 17. Took a couple of good catches as well. Nikil Kaushal, well, he is the epitome of consistency throughout this series. A leading wicket taker for this ECS. He had figures of 1 for 17 as well.
Yeah, look, no one really lost their rag. It was just some good batting that got Sweet United out of a hole and gives them a fighting chance. 115, pretty much bang on par if you look at this tournament over the last 3 weeks. 116 goes to Zalmi for a spot in the final. Or will Sweet United make it all the way to the decider for the first time? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nish Bart. Hopefully you're enjoying finals day. More action around the corner here on ECN. You are watching the European Cricket Series Malta Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Finals day in this European Cricket Series, and as you can probably see from the pictures on your screen right now, well, the rain came, and it came with a vengeance. It's thunder and lightning. It's been a little bit wild, to say the least, and it came just as the first innings came to its conclusion here in semi-final number 2. Sweet United, 115 for 4. Big fight back led by Aaron Ramison and Jaspal Singh, 47-53 respectively, getting Sweet United up to 115. But already I think we can see that this is not going to be a 10-over chase. If there's a chase at all, Gozo Salmi will be chasing 116 theoretically for a spot in the final. Yeah, but right now, obviously you can see we've got a delay. It was very, very heavy when it came. So that is a shame. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening, of course, in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and also on our website, europeancricket.com. Now, Sweet United, if that we weren't going to get back on the park, they'll be eliminated from the competition because they finished second in their group. Gozo Zalmi finished top of their group. So Sweet United, they'll be desperate for this to stop and get back out there. But realistically, I know this ground's taken a lot of water already over the last 48 hours, and you start to wonder if the ground will recover in time to even play the final, never mind the semi-final. So, there's some concerns here. It's unavoidable. We've had a pretty good run with the weather, unfortunately. Right now, things looking a little bit concerning as another big flash of lightning comes across the ground. So, look, what we will do is we'll take you back to a classic match we started the other day while we wait for the rain to stop. Now, this is a banger of a game. It's from the ECS earlier in the year, 24th of February, so just before the ECL. It's Eliminator 1 between Bajiba Blasters and Marsa. Marsa batting first, made 98 for 5, thanks to 55 not out from Fanyan Magal. So the Blasters, they are looking for 99 in their 10 overs to stay alive in this competition. Dinesh Siddiqui will open the batting with Amar Sharma. There'll be Venkatesh Pakalapati to open the bowling for Marsa. Your commentator will be Rico Full. Stay tuned for updates here at ECN, but until we join you next, enjoy this ECN Classic match.
Welcome back. Well, have you recovered from that explosive end to the innings? Oh, what a end it was. Well, we just saw something incredible. Marsa, they were on 51 after 8 overs, struggling, nothing happening. And then, well, we saw something magical. The Master Blasters turned up. 47 scored off the last 2 overs, taking the score to 95. They're in the match. They've got the runs on the board, and they've certainly got the bowling to defend this as the Bajiba Blasters come out. Is going to be Dinesh Siddiq and Amar Sharma, and this is just remind you just how important this match is. So you can see there, this is Eliminator 1. The winners of this one then go on to play Southern Crusaders later on this afternoon in Eliminator 3. So huge match, everything to play for, but of course you got the very powerful and strong Crusaders waiting for you. The next match we've got coming up here, and that will be Masida Warriors taking on Mater Day. And, well, that's going to be a close contest. But remember, it's not over because they will then go on. The winner will go on to play Gozo Zalmi in the final match of today here in Malta. So that's the way the schedule looks. You've got some exciting matches coming up. But first, we've got a big finish coming up here. Pakalapati, who's been very good with the ball, is back in the side for Marsa. He's a huge addition. Going to be bowling up to Dinesh Siddiq. Siddiq, he was player of the match yesterday, match number 97, and 39 of 22 and 2 for 12. He's going to be key. And Bajiba Blasters, though, they were blown away by Southern Crusaders in match number 98. Only got 78, but 49 of those were scored by Amar Sharma. He's the non-striker. Wide to start. Arun Mughal behind the stumps in the absence of Johnny Grimmer and also Niraj Khanna. And our thoughts are with Johnny Grimmer. Unfortunately, he's had a passing in the family, so he's at a funeral today. Thoughts are with you, Johnny. You and the family. Pakalapati. Back to his mark. In he comes. Good delivery. Very well bowled. Generating a little bit of pace as well. Well, welcome back to everybody on the chat. And everybody was amazed with the way that innings came to a close. I've never seen anything quite like it. It was quite incredible, it really was. 51 off the first 8 overs and then 47 off the second 2. Oh, good delivery. Gets a couple to get into the batter, then that one sort of comes in and moves away. Great bit of bowling. On the board is courtesy of that one wide. A good start here from Marsa. We'll take that rate up straight away. Draws him into the shot once more. Nice tidy hands from Arun Mughal as well. It just showing just what a versatile player he is. You can see him when he's batting, can bat well, though he wasn't able to get going today. He's a very good slow spin bowler, and now here he is behind the stumps, and he's even making that look easy. No run. They go for Sharma. Starts to back up, gets the throw back at his end. He does get back. Pressure on. Looking for runs, looking for a boundary here now for sure. The Blasters. They need to capture the sort of form they were in with the bat against Masida yesterday in the first 2 matches. They were ruthless. Oh, absolute peach. Absolute peach. What a delivery. What an over this has been. Watch this one. Absolute corker. They just can't get anything on it. Can Sadiq. He's trying, he's moving around, he's taking out different positions. But it's one good seed after another at the moment from Paklapati. This is a nice shot though, and this will go all the way for 6. What a lovely shot. A handsome stroke down the ground, and finally he gets one right. He was under pressure, but look, makes the movement early. And what I like about this shot, he's not trying to hit it too hard. He's not flustered. He's not thinking, I've had all these dots, I'm just going to throw my bat at this, I'm going to slog it with my eyes closed. It's a very good shot. So they finished with a boundary. They needed that, but still, it's a very good start from Paklapati. Just that one scoring shot. 7 off the first. 24 matches since the golden ball. And, well, I thought we were going to get a crazy one last night in Gibraltar. Haven't had a golden ball from Gibraltar yet, but the time I was there, and even from the time that I came here, and we've had 4 golden balls, of course, here in Malta. I've kept on saying, and I still maintain, that it is coming. We will get one in Gibraltar. I just know it. Feeling in me bones, as they say. Faisal Morose. He's come on to Bobo. What an impact he made when we saw Mohammed Suleiman retired out. They got the hooked him off. It was the right thing to do. He should never have been out there, really, to be honest. When you can't hold a bat, and you got the likes of this guy, he comes out, hit his first 2 balls for 2 huge 6s. No run. Sharma. He knows what his role is here, Sharma. I mean, if you can repeat what he did yesterday, just bat through, get that 40 on the 40, 49 on the board, then you'd expect Mujibur Blasters to win the match. Slight change being made in the field here now. Interesting, they just saw Sharma play into that ear in the offside and no run, and now they've moved that fielder away. So they're literally saying, well, there you go. They're literally giving him that run. Very puzzling field change there. Ball before, played into that sort of cover area, cover fielded, no run. And then they move the cover out of that position and allow him to take the single. It's almost like they're saying, yeah, let him have the single. Let's less work at Sadiq. Maybe they're thinking because Sadiq played out all those dot balls. Let's see how it works for them. Well, it's up in the air. Fielder comes to take the catch, and he'll fluff it. Well, it could have been the magical bit of field deployment from the captain, and gets let down. And it's, I can't quite believe that Pakalapati has put this down, to be honest. Big moment. He comes, has the time, gets himself in position. He just doesn't get the ball cleanly in the hands, and the batters take two. What an opportunity. Sadiq gets dropped on 4. And now, well, he gives another chance, or not. No, this one will go all the way. This is hit even better, even cleaner. So he gets a 6. And that is just rubbing salt into the wound. It's high, it's aerial. But this time, Venkatash Pakalapati sees it go all the way. So he's not shying away, is he, from taking on the shots? Now, how much is that going to cost them? Remember that, dropped on 4. Yeah, I think the batter there, the umpire had the hand out, so the batter's thinking the bowler's going to stop, but the bowler keeps running. And you can see Sadiq that says, hang on a minute. Mughal is making all sorts of signals to the bowler. Firmly hit, but it's got over. The fielder, Mohamed Sulman, is going to be 4 more. Well, it's a matter of millimeters. Places, hits it hard. Sulman jumping up, gets it over him. I still, you know, there's one thing I just don't get here, folks, and maybe somebody could tell me. Mohamed Sulman, he's hurt. He's hurt his fingers. He hurt it the other day, and then he was going out to bat and said, you know, I don't want to bat. And he walked off the field, basically, before he got there, and another batter came, who could have been retired, who could have been out before he got there, because at the time, it took more than 90 seconds. Then, in the same match, they put him in a catching position in the field. Today's the same. He goes out there. I don't know why they sent him out there. He can't hold the bat, can't hit the ball in anger. And talking about hitting a ball in anger, this is the Gandhi ball. There's going to be 4 runs, straight down the leg side, Morose. And Sadiq says, thank you very much, I'll have 4 more. So after a pretty quiet over, then Sadiq is up and running. And that's exactly what you need. And all of a sudden, they move to 24 at the end of 2 overs. Now, just to finish my story about Sadiq. So today, they send him out to bat when he clearly can't, because every time the ball hits the bat, it's hurting his hand. But they do the right thing eventually and pull him off. And well, we saw that Fazal Morose came out and smashed the ball for 2 big 6s. And now, once again, they put him in a position in the field where it's a crucial position. Is mid-off or long off. He can't catch. He's got busted fingers. Anyway, this is how the team's finished in the group. That's why they're playing this eliminator at number 1. And later on, we're going to see Marta Day, who just made it through by the skin of their teeth. There's going to be a bit of Muthu time as the GOAT returns. They take on Masida Warriors, but Masida Warriors, remember, did the double over them quite convincingly when they last met. So they're going to have to be at their best. Oh, he's running nowhere here. The last thing that Sharma wants to do is run himself out. Polite inquiry, but I think Sharma is in there quite comfortably. Harun Mughal, his job is just to pick up the stumps as Joe Wardener comes to sort them out. Ahan Masi come to bowl here. Masa have just gone very quiet. Obviously, can understand it, that last over that went for 17. But they've got to believe, remember how quiet they were for 8 overs, sat there moping, and then all of a sudden they were up and about. Asking the question here, and he's been given out. Well, this catch has been taken, and Sharma saying, what are you talking about? Let's have a look at this. I mean, there is deviation there. I'm not saying that the replay there is conclusive. I don't know if we'll see anything on this, but Sharma gets given. So the breakthrough, just when I'm talking about Masa don't want to be quiet, that they've got to be up and about and fancying this, they've got to believe the same way that they got into this match well, even though we saw that expensive over, they can get back into it, and they remove Sharma. Sharma, remember, he was the man that batted all the way through yesterday, 49, not out of 30 deliveries against Southern Crusaders, so that's a good wicket to send back. He's like the man that can steady the ship at one end, but not this time. Caught. Haroon takes the catch. The umpire puts the finger up. So McElder's Matthew, pretty confident there was a snick there. And Marcy gets the breakthrough. Pushed out, wants a single. Oh, he's going to get more than just a single. The fielder came in to attack it, misses it. And, well, they think 3. Don't want to get suicidal here. 2 will do. Don't get too greedy. I think that's Paklapati once more that comes charging in, but the pressure put on them from the batter was enough for him to make the error. Narendra Negi now. This is the big moment. Big moment for me. Narendra Negi out there with Dinesh Sadiq. He's been in very good form. He's the man you've got to try and remove. .332 runs in this series. Nice delivery, takes the pace off it. Nice and slow. Negi reacts well. 14 wickets as well. I mean, Bajiba Blasters, you'd have to say they are very much a team of all-rounders, aren't they? This partnership is crucial. Good over so far, this. Making a change in the field, Haroon, so brings third man up because he wants to push. No, and Kozler saying, no, what are you doing, man? Leave it. So I'm liking this. Look, the same sort of change was made earlier. Remember when they allowed Sharma to get the single and then Sadiq went brutal? And talking about brutal, this is brutal. This will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Negi just drops back and puts this over mid-wicket. 6 runs, a little bit too short. How quick he's on this. A nice shot. You know this partnership is key. Can they get the breakthrough that they want? 32. And one thing that the Blasters did yesterday against Mercedes, no matter which batter came in, they just kept playing their shots. They just kept playing their shots, and that's how they won those 2 matches. But it can backfire as well. They tried the same approach against the Crusaders, and it didn't work. And that time round, all the big guns didn't work, as only Omar Sharma made that 49 when they were scheduled for 78. And that's what Marcel will be having to believe here. Marcel will know that these guys are going to play these shots, but there's always an opportunity. But if you get it, you got to take it. And Siddiqui, him being dropped on 4 by Paklapati, well, that one is the one at the moment that's haunting them. Waqas Khan coming into the attack. Starts with an edge, and he's going to go to the boundary, 4 runs. So a little bit unlucky, Khan, with his first delivery. But I'm just looking at the body language here, Marsa. I think the captain Ano Kozler, has got to try and pick him up. He's got to try and say, hey guys, remember where we were. We were not in this contest. It was not going to be a contest. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, by now, Bajiba Blasters would have been like looking to win the game in the next 10 balls or so. But the way they finished got them a score. They've got to say, look, remember the way we were there. That's how we need to be. If we feel like this match is not going to be won, we're not going to win it. We've got to believe we can win it. 2 wickets. That's what they want here. 2 wickets. Remove both of these, and they're in the match. That's what they've got to believe. Well, he's believing. So Khan has a smile on his face. I like that. And still movement in the field. So once again, Kozler and Haroon Magal not seeing eye to eye here. Paklapati gets pushed back. Then he brings him back up. I think he had to, because it would have been 6 out. Up in the air, and he's toying with the field. This one is going to be 1 bounce 4. What clever batting this is from Sadiq. You can see that they had too many outs, so they had to bring Paklapati into the circle. They do, and Sadiq then just, well, he's playing with him. He just chips this over him. He gets 4 more. And you can see Kozler straight away put hands on his head. Now, what's he thinking here now? Right, So he does want to push back Labadi back. He'll go back to the man who's on the boundary at behind square, comes in. Sadiq will be looking. Yeah, there you go. There's a little look. You know where he's looking to put this one. And he does. Oh, well, he's going to get past the fielder. I think that may be David Atwal. Gets fingers to it. It was a chance. There's fingers on that. So David Atwal not able to take the catch. One-handed attempt. Okay, got to work on Negi. Negi's only just come out there. Negi paces away nicely. Waits on it and just guides it down for a single. The rate here under 9. Need a wicket. That's what Malta need to be thinking here. We need a wicket. We need to be setting a field to take a wicket. So I like the fact they've still got somebody at the mid wicket and also behind square catching position. I think Costa could be a little bit tighter. Doesn't quite time this right. In comes the throw, and it's a good throw. Sadiq being made to rush. I think he does just get there. And good to see the batter running hard. Gets this bat slid down. Wicket. Where's this wicket coming from for Marsa? Slower delivery, well bowled, clever bowling. Liking this from Khan. He's trying variations, changing in pace, changing in his line. But can't get the breakthrough. End of the over. And the score is ticking away. 44 for 1. And who did it go through here now? So Khosla seems to be having a chat with Farmagan. Yeah, you got to go with your main man here, haven't you? You've got to. If one man can make things happen for you, it's Farmagan. And he showed that already with the bat. An extraordinary innings from him. 55 he put on the board. Just didn't look the business, and a few people in the chat said he spent his time getting his iron. But once he got his iron, well, didn't he explode? Well, certainly did. 444 runs now in this series. And he comes to bowl his first. Oh, it's a Gundy ball, and it's going to be played away for 4 runs, so that's going to be 5. The next one will be a free hit. I mean, you got to feel for him a little. I reckon he's every part, every bone, every muscle must be aching. You see the reaction there from the fielder. It is a Gundy ball. It's a full toss, and Negi just guides it away to the boundary. So that's 5 runs, and the next one is a free hit. And that's not the start that you wanted. And Fahim Mughal, well, it was that sort of delivery that got him going. And as soon as he got it, he started hitting the ball all over the place. So not a good sign at all. And just having a chat with the match official about the ball, saying, hey, I'm not liking this ball too much. So just a reminder of what we've got coming up today. Every match today is an elimination match. So it's not just Peacock Friday, it's also Elimination Friday. There's the first one being played in front of your very eyes right now. Vajiga Blasters taking on Marsa. The winner of that then will be taken on the Southern Crusaders in Eliminator number 3. Match number 103. Next up, starting at 11 o'clock local time, we'll have the Masida Warriors taking on Marda Day. The winner of that, Gozo Zalmi, awaits. You lose, you're out. Simple as that. Mughal, free hit, remember. Negi hits it pretty well, will not be out, but Labadi takes the catch. They're appealing. They're saying, is it out? No, it's not. It can't be out. One of the batters knew. Sadiq said, hey, why don't we take 2 while they're celebrating? It's a good catch, but Labadi, though, he knows it's the one that he put down that's hurting. See, he takes it, then says, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I like it. I love it when you got players that don't realise. Beats him outside the off. Better. This is the areas. This is the line. This is where the left-hander wants to be, creating that issue. creating that angle. Big shout out to all of our viewers watching via fan code as well. Hello, namaste. There he goes for it again. A hopeful appeal from Haroon Mughal. Well, he would love to show Fayam Mughal a little bit of brotherly love if he can take a catch of his bowling here. The batter waits. It's a slow delivery, hit very well, hit hard, and Paklapati, he can't deal with it. There's going to be 4 more runs. He had to get something in the way of this, had to get the body in the way. It's things like this that will hurt Marsa. That would deflate them. Body language there from Haroon tells you a story. The bowler won't be happy about it. Short ball, I think, here. Short ball, bang it in. Now he goes for more width, and he's going to go for more trouble. It's 4 more. Beautifully played. Gets himself into position. He's almost like he knows what the ball is going to be. Watch the batter here. He knows where it will be. Takes the step and waits for it. Plays it away. Mughal's got to try something different. 50 up and more. Got to try something different. Maybe the shorter delivery. Does go for it slightly shorter. He'll take the single. Mughal having to do the fielding himself. End of the over. And you can see that Khosla, Mughal having a chat. Khosla seems to be pulling the strings here now. Haroon Mughal is listed as the skipper, but no, Khosla seems to be looking around to see who wants to bowl this one. Looks like he throws it to Faham Marsi. 3 days to go. The European Cricket League. It's getting exciting now. And, well, I know that the team are there getting everything ready at the Kardama Oval. It's looking absolutely splendid. It's the perfect stage for the Champions League of cricket. That's coming up 3 days' time. It's going to be a huge event. And remember, we'll see a team from Malta there as well, the American University of Malta. And, well, I thought it was going to be, they were going to go with Massey once more, but they're not. So, making a change. I don't mind this. Look, somebody's got to come good for you. So, Khosla saying, right, okay, Arslan, we've tried everybody else. Let's see if you can make the difference. He was somebody I said that could maybe be the key in this match for Marsa. Maybe with bat and ball, he's a good all-rounder. Let's see if he can get this breakthrough. They need it here pretty quickly. Up in the air. Where far is this? It's wide of the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. And it's once again one of these shots down the ground, which is, well, it's just millimeters away from the fielder. Marcy is running the hands out, but he can't get there. It's 4 runs. Sadiq in the 40s now. These two, they're the dangerous 2 batters. It's a partnership. Marsa need to break it. They need to break it now. Big swing and a miss. Mughal celebrates, taking the ball in his hands, but that's all it's all about at the moment. There's no snick, no delight. The Blasters looking comfortable, but hey, they were looking, just remember, it's a funny game. Look how comfortable they were looking when they were fielding. One moment of madness can change this. And remember, the score here at the moment, they would have won this match by now if it wasn't for something sensational in the last 2 overs when Marsa hit 47 of the last 2. And that's what they've got to believe. They've got to keep reminding themselves of that the match changed in their favour maybe dramatically towards the end in that last innings. 1 wicket here can change it again. Nice looking shot. Not taking the single. The Blasters here, I hope they're not getting too complacent. I hope they're not thinking, we can just do this in boundaries. I mean, that's a single there for me. Maybe they just don't want to take a risk. Sadiq, get the feeling he wants to bring up his 50 with a big shot. Cuts this away. There's a fielder out there. No mistake on this occasion. And, well, they thought about the second. But good backing up. Arshad. Can he get the breakthrough in free side here? Nicely played. Big gap out there, isn't it? And with the required rate, it's about just around 8. So this is why I still believe that if they can get one good over here, Martha, one good over, a tied over, maybe a wicket or a couple of wickets and just 2 or 3 runs, that brings them right back in this contest. That's what they're looking for. Not a bad over there from Arshad. It was just the one boundary, which was close to Marcy. 65 for 1. And they'll go back to Patlapati, who bowled a superb first over. So this is, for me, if you like, maybe the last throw of the dice. Get a good over in here, you stay alive. Patlapati delivered a good one first up. Only 7 came off it. And that was 1-6. The last ball, and 1 wide, so he can make things happen. And he comes bowling to Negi. Negi plays his out defensively, takes the single. Just wondering here, I mean, like I say, Master to win this have to take wickets. I just think they'd be far better off maybe having that man at point up in the circle and just having one sweeper out on the offside, just to try and have somebody out there inside in the catching position. That's what they'll need here. Sadiq. It's short and it's going to be put away, and that's well batted for Sadiq. Dinesh Sadiq brings up a half century. He comes up in 25 deliveries. What a knot this has been. He's had his luck, you got to say, when he was dropped on 4, but he's made it count. What a find he's been for the Bajiba Blasters. Just remember his story. He heard about cricket being played here, saw cricket played here, turned up and said, hey guys, I used to play. Can I play? Bajiba Blasters were the first to get him to sign up, and, well, the rest is history. Plays this out and takes a single. Patlapati, you can see there just a little bit of annoyance that the batters can freely take these singles. I think at one point Marcel will have to make a decision and say, right, okay, forget being too defensive, we've got to attack, we need to try and take wickets. The reigning champions are on the rack. So once again, just another simple single. Patlapati gets there, but the batters have already taken a single. They know what they need to do here, they do it. Just about tiki-taka, take the singles. They've got the one boundary, haven't they, on the over. Sadiq now. Hands back over to Negi. Negi then hands back over to Sadiq. Sadiq having a look around at the field. I wonder if he's thinking now it's time to just open up and go for his shots, or he's still thinking, look, I want to be here towards the end. That's what he needs to be thinking for his side. Good delivery, but well played as well. Will be just a single. So ball to go in this one. 73. Marsa, so quiet. You could hear a pin drop out there. You could hear a pin drop. Bajiga Blasters in their camp, pretty quiet as well. They don't want to get too excited yet. This one creeps up. Patlapati, it's a good over, and frustration as he has the little throw back at the stumps. Kozla is there though to field it. And score moves on to 74. This is the next lineup. This is the eliminator number 2, match number 102. Masida Warriors taking Omar Day. Omar Day, well, Muthu, he did say he will have his key players back. Stanislaus is back. Chirajay Patel back. Cornelius Yunus back as well. Azim Sathi in the side, as is Marco Nazir. So they are looking back, and of course with the ball, Sagar Arif as well. So they mean business. Missy the Warrior, Shizzle Joy's man, he'll be hoping that Rocky Dinesh can stay in good form for his side. I'm looking forward to that contest already. It was great to have Muthu, of course, in the commentary box the other day as well. 74 for 1. 18 balls to go. They'll go back to Ashad, who bowled a tidy over, just 7 of his last over. This rate, going to under 8. Time shouldn't be an issue. There's a slight delay here. You'll probably find that the clock will get stopped at some point. Maybe we can just have a look at the fantasy once more for the next match. So Shizzle Joy, Danish, he's going to be key, isn't he, Rocky? Divyesh Kumar, that's a big plus coming back in the side. Oh, so close, Negi, giving his wicket away. It's the first time we've seen him play a shot, a rash shot. Up until this point, he's been very good, very straight, very correct. Can't get complacent. The job is not done yet. 25 required in now 17 deliveries. Ashad up in the air. This is the chance. This is the moment. This is the one that has to be taken. They don't take it. Oh, goodness me. They just look at, oh, Ashad. I feel it. I feel it, buddy. Wakas putting the catch down. Negi put down on 19. Marsa. The fielding looks like it's going to cost them. Sadiq gets done. This is okay. This is good delivery. Can they just get a few dot balls in here? Can they get a few dot balls in there? Can they just take it deeper? Can they create a bit of pressure from the batters? He's trying to guide this down to third, so that's another dot. So they are creating a little bit of pressure. Maybe these two are just getting a little bit nervous, maybe getting a little bit tentative as they're getting close to that line. Dot balls are gold dust in this format. Ashad making things happen. Making things happen. Are we going to have a crazy finish in this one? Well, he gets this one wrong. High up in the air, another opportunity, and oh my God, it's a calamity. It is an absolute calamity. Absolute calamity. What is happening out there in the middle? Haroon Mughal goes for it. A few fielders, one of the fielders is down, looks like he's injured. I'm not sure what's happened here. Look at this, the bowler then, he wants it. The bowler gets, oh well, he goes down. I think he's caught his fingers on something as Ashad. I don't know what he's caught his finger on here. And he's in a lot of pain. The medic is coming on there. What has he done here? Has he dislocated it? How's he? I mean, did he? I don't know what's happened. Well, it's another opportunity. Haroon really needs to be taken. Yeah, that's caught him right on the tip, on the finger. He goes down. Haroon goes down. Marsa, well, if they go down, they're going to have to look at the fielding big time. It's just a single, another single that gets taken. Well, looks like he's okay to continue. The medic has come on, has given him maybe some more of that magic spray. Well, maybe the magic spray will turn that into a magic hand. Ashad, you can see why he wanted it. He said, well, if everybody's dropping the catches, I'll try and take it. He doesn't. And Kosler's just checking with him and say, hey, are you sure you're okay to bowl this? So they all get back into their positions. The ball to go in this one. So Sadiq gets dropped one more time. He's been dropped 3 times. Ashad. Surely there's going to be a wicket at some point. Surely. This is a huge delivery. This is a huge delivery. The batters have put themselves under pressure here from nowhere. Negi. It is hard. It's a chance, and it goes down again. Well, this time, it looks like that's Suleiman that puts it down. I can't believe it. Marsa. They cannot catch a thing. It cannot catch a thing. And Suleiman, who already has busted fingers, he's throwing himself at this one. It's another one that goes down. Nagy gets put down again. Well, he's put down. Didn't the batters? They started doing different things. They stopped playing the sort of shots that were getting them results. This one, I think it just bounces, before the ropes. So 4 runs. So Nagy gets a boundary. I mean, they're biting their nails and all sorts in the dugout there, the Bajiba Blasters. Okay, takes it to under 20, required 18. I still believe we're going to have a dramatic finish here. Anybody got a tingle? Full toss is not a good delivery. And where's this one to go? We'll go all the way. Balle, balle. Inna zona shaka lagya. Well, I think you're going to have a look at this side on, because I think this is too high as well, from Arun. I know he's bowled one already. And let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I think in bowling at that pace, I think you got to call that. I just think that this will get called. The umpires are in conversation with Prajapati, who's the 3rd official. And let's see, there's a little... No, he's saying that it's okay. Ooh, could be a big moment. Could be a big moment. They're taking it on. And they missed the stumps. Harun Mughal. So go for it. Sadiq wants it. I think he I don't know, we'll know, because the bat stays where he puts it. There's the bat plug for you. Would have been out. Would have been out. They get the single. Sadiq says to Nagy, yeah, I'll come. But what's he going to do? Is he going to keep it going? We're going to see a few dot balls in here. 11 required of 9 deliveries. Hits this fairly well. Fielder makes the stop. Gets the throw in. Takes it to 10. Mughal. Can he do something sensational here? Nagy, he rocks back and he'll pump this to the boundary. It's going to be 4 more. It's too short. 4 carreras más. And Mughal, he's not been in his full flow here with the ball. He'll go into the 30s now. He's spelt. Marsa trying to hang on somehow. 93. Just 6 runs in 7 balls. And well, this, can he hit? He gets hold of it, has a shy, he's going to get the wicket. They are going to get the wicket. This is going to be out. Well, this is crazy. Well, he took his while to get hold of it. Aja, meri pyari, aja. Kitne jari, aja. Jappi, aja, meri pyari. Gets hold of it, has a shy, and Nagy will go. Remember, that means that the new batter will go on strike. Crucial. We're going into the last in this one. A new batter will be on strike. 6 will be required of the last. Are we going to have a sensational finish here? Remember, Marsa were involved in a sensational golden ball themselves. Are we going to see another involving Marsa? Incredible scenes here. Remember, Marsa losing the golden ball to Marta Day when they had the game in the bag, needing just 7 of 12 balls. With that run out there, I don't think there was a need for it. It just puts a lot of pressure on the new batter that comes out. 93 for 2. 6 runs needed. So basically, you're saying no dot ball. New batter will be on strike. So who's come out there? It is going to be Mathani, who hasn't been in the best of forms. It's going to be Faisal Morose to bowl. Well, here we go. Morose, he was expensive. Sadiq having a chat. You can see what they're thinking. Hey, single. Get something on it, single. We're going to the last, folks. It's Elimination Friday. Eliminator 1. going to the last. 6 required. The Blasters should be favourites for this. Wickets in hand, but it's pressure time. Morose, in he comes. Gets played away. They'll take one. So the key batter, Sadiq, will go on strike. He's a set batter. 5 off 5. Ooh, they put themselves under a bit of pressure here, the Blasters. They were in full control of this match on 2 occasions. Once in the field, and then the last 2 overs went for 47. And now in the batting, they were in full control, with that rate at one point being around about 8-7 and over. It went up to 11. Van Mugaard's expensive 9th over means that it's a runner ball in the last. 5 required. Swing and a miss. It's a dot ball. Dot ball. 5 or 4. Folks, what is happening here? What is happening? Vinny, tension. Vinny, you got the tingle. Tension. Blasters surely are not going to blow this. Morose gets hit away. The fielder makes a stop. They'll only get 1. David Atwell, how important could that be from Mr. Evergreen? 4 of 3. 4 of 3. Golden balls that we've had so far here in Malta. Marsa have been involved in one on the losing side though. Are we going to the golden ball? Well, oh, well, he throws them down, and I think, well, is there an appeal here? Well, hang on a minute, he said dead ball, because I suppose you've got to do it when you're in your bowling stride, so he sort of has a post. If he does it straight away, like here, if he stops here and does it, but because he stops, walks around a bit, and then throws it, still, there's also not an appeal. I mean, if you appeal there, I still think he could be out. Oh, tension. Big time tension. Look at the batter. What's he playing at there? What is the batter playing at? Short. Oh, no. He's knocked the bounce over. They've got the wicket. But for a moment, I thought it was going to be buys past the keeper, but it's not. It's going to be a wicket. Can you believe this? Guram Mathani is out. 2 balls to go. 2 balls to go. 4 runs required. Swings right around it, Mathani. And the bail comes off. And there's the delight from Haroon. Marsa somehow are still in this match. This is going to be the biggest grab of a match that you'll ever see. They were never in it. They were never in it. Now they are. New batter comes out. All the pressure. You got Sadiq is left at the other end. He's got to try and get to the end. Whatever happens here, he's got to try and get to the other end somehow. There's going to be action here, folks. Watch out for it. They are going to be running crazy. You just know it. He's got to be running crazy, and then he'll be looking to try and get the 3 off the last. Oh, they go for Card here. I don't quite believe Gautam Singh is not coming out. There's so many other batters there. Here we go. 2 balls to go. 4 runs required. 6 were required of this over. It went down to 22 of 12, and now 6 required. Now, then it went to 6 of the last. 4 of 2. Short. They will get the 1. And that's all it will be. So we go to the last ball. A boundary for victory. Basically. Can't see them running the 3. Wow. 2 takes us to the golden ball. 2 for a golden ball. Absolutely incredible. Well, Massa somehow stayed in this contest and now looking to pull off one of the biggest, incredible comebacks that you've seen. Here we go, last ball. He hits it. They're running. They've got to go for two here. They've got to turn and go. Oh no, what is Mughal? These two are going to, they might even get the three. They might even get the three. Well, they won't get the three. We go to the golden ball. It is golden ball magic once again here in Malta. They'll get to golden ball time. Wow, golden ball time. And the thing about this is, for me, is that I think Sadiq is the batter that can run out, so he can't face it. I think they probably would have been just better off, I think, just not running him out. They will go to the golden ball. Fire Mughal, if he could have picked it up, he could have stopped it. He just can't get it. Look, he can't get it. The pressure. It's too much pressure for Mughal. Oh, I've never seen anything like it. He does, well, at least he does finally get it in. Just keep an eye on the batters here. So here's the one. They get it, no complaints. They come back. Oh, look at the ball. He's saying, what are you doing? Look at no Kosler. Then here comes the throw. Do they cross? No, they don't cross. They don't cross. Oh, they don't cross. So that means Sadiq is the not out here. Sadiq is not out. So Sadiq not out. Kohad will be the batter out. We go to the golden ball. Absolutely incredible. Scores are tied. 98-98. More golden ball magic here. Which way is this going to go? The battle of bat versus ball. Elimination Friday, starting off with the golden ball. Stefan Gooch is out there with the umpire just explaining. Massa knows how this goes. Massa knows how it goes. Golden ball magic, people. We go to the golden ball, and for those of you that are new to it, basically, any not-out batter can bat and needs to get two of one ball. Any bowler can bowl it. This is what we've had so far in 2023. It's even Stevens to go to the batting side, to the bowling side. What I will tell you about the ones that have gone to the batting side, each time this year the ball's been hit out to the deep, the fielder has put the catch down. Golden ball coming up. Massa, they get in a huddle. Mujiba Blasters. Watch this, though. Watch this from Fire Mughal. He could have won it for his side. He can't pick the ball up. It's like me in the shower in the morning when I'm trying to pick the bath up. When not the bath, the soap. He can't get to it. And, well, I think, tell you what, it probably felt like to him that he was trying to pick the bath up. He just couldn't believe it. And the reaction from the bowler was incredible. Okay, folks. Are you ready? It is golden ball magic time. The same bowler will bowl it. Morose. Can he be the hero? Don't forget when he came out here, he smashed his two balls for sixes. Don't forget all the other things that have taken us to this. So many things. Field errors, drop catches. Massa have dropped so many catches. How are they still in this match? Well, they are. Here we go. Two required of one ball. It's been hit. It's high in the air. It's going to go all the way. Ball. It is a six to finish right down the ground. Boom. Shaka lag gaya. Oh, they're absolutely ecstatic. They can't believe it. And it is then Ish Sadiq, who is their hero. He wins it for them. Hits it straight down the ground, gets a six. Let's have a look at the fielding side there. Well, Faraz Morose, he is on his knees. He can't believe it, but he's kept a minute. You're not worthy. You're not worthy. Sadiq is the hero. He pulls it off for his side. The golden ball heroes is Jib. Well, the Blasters have done it. Mujiba Blasters hitting the ball for six. Done in style. Well, we had a finish like this last night in Gibraltar when Italy hit six off the last ball to win the match. Well, we've seen a six hit off the golden ball to hit it. Sadiq, he kept his cool. He's done it Malta, the reigning champions, they're going to be feeling this. They're going to be feeling hurt. They're going to be feeling down. They are out of this year's series. Being knocked out, they have been eliminated. Bujiba Blasters, they go through. They take on the Southern Crusaders later on today in eliminator number 3. Congratulations to both the teams that have given us a stunning match. Malta, though, look, they stayed in this. I don't know how they stayed in this, but they stayed in this match somehow. They stayed in it with the bat when they got 47 of the last, and then they were heading for defeat. 58 came off. It was 58 after the halfway point, and then we had that incredible 2 expensive overs from Fine Magal. Fine Magal, though, remember, he had the opportunity. If he could have just picked the ball up and got it in to try and win it for Malta, but it was the pressure. They got the 2 they needed. The other important point there was Bujiba Blasters went for the 3, and the batters didn't complete that run. If they did cross, then the run out happened. Sadiq would have been out and wouldn't have been there to face the last delivery. Oh, we've seen it all here today. What a match this has been. Malta so close so far, but as we look at these highlights, it's going to go down to them in the field. I mean, that catch was taken. How many catches were dropped? Remember, Sadiq himself was dropped on 4, 26 and 52. And, well, if you don't take your catches, you're not going to win matches. And that, in the end, is what decided this one. Absolute classic of a match. Another golden ball. Golden ball number 5 here in Malta, at the Malta International Cricket Ground. And quite sensational as well. And it will go to the batting side, hitting 6 off the last ball. That is Sadiq. Quite clearly will have to go down, I think, as the player of the match in this one. He played some lovely shots, were well supported there by Negi, but you just got the feeling, didn't you, with 18 balls to go, they just went into panic mode. Look, this is another one. Look, this is the man, Sadiq, being dropped this time by Arshad, and really, they just made a total mess of everything. They just weren't able to do it. And then Fine Magal, well, he had a bit of a mare with the ball. I mean, he's the man that you got to say, I'm not going to be too critical of him. He's the one that kept them in this. He's the one that got them the runs towards the end of this match. But I think you see a man that is absolutely exhausted from all the cricket that he's played. Don't forget, he was also playing into level. This was crazy as well. And that was Negi getting his wicket. So this is the last over. There's the swing, the miss. It was all happening there at the end. And then, well, this one as well, look, how about that? Well, the umpire's there, see, he's called the dead ball, so he can't then change his decision. But right at the end, this is where the wicket comes, where Manvani gets bowled, and we thought, well, what is going on here? The new batter comes out, gets a single, but this is it. Fine Magal, all he had to do was pick it up, get it in, and he couldn't. He just couldn't. Oh, dear, I've never seen anything like that to go to the golden ball. And, yeah, like I said, resembles me in the morning. Just watch this again. This is me in the morning. Said, can't pick up the soap. Look at the reaction. Oh, it said, look at no Khosla there. Everybody's saying, what is going on? Look, they do get the run out. But the other thing there, the key thing, is that they don't cross. And then that was the golden ball. Hits it down the ground. Gets a Maximo. Shaba, Shaba. Kinna sona. Rabane banaya. Kidda ajda maja aa gaya. Kidda swad aa gaya. What a match. Zabardasti batting there from Sadiq. There he is, Mr. Cool, everybody around him. And I loved it when they won. They were all over running onto the field of play. That's nice there from Azim Sathi. They're going to be in action next Malta Day, giving applause to the Bujiba Blasters. What a match. Going to have to get my breath back. And just to remind you, this one is coming up in, well, I think we may find that there'll probably be a few more minutes added onto that because of the golden ball. I'll give you an update on it as soon as I know. Probably be, yeah, starting at 10 past the hour, so we've got about 15 minutes before the start of this match. Masida Warriors taking on Malta Day, eliminated 2. Well, it's the first one, is anything to go by. You don't want to...
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, and BizAway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta, and it is with a heavy heart that we say that semi-final 2 did get abandoned between Sweet United and Gozo Zalmi, and that meant that Sweet United were eliminated from the competition. Well, we did see a bit of entertainment though, didn't we? Instead, we saw that second half of the elimination match between the Bajiba Blasters and Marsa from earlier in the year that ended up in a golden ball. That was dramatic. Unfortunately here, the only drama we've had has been the thunder and lightning variety. And look, just knowing how wet the field was at the start of the day, this isn't helping. So it's kind of a race against time now. We can confirm that the Knights and Gozo Zalmi will be listed to contest the final, which should start in around about an hour and 5 minutes time. So look, it is still raining lightly, hasn't really stopped. And look, the more rain we get in this field, it's just kind of the less likely we'll be able to have the final. Now, I can tell you that if the final is not able to be played, if it is a washout, that the Knights will win their first ever ECS title. It's their 4th final, and interesting how the world works. Last time they missed out on the opportunity to play in the final because of a washout, and they were the lower ranked team. So it'd be exactly how they lost the cup last time. They would win it this time. So look, stay tuned. You can always go to our website, europeancricket.com, for some updates, and also the chat, European Cricket Network on YouTube. And look, we'll put the countdown timer on. Fingers crossed. If there's any news, we'll let you know. But for now, unfortunately, the news isn't looking too good from Malta. Any sound here, Mr. Maximo. Hopefully back with you, Shea Butt, in about an hour's time for the ECS Malta Encore final.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. We are at the Malta International Cricket Ground and it is finals time. The only problem is, the rain, as you can see there, still falling lightly. And that has forced a delay to the start of this final. I actually saw the second half of the semi-final washed out between Sweet United and Gozo Zalmi. Gozo Zalmi progressed to the final on account of having a superior performance in the group stage. And so, yeah, we can have a look at the lineups. Obviously, we're not going straight away, and there are some concerns we might not be able to get going at all. But I can tell you the news from the toss is that the EDX Knights won the toss. They elected to bat, and why not? They got a batting lineup that is to die for, really. Basil George and Stanislaus at the top. Got to say that a lot of them have been stepping up with the bat, and we saw that from Anis Mohammed earlier on. Cedarin with a good little cameo there. Yadav Manu's been good at times, and so Gozo Zalmi, though, would be chasing in this one. Zishan Khan opening up with Mehboob Ali, also known as Lala, and Varun Prasath at 3, very strong top order as well. I've got to say, Nikhil Kaushal has been brilliant during the series as well with his left arm spin. But look, as you can see, we won't be getting going underway. The issue we've got really is that this field has taken so much water, and so there are some areas that are just unplayable at the moment. So the first thing is the rain has to stop. The second thing is, we probably need a bit of sunshine to dry the field out a little bit. And so that's something that's constantly being watched. Obviously, the officials will only play if it's safe to do so. And so while we wait, we will have a look at another ECN Classic. We do promise to come back as soon as there's any news, if there's any chance of play. Keep an eye on the bottom of the screen. Also, you can find out in our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or at our website, europeancricket.com. And we are going to take you back to the final of the last series. We thought, why not? Because Gozo Zalmi in that one taking on the Southern Crusaders. And the news from the toss on that occasion was that Gozo Zalmi won it. They were batting first. Zishan Khan opening the batting with Mehboob Ali. Familiar combination. Zishan Yusuf to open the bowling for the Crusaders. So you will take you back to the 25th of February 2023. Rico Fulby, your commentator. Hopefully back here with some good news for the final here in the Encore series. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
627 runs and 17 wickets. So his name is going to be right up there, for the MVP. But there's a couple of names in this final as well that can come good. And just starting to get a few dark clouds as well. And while I was out there, there was a few spits of rain as well. But let's hope it stays away. We don't want another final washed out here in Malta. Let's have a look at these two teams here. Basil George will be key for the Crusaders. Ryan Bastian, can he come good in this one? Afi Khan was useful as well. Question marks over Zishan Yusuf's fitness, but he's in the side. And Gopal Takar also going to be key. Will they use Rahman with the spin? On the other side, Zishan and Mehboob Ali will have to be key. Michael Das will want to come good. Bilal Khan, can he put a good all-round performance in? And Majid Javed, will they use him? First delivery from Zishan Yusuf. It's wide. The final, ladies and gentlemen. The umpire just having a word with Zishan saying, don't go right in front of me. So, battle the two Zishans to start off with. Zishan Khan with the bat. And Zishan Yusuf with the ball. And he's still, well, this one is okay, says the umps. And Mehboob Ali having a little inquiry with the umpire. And he feels that this is okay. Very difficult for us to tell with the angle there. Hello to Kitty. She's here, she's back. Hello, it is great to have you back for the final. Great to have you all back for the final, the big one. Zishan angling this across the batter, Zishan Khan. Seems to be working. Haven't seen him do this before. The two batters having a chat. So Mehboob Lala, you can see he's still holding that shoulder. It's a risk. See, he's working on it. It is a risk. It's a gamble that Michael Gunjalika is taking. Yusuf to Khan. And it's more of the same. He just can't get anything on it. So good areas here. So liking this from Zishan Yusuf. Afi Khan, what a huge role he played in that semi-final one victory over the Royal Strikers. 30 of just 10 deliveries in that super partnership with Basil George. And it's another dot. I don't know, Zishan here is a very good uppercutter of the ball. Mahbub Ali going over to him again to have a chat. Normally he rocks back and he thumps the ball with power over the point boundary. Now whether he's reluctant to do so because they've got the trap set for him, this is a deliberate ploy. Backward point and point on the boundary. And he gets back onto the ball this time. So only the one wide. Zishan, oh, you can see he's going through the pain barrier here, big time. He walks back to his mark, but so far, he's done the job. Just the one run, and that was the wide. And that's all it will be. So, end of the over, and it's a cracking start for the Crusaders. I just think, well, this is what first of all, have a look at this. Bat versus ball saying 99 to 93 in favour of Gozo Zalmi. Interesting, just leave that up there for a moment. Just bear that in mind. So that's what they're saying. But these are the top players as well in this one. You see for Gozo Zalmi, Mahbub Ali, 5-6-3. Zishan Khan couldn't get bad on the ball on that one. And Rahman is going to be key. I just think here that Mahbub Ali, because the way that over went, I reckon he's under pressure. I reckon he feels he's going to start. He's got to swing right from the word go. Over to the other side, Basil George, 568. Afi Khan, 200. Go off the court. He's almost on the 200 as well. Bowling wise, Zishan Yusuf, 15. Basil George, 15. Kerry Wassam on 10. And on the other side, Bilal Khan, 20. Afridi, 13. And Mahbub Ali, 12 as well. This guy bowled really well in the same final. He picked up 3 for Gulfraz. Good delivery. So they're sticking with this approach. Sticking with this approach is around the wicket and getting the ball angled in. I see. Now bowling to Mahbub Ali. This is the wicket. Southern Crusaders know this is the wicket. This is the one that you have to get. And let's change here. Not sure what. I think Afi wants to stand up. So he wants to put a bit more pressure on the big man. Ask for the helmet. This is all about mind games, I think, as well. You know, I just believe it's all about mind games. Afi, lid on, will stand up. This is the wicket Crusaders will want. They get this wicket, just see the jubilation. And, oh, they put it down. It gets put down. Rahman puts it down. Well, that is going to hurt you, probably. Ali gets dropped on 0 by Rahman. Oh, how big a moment is that? They're celebrating before he even catches it. Oh, look at this one. It just takes off. What a delivery this is. This ball has come alive. Watch this. Whoa. Takes off, cuts back. Southern Crusaders. Looks like they've been doing a bit of homework. They've got a plan. Another swing and a miss. Afi takes the ball cleanly. Kitty saying you can't celebrate until you have it. Absolutely right, Kitty. Welcome to everybody around the world, around the globe, a global cricket family. Oh, it's another chance. This time Afi puts it down. Well, he's been dropped twice. Rahman dropped him, and now Afi behind the stumps. I mean, this is a difficult chance. Oh, Can you believe it? What could be going through the mind of Gulfraz Masi? Man, he took 3 for 19 in semi-final 1. Mahbub is on borrowed time. And he plays this one away and we'll get fielded. So we see the first runs of the bat come at the end of the second over. The score, 2. 2 without loss. So you're practically basically saying here that Zalmi are going to start with just 8 overs because they've got nothing from the first 2. The first runs of the bat. Will go back on strike against Zishan. Now this is where Zishan will try and do the same thing again. Just getting that ball to go across. He did well against Zishan Khan. How will it work against Mahbub? Crunches it, and it's over the top. It's 4 runs, gets it over the infield. The field, see, they may have to think about the field here. I think you need to deploy a different field to Mahbub. The field they had set with the backward point and the man at cover is for the cut shot that Zishan likes to play. Mahbub will go in this area. And if Zishan doesn't pitch the ball up, that's where the ball is going to go. So the first boundary, Mahbub gets it. And he's gone. They're bowling. Zishan Yusuf gets the wicket. That is a huge one. That is the one they wanted. Mahbub Ali. Lala, time is over. It comes to an end and very, very quickly. He'll go for 5. That is a huge breakthrough. They dropped him twice, but they get him when it counts, and Zishan Yusuf says, you know what, we'll just knock the stumps over if nobody's going to catch him. That is the end of Mahbub Ali. And now, well, the one man that's been keeping them in matches and scoring runs has departed. Incredible. Incredible scenes out there. Southern Crusaders, they're up and about. Mahbub, he'll finish the series with the bat in 568. Great bowling position, and this is why Michael Guntalika will say that he goes with Zishan even though he's not 100%. He's saying, I'd rather have a 70% fit Zishan Yusuf out there because he can deliver. And I just think this has been a bit of a master plan here from the Crusaders. The bowlers all bowling around the wicket, getting the ball to come in from a different angle. So we're going to have to see something magnificent now from these 2 batters. Michael Das can perform. Zishan has to be at his best. Das hits this. Oh, it's another chance. It not only does it go down, it doesn't get taken. And it's Ishanta Karuwisama, the man who early in the series put the catch down, which would have won them the golden ball. He gets the chance, puts it down. It could have been the first baller for Das. Crusaders, they got lucky with Mahbub Ali. They dropped him twice on 0, but they finally get him for 5. Are they going to get lucky for Das? Up in the air, chase is on, and they won't get there. 4 runs. Crusaders, I mean, their captain, Michael Guntalika, I know when I spoke to him, he always says it's all about taking your chances. They got lucky with Mahbub Ali, dropped him twice on 0, then eventually get him, bowled by Zishan. Das, up in the air, second chance. Can he rectify himself? He can, and he does. The catch is taken. Das will go. Kind of throws his wicket away. Doesn't have to do this. But once again, it's the short delivery that he gets wrong in very similar fashion to the way he was out in the last match. The catch taken. Crusaders, they're not just getting 2, but 3 chances. They don't take it first time round. But Das is not able to hurt them. And Ishanta, who put him down, gets a second chance. You don't often get second chances, do you? Well, they do. And it's taken. Das, after hitting 2 boundaries, departs. all about the pressure of the final. Who can handle it better? And at the moment, well, Ishanta put him down, but then he composed himself, takes the catch. Zishan Yusuf at the moment. Well, his arm might be broken, but it's also golden. And that is the end of the over. Gozo Zalmi, 14 for 2. Zishan Yusuf, 2 for 13. Going through the pain barrier here. Talib is the new batter that joins Zishan Khan. Zishan Khan hasn't got off the mark himself. He's played 6 balls, played out a maiden, but it was a wide the first ball from Zishan Khan. Talib, Shamrise now. Can he rise? Can he rise to the moment in the final? Southern Crusaders up and about. Zalmi down in the dumps at the moment. They all sat down pretty quiet. Gulfraz Marsi is going to be looking to do exactly what he's done already. No change in the tactics. Still making changes to the field. Marcy. It's been nicely played away, but they've got a man back there for that. Remember when I spoke to Zishan Khan, who gets off the mark finally. Well, there they are. They're feeling it, aren't they? Sat down. Really got nothing to cheer about at the moment, but can things happen? Maybe Bilal. Just saw captain of Bilal there, probably the next batter in. Rise goes for the big shot, and he gets it. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Gidna zona shaka lagya Talib Sunrise. He decides to go big. That's his first scoring runs, and he does it with a Maximo, the first one of the final. And well, nobody expected it to come from Talib Sunrise, but it does. Just a little bit too short. Goes Fuller. It's an inside edge. The chase is on. And Ishanta has done really, really well as he pulls his back. Is that Ishanta? No, that's Ishanta. That's the tidying up. Is Rahman that chases it hard, pulls it back. Really well chased. This is what it's all about. I know Vivayada was saying it could be all to do with the fielding. Outstanding bits of fielding. Well, this is outstanding. He doesn't touch the rope, does everything right. Uses his hands, gets down, gets dirty for his side, makes the save, makes the stop. Talib wants to make the difference here. Goes up and over, fielder comes in and takes a catch. It's another good catch. Basil George in his position. That's his space. This is my territory, he says. If anything comes in the air this way, unless he's got a passport, is not getting past me. And he takes the catch. George, it's another wicket down. Talib Sunrise, he wanted to be brave. He wanted to throw the bat at everything. And just like Daz, he'll make 8, but he'll go off his 4th delivery. George taking the catch. Gulfraz Marsi getting the wicket. And who comes in now? That looks like it's Faisal Rahman. So they go with Faisal ahead of Bilal. (23 for 3). Mahbub Ali gone. Daz gone. Talib Sunrise gone. Zishan still there, but struggling to find form. Faisal Rahman, what can he do? Can he put some partnership together with Zishan? Gets a good delivery, digs it out. They don't take the single. You got to take these. You got to take these. You need a partnership. You need to rebuild. That's a single. Zishan Khan's got to be backing up. He's got to be prepared to take those. Oh, he's gone. Oh, well, this is an ugly shot. Shot by Ganda Bapas Agia Banda. And it's Fazil Rahman will go, and he's going to go for a... Yeah, you got to take your singles. Take your singles. You won't be there. Look at Afi Khan. Celebrates, but then at the same time, he's telling everybody, calm down. Calm down. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. He's absolutely right. It's not. But that's another batter that gets sent back. Faisal Rahman gets done by Gufraz. Gufraz, well, what a day that he's had. Remember, he took 3 wickets this morning, 3 for 19. That had the Royal Strikers in all sorts of trouble. And then Priyam Pushpajan, 72 not out of 26, and Chanjal Tudasana, 49 not out of 20. Put that great partnership together of 111. But Crusaders, they chased down the 140 to get the victory. But they're making sure that that doesn't become their highlight. They're making sure that that isn't their final. This is the final. This is where they want to perform. And at the moment, they are 23 for 4. So Bilal Khan now comes out. And surely this is the last of the... I mean, you'd call him an all-rounder. He's not an out-and-out recognised batter. 4 overs down. Zishan has to go big. And see, they get the run this time. I don't think Afi really needs to throw this one. He's probably just thinking if they can get Zishan, they'll get an opportunity. It's not the biggest thing, because it means that the new batter is probably going to be feeling a fair bit of pressure. He's going to come to face now. The score, and they'll get a single there, 24-4. That will be just the bye. Latif. Well bowled, well played. Someone just staying maybe a little bit low. I suppose the one that bowls Faisal Rahman probably stayed a little lower as well. Latif not bowling from the long run. That's nicely played for Bilal. He needs to play straight though, doesn't he, Bilal? I mean, he has played some good important innings for his side. I think he scored runs in the 20s, but never bigger than that. A lot depends on this man now, the captain Zishan. Hasn't really got going yet. He struggled. Can he find his form? This one gets played down the ground. Zishan Yusuf will make the stop. Southern Crusaders performing well with the ball in the final. Latif to Bilal. Bilal, wow, a big swing. It's almost like he has to rectify the shot. He almost like has to say to his captain, that's why I did it, because he bowled me that it was a tricky, slower ball. And as soon as he misses this, look, he turns around and he's like saying, the reason was this. He's allowed to do it, Bilal. He's allowed to do it. And I think Zishan has to go and have a chat with Bilal here. Welcome to the final, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the cricket here from Malta. It's been absolutely sensational. And I know that the series started with Vinny Sandhu, Corey Ruggers in the commentary box. Vinny, as you know, is now in Gibraltar. It's finals day in Gibraltar as well. But I hope you've enjoyed the series, and hope you've enjoyed, well, we had an exciting, entertaining elimination day yesterday. Well, the finals day has been just as good. At the moment, the Crusaders, you'd have to say they're on top. 26 at the halfway point. Something needs to happen here now. And just to remind you, don't forget the action will also be starting at 5:30 local time in Gibraltar. This is being well hit, but should just be stopped by Bastianza. It has been. So it's also finals day in Gibraltar. This is what the program looks like there. The bronze final will be between Sweden and Gibraltar. And then the final tasty affair between Netherlands and Italy. The Netherlands looking to bounce back after being defeated by Italy in an absolute epic of a match. Italy needed 18 off the last and got them hitting a huge 6 to win the game. So that's coming up. Remember, that starts at 5:30. Meanwhile, go back to this final here. Oh, wow. This has been lasered back to the bowler. Curry Wassam. Well, he was in danger. And now he's, well, does this make contact with his head at all? Just watch. Keep an eye on this. Well, I don't think so. Gets his hand in the way. I think he's just saying, that one, I can still hear it. I can still hear it whizzing in my ears. Well, he saves 4 runs. That's what he does. Hit hard by Bilal. That's the areas where he'll play most of his shots. And they've got the fielder there well deployed. Wassam. He jumped that. Well, he got away with the catch that he dropped, didn't he? Dropped as and 0. But he did take him when it mattered. The Crusaders, you have to say one thing about the Crusaders is they have got lucky at times. They've had lapses in the field. They've made mistakes. They've made errors. But they've always got a second bite of the cherry. It's the same today. I mean, can you believe they dropped Lala on 2 occasions, 0. Rahman put him down, Afi put him down. And in the end, Zishan Yusuf said, forget that. If you can't catch him, I'm not the stumps over, and he did. Slower delivery, but he's picked this one, and this one will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Así me gusta. This is what they need. Good hit. No para, sube. Got to go for it. End of the over. And the second Maximo of the innings. The Talib Sunrise was the one to hit the first. And now we see this one from Zishan. Takes the score to 36 at the end of 6. Now are we going to see a recovery here from Zalmi? They'll be thinking they've got a good, strong bowling attack, you know. I mean, even if they can get this score to sort of the high 80s. That's a wide one. Doesn't really have to chase this. In comes a throw. He's struggling, you know. Direct hit. I think Bilal Khan is in trouble. First of all, doesn't need to play at this. Just leave them alone. Swings hard. Just watch this. I think if this hits, yeah, he would have been well short. Well short. Doesn't slide that bat in. And he needs to be running in a straight line. Latif to continue. Zishan looking to guide this in the gap between the man at backward point and cover. They've bowled well, have the Crusaders. They've bowled well. They've bowled a good line. There was a plan, and they've stuck to it. This one is going to go all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por Zishan Khan. Pero hay veces que necesita poquito. Bit of luck here. They say that fortune favors the brave. Well, he does need to be brave here, doesn't he, the captain Zishan? I think he knows that so much relies on this partnership. He'll be thinking to himself, he knows the batting to come. He knows that this partnership maybe here with Bilal is so important. He'll be saying to himself he's got to really bat for the whole entire innings and see where they can get. Calms this away, but the field is well set there for this shot. I think if you bowl a little bit shorter in that area to Zishan, that's where he's dangerous, because he can get right under it, and he's powerful. He can uppercut so well. Changing the field, he wants here to Bilal, so he wants to push the mid-wicket back. That makes sense, Bilal. That's the area that he'll be eyeing up. And he brings the man that just did the fielding there on the boundary up. So cover point comes back up. And just a wild swing there from Bilal. He's better than that if he thinks about what he's doing. I mean, have a look at the field out there in the covers. There's no extra cover in at all. There's no cover point, so you can be looking to hit those on the offside. And once again, look at the feet, look at the movement. Just doesn't get himself to the pitch of it. He's just swinging from where he's standing. So the only contact he's going to make is if the ball's right at him. Yeah, just doesn't get there. He's got to get that left leg of his going across to where the ball is. End of another over. It's another good one for the Crusaders. 42 for 4. This is, folks, where I'll be going next. 2 days to go. The start of the European Cricket League, the Champions League for Europe. 30 nations, 31 clubs, 1 European champion. Who's going to win it this time? Oh, I can tell you that the competition is going to be fierce. It certainly is. Cardamom Oval is looking a picture. Come on down between the 27th and the 24th of March. If you're in Spain, or if you've got some holiday time, book the flight. Flights are pretty cheap at the moment, you know. Come on down. Come join us at the Cardamom Oval. Come join us in the fan zone and maybe have a Victoria Cerveza or 2 or 3. Basil George coming into the attack. Normally it's Basil time in over number 8. And the last, Zishan. He doesn't want to take the run. Okay, so this is now Zishan saying, right, now's the time where I want to hog the strike. I think it's too early to do that. And he's probably thinking Bilal is swinging and missing. Well, okay, my point after this ball. Wide signal. Yeah, my point is this. If with 18 balls to go, you're already saying that you don't want to give the strike to Bilal because he's just chewing up deliveries, then as the captain, and he is the captain, take him off. Get somebody else in. Turning down runs when you've only got 40 on the board is not the way. Hits this pretty well, and he'll get it in the gap, so he gets 4 runs. George attacks the stumps. Probably not the area to be. All the other bowlers have got the ball outside the off. George, it's a slower delivery. So he takes the pace off it, but he's in the swing zone. Good help, Chris Smith and Shrug. Welcome. Keeping the chat going. And bringing us some cheer. Clean, healthy, exciting, enjoyable, and respectful. This is his shot. And that's really well played. And you notice there, as soon as the field changes, now they've always had a backward point and deep cover on the boundary. And as soon as they move that, there's the shot. So you can see Afi straight away saying, hey, we need to sort this out. So they're making a move. Basically, the man who was on the backward point boundary goes to the boundary at point. So they move the fielder who was up point round, but staying in the circle. Zishan will still eye up that area. Well, this is out. This is out, I think. Well, hang on. If it's not out, it's because he's got bat on it. He gets lucky. He does get bat on it, and that's what Georgie's saying. He said there was bat on this. This is full. This is straight. And only the bat. Yeah. There you go. Big time bat. Otherwise, it was curtains for George. Curtains with Zishan, as I say. This gets played down the ground, so he'll take the single now. 10 of the over. And, well, Bilal, if I'm Bilal and I'm cracking this ball to the boundary, I'm then going to my captain and say, so you don't want to give me the strike? And, well, he gets hold of it, but it's not going to go to the boundary. And Zishan, this is the thing here. So they're going to take it on. And they're going to get 2. I was just about to say, this is the thing. If you want the strike, then why do you take that single? But in the end, Southern Crusaders, because they're not able to back it up, they give them exactly what they want. They get the 2. Because Zishan probably doesn't want it, but he goes because Bilal wants it. And then Afi's not able to take it cleanly. Basil goes down as he's trying to take it. They get the 2 runs. Zishan will go back on strike. 54 for 4. 12 balls to go. Where can they take this? It's just not happening. That tells you a story, doesn't it? That tells you the story. Ishanta Kariwasam going to come back on to bowl the 9th. George, pretty sure we'll finish it off in the 10th. Zishan, big swing and a miss. That's the areas, you see. That's why I was saying with Basil, though he wants to go at the stumps, I don't think that's the right plan to Zishan. Keep it there, so he's not able to cut. He can't pull. It's just outside the off stump, and it's pretty full. Well, this one's in the air, and this will be, oh, it's a drop. It's a drop. It's a clanger. The catch goes down. That's Gulfraz Marcy. Well, he's been so good with the bowling, but not so good with the catching. Crusaders, that's been the only weakness, the only flaw in their side. Zishan gets dropped on 24. How many more will he make? Bilal hits this pretty hard. And, well, it escapes one fielder, but he passes it on to the other. And it's Gulfraz Marcy who's guilty of dropping the catch. Tidy things up. They'll take the run. Slower delivery, gets played away, and this is going to take some stopping. And oh, look at this! Look at this! Oh no! Well, clip this one, Urtuz. Clip this one for later. Well, Michael Guntzelika laughs. Well, this is just sensational. Look at this. He chases it hard, George. Gets 1 foot on it. He says that's to do it. Then tries to kick it forward. He ends up kicking it sideways into his own goal. Well, clip that one. That one is going to go viral. Basil George, he's got a smile on his face. He's very camera shy, you know, Basil George. You can't get an interview with him. He never wants to talk. Oh, well, and he won't want to talk about that one. Clip it. We'll have that one later. Ishanta, well bowled. Good Yorker length delivery. Zishan digs it out. And he's just saying to Bilal here now, just look, you got this one ball. I don't want a single. So don't hit it to a fielder, start running. Hit it to the boundary. I want a boundary. And see you can have a big finish in the last over. Bilal hits it pretty well, and they're going to try and take 2 here, surely. They don't. And a bit of brain freeze here, I think. You can see there was one point when Zishan Khan just didn't want to take any singles to give Bilal the strike, and now he's gifting the strike back to Bilal. That's a win for the Crusaders. 62 for 4. Well, George is coming on to bowl, and yeah, he's a good cricketer, but he is not a good footballer. Watch this. Here's a highlight. Here, Basil, this is just for you. There's the stop. Kick it forward. No, he kicks it back in his own goal, and I love the reaction from him. I like the smile from the captain afterwards. Back to the live action. Basil starts with a dot. Zishan getting frustrated, thinking, yeah, I got it wrong. Not for the first time. Taking singles and taking himself off the strike for the start of the next over. Bilal chews up a dot. Gold dust. Oh, wild swing. And thing is, though, here, have a look at this. I mean, whether it's a wide or not, it's not being given, but Zishan, he has to go here. So he backs up. As soon as this is there, he goes. He's got to go. He's got to chance it. And this one's been hit pretty well. It will go all the way. So Bilal Khan says, hang on a minute. I know what you're trying to do, Skip. It ain't going to happen. I'm going to send this to the boundary. So he finally gets one out of the middle, finally gets one where he wants it, and he smashes this away for his first boundary. 6 runs. So getting close to the 70. But I still think you got to be looking at 80, standing right in front here. That's why I think George was tempted to go for the stumps. This time it's edged away, and this is healthy runs. It's going to be 4 more. 6 and 4. Well, maybe Bilal is a man who's hungry for more. Well, he just doubles his score in a couple of deliveries. Well, that'll put a smile on the captain's face. 4 more runs there. Manus is saying that's why Bilal needs a strike. Okay, well, he just scored 10 off 2 balls. Well, that makes it look 14 or 15. It makes it look better, doesn't it? He needed to. He ain't done yet. Couple of balls left. Can they get to the 80? Okay, this one, they'll take just the single, so Zishan will have 1 ball to face to see what he can do with it. It's been a really, I'm going to say it's been a really good bowling performance. I won't go as far as saying fielding performance, but bowling performance. The bail just falls off here. The umpire will get that sorted. Oh, going to run hard here now. Zishan knows he's got to go back, and in comes the throw. It's an easy one, and Basil George does the work. Well, those two team players know themselves really well, not just playing for the cup, but playing for the national team as well. And Zishan Yusuf and Basil George combine nicely to get the wicket, so it will only be 1 run. And Gozo Zalmi, there was no la-la time, and when there's no la-la time, it's not happy times in the middle for Gozo Zalmi. It's a below par score, 74 they put on the score, and well, it's Crusaders. I mean, they'll be happy with their work, but they'll know that it's only halfway point. Well, that was one. It was a spicy one Rahman put down. This was the second. Afi Khan puts it down. Then there was a boundary, and but after that boundary, there was a wicket, and it was Zishan Yusuf that knocks the stumps over of Lala. Lala goes for 5 of 8 deliveries, and then this was a chance to take Daz, and it was Ishanta that put it down. But after Daz did hit a couple of boundaries, the Kari Usama gets what we don't often get, a second chance, and he didn't fluff this one. He said, no way am I dropping this, and he doesn't. So Das, he was gone, and Talib Shamrais, he wanted to do it in style, smashes 1 big 6, but then losing his shape completely. Yeah, this was great work. What a great stop this was, and I'm really loving that, the effort, the intent there from Mahmood Rahman. And this one was the catch from Basil George coming in from the cover boundary. That's my area, he says. You're not getting past me. And then this one was, well, Basil Rahman. He was done by a good, sharp delivery from Gulfans. He was going for a 2-ball duck. But then we saw the partnership between these two, and they came together with the score on 23. And there was a few boundaries. There was a big 6 from Bilal, of course. And we saw Zishan bat all the way through the inning. Just 1 6 and 4 4s to him. Finishes with the score on 31, but he'll know that that's below par for him as well. But I suppose the captain just had to try and keep one end going. This was a funny moment from Basil George as he scores an own goal. Well, it's funny now, but if they end up losing this by a couple of runs, it won't be so funny. Bilal finally got one out of the middle. And Vinny Sanders saying runs on the board, runs on the board. Yeah, I guess so, especially on a final. And Vinny, I hope preparations are going well for finals day. That will be starting in Gibraltar in around about 50 minutes time. But let's have a look at
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Buenas tardes. Welcome back to Malta, and we've got some good news for you. Looks like we'll get the final on. It won't quite be 10 overs aside due to the rain that did come in the middle of the day. We've got a 5-over Fiesta coming your way. There's the playing condition, so 2-over power play instead of the regular 3. Just 1 over per bowler will be bowled, and this will decide who wins the trophy. And we get the 2 group leaders going head to head. Look, ideally, you'd love to have it as a 10-over contest, but I'm just happy we'll have a final at all because it wasn't looking that way for a long time. Knights undefeated now, 12-0. Gozo Zalmi, 9-2. Got a washout in their semi-final earlier in the day against Sweet United. They would have been chasing 116, but they get there due to their superior group performance to Sweet United. Any sound of him is to Maximo. And alongside me for the final time in season 2023 is Nish Butt. Nish, Knights winning the toss and batting. What do you think about that?
I thought they might go for the ball just because of the conditions out there, but this is a brave decision by the Knights. They really back Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus. What a dramatic finale. 3 weeks of cricket, and it's come down to these last 45 minutes to decide who's going to be the champion.
That's exactly right. You know, it's going to be exciting. Look, I think their strategy is bat first and smash them. That's kind of what they like to do. I don't mind it. The thing with these 5-over games, as we see the rain falling again, surely not. The thing with these 5-over games is that it's almost anything's defendable and anything is chaseable because it just takes 1 or 2 overs that you win and win comprehensively to shape the game or to change the game. So we're going to have some awesome contests here. Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus out to open the batting for the EDX Knights. Now let me talk to you about the Knights, formerly the Atlas UTC Knights, now the EDX Knights. This is their 4th ECS final, but they're yet to win one. They reached the final in 2020 and 2021. They were beaten on both occasions, once by Marsa, once by the Super Kings. They also reached the final in the ECS 2022. That was a washout halfway through the first innings. Marsa, because of their superior group performance, won the trophy. So this is their 4th attempt. And of course, the kind of irony, if you like, is that the Knights, if it was to be a washout, well, they would win due to their superior group performance, undefeated so far in this series. But it's going to be Lala to open up, Mehboob Ali to Samuel Stanislaus. Everyone buckle up. This is going to be a ride. 5-over Fiesta coming your way live from Malta. And it starts with an in-swinger. Zishan has a pop. This would have been gone. Oh, Stanislaus could have been out first ball, Nish.
Very exciting start to this match. And you were talking about how it's just 1 over could determine the outcome of a match. When we got a shortened game, direct hit, he was gone. You can see from that replay, Mehboob Ali has been going at about a run the ball for this entire series. So if he bowls 1 good over, that's like 20% of the game
That's
gone.
exactly right. You know, everything's intensified. And this is a guy that's pretty intense. The way that he hits the ball, Basil George, even though he's a laconic kind of character. Zishan will be disappointed he doesn't run him out there. He has a pretty good look at the 3 stumps. He was balanced. It was a good pickup. George, for the first time, gets a big wide down the leg side. Well held by Adnan Anwar. Liked his keeping when he's been on the park for Gozo Zalmi. Gozo Zalmi will be representing Malta in the ECL 24 early in March. Atlas, you know, if I say Atlas, I mean EDX Knights, of course, now. They didn't take part in the ECS earlier in the season. They actually determined the ECL representative. I wonder if they're ruining that decision because playing some good cricket right now. Lala gets one past the outside edge of Basil George.
Every dot ball is magnified at this sort of a game. He's got no time to settle in here, Basil George. He usually takes a couple of deliveries to settle into his innings. He's got to start hitting boundaries right from the get-go.
And he'll be trying. Muscles it down there. A slightly slower ball, and that almost knocks out the leg stump. So it's a bit of a shaky start for the Knights.
Yeah, 1 quiet over here by Mehboob Ali. Like we've seen from him throughout this series, is a huge step towards the ECS trophy for Gozo Zalmi. This is going to be such an incredible showdown.
Just takes one out of the middle here, Basil. And just isn't really game to flick this one away for 6 or to try to. Being careful. I suppose he's still there, but the footwork away from the ball got him in a bit of a muddle there.
But when do you often see Basil George just trying to noodle these sort of balls around? I think this way he just needs to have a big swing and look to bash it away.
50-50 contest according to the wind predictor. Now this is up in the air, thick outside edge, hangs a long time, got to make a lot of ground, and it goes straight through the hands of someone, Sajil, and it's going to be a long single. That was an opportunity, not an easy one, but Basil gets away with it.
Huge moment in the context of this game. Sharjil's running back, trying to hold on to it. He fails to get there. And every moment is going to mean the world at this stage of the game. This is a great over by Mehboob Ali to start off. Just 5 deliveries have swung the momentum completely in favor of Zalmi, according to Intelligent Cricket. They started off at about 35%. They're now up to 52.
And good old-fashioned coin flip. Mehboob Ali, last ball of his series. It's going to be 4-leg bias. It's going to skate off the pad. Lala gets it slightly wrong. Well, the figures will show he goes for 3, but there's 7 on the board. It's 7 for no loss after 1 over of this 5-over final.
No, they desperately needed a boundary. You need at least 2 or 3 and over when you're in a 5-over match. And Basil George, I think that the next over, can't see him trying to push the ball around. He needs to be going for big sixes. Here's a look at some of the action we witnessed today. We had a very nice semi-final to start the day off between the Knights and the Strikers. The Knights won rather convincingly. Unfortunately for Sweet United, we saw their middle order put on a great comeback in the first innings, but that game was abandoned, and Gozo Zalmi advanced courtesy of their better record. You have to say the two teams who made it to the final, they deserve to be here. They were the best teams in their group.
Well, sometimes you have it. Well, you have 16 groups here, and the top 4 get in. Everyone says, "Oh, does the group round really matter?" Well, it does. We've seen it determine the trophy, determine who makes it further in the knockout stages. All right, here's the man that just let that difficult chance slip through his fingers. Now he has to bowl to Basil George. It's Sharjeel for over number 2. This one gets big on Basil. He just hasn't hit his straps yet. He's 1 of 5.
This is very unlike Basil George. Just gets a nice bit of bounce and carry over there. Salman Sharjeel.
I wonder if the fact it's a 5-over game is just kind of forcing Basil into trying, if you want to call it too hard. Normally does like a bit of time to settle, kind of play on his own terms. Oh, another big swing and a miss. And yeah, this is where sometimes in a short game you might talk about retiring someone out, but there are certain players that are golden and I don't think you can touch them. I think Boom Boom Basil has to be one of those. But he just needs to sort out his footwork here. I think sometimes he's backing away. Don't think that's the odds, because the ball's following him from around the wicket from Sharjeel. Gets a bit of bat on this. A slight improvement, well knocked down there. So just a single. Andy House in the chat saying he thinks that Zalmi will be a good watch in the ECL. I do agree with that. And their group looks spicy, to say the least. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs as well. Steve McVeigh, to Kroom, to Chris Smith, to Shrug. Great to have you with us on a Friday afternoon. Our last game in Malta. And I was saying earlier, Nish, it's actually my 3rd trip to Malta this year, because I was here for the ECS start of the year. Middle of the year, I was here for the Medina Cup and the Valletta Cup T20 International Series, and now finishing with this ECS. So I really love spending time here. Everyone's been wonderful as usual. Samuel gets something he can turn on. He'll get a boundary. So with Basil struggling at the other end, you just hope Samuel can keep his good form up. This was a little bit of a gundy ball, a bit too close to the body of Samuel Stanislaus.
Yeah, Sharjeel just needs to get that bouncer probably a little further to the offside. It's too easy to play from there for Stanislaus. He helps it away towards fine leg for a boundary. And each bowler can just bowl 1 over.
He's got the par at about 60, and I think 12 and over. These two teams could deliver more than that, but also, it hasn't really happened that way for the Knights so far. It won't be out, but it will be a dot ball, and they'll take it. Every dot ball's kind of worth double in this, isn't it? But have we done much 5-over cricket, Nish? I'm just trying to think. We did a 6-over game the other day. It was yesterday, wasn't it, in the quarterfinal?
This will definitely be up there as the shortest game I've ever done.
This is your 5-over initiation. Well, we had quite a bit of 5-over cricket in the ECL 22 when we had 3 days lost to rain in Kantama. But let's just say, moves pretty quickly. Last ball of the second over, last ball of the power play here. And it's a slightly slow ball. Stanislaus goes large over the leg side. Maximo hits him back to a decent position. It's 18 without loss after 2.
He reads the slower ball really well there, Samuel Stanislaus, and bashes it away for a 6. He's just got to pull the length back a little more if he wants to bowl the slower one. But they really, really needed that 6 tonight. It's been a bit of a difficult start for them. 18 for no loss at the end of 2.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow we'll have some cricket in Spain, and I know a lot of people looking forward to that as well. We've got Spain, Portugal and Romania taking part in a tri-series. And Corey's already there, preparing the Spanish team. Very kind of Barcelona region flavour about the Spain team. Portugal will get to go to Barcelona for the first time for an international, and same with the Romanians. Look a little bit more of an inexperienced side. These are the 3 teams tomorrow, so have a look at some of those names. And yeah, that will start tomorrow morning. Anyway, Basil, again, still can't time it. Yeah, Steve McVeigh was saying, yeah, if you were to retire out Basil George, it'd be like subbing Messi off. It'd be a big call. The only difference is I think Basil was more famous on the island of Malta than Messi with his performances this year with bat in hand. But right now, his powers have kind of failed him so far. But less than halfway through the innings, still a little bit of time to turn it around. Kaushal gets the 3rd over.
Yeah, this is the leading wicket taker in this ECS, Nikol Kaushal. It's interesting, he's going, I wonder if he's going to go over the wicket, around the wicket here to Stanislaus.
Yeah. It's a quicker one this time. I don't mind that. I mean, either angle I think works for Kaushal. And the reason is he actually does put a bit of work on the ball. He actually does spin the ball. But this is the matchup that, on paper, I mean, George should be pretty happy with the left arm spinner, even though he's a good one, Kaushal. Remember that he was pretty brutal on the ball moving into him at the Cardamore Oval, Basil George. But can he get going? He's 3 off 8 in a 5-over game. Yep, he can. That's car time. Maybe not quite that far, but not far away. Maximo! Maybe that's the sound of the bell tolling as Basil George gets this one out of the middle.
That's the Basil George we know. He'll want to hit it with the spin towards the leg side, particularly if he targets around that square leg region where the boundary rope's just been brought in a few meters.
Kaushal's bowled well, but also it is a risk to bowl him to the left-handed Basil George. But I suppose Kaushal's one of your bowlers. You've got to bowl him sometime. Can he get the revenge? He tosses it up. Basil goes high, very high, and far enough. Maximo! Kaushal was brave there. He tossed it up. He took the gamble. And Basil, this wasn't really out of the screws, but with that boundary in a bit, there's a bit more margin for error, and he gets 6 more.
He probably wasn't quite able to get to the pitch of the ball as closely as he would like, but he gets enough power on it to get that distance for it to go away for a 6. Brave ball there by Kaushal, and he gets punished for it.
Quick cross lower, he goes quicker, and Basil hits him straight as you like. 1 bounce 4. So 6-6-4, and this game turns, and it turns hard, it turns quickly. Knight's now up to 36.
Now this is the thing, because you're only bowling 1 over, there's such a small sample size in this game. This is the first time I've seen Nikol Kaushal go for 18 runs of his first 5 deliveries. Basil George has come alive.
Made the most, he stepped up when he needed to. Basil George of this 1 versus 1 matchup that is kind of in his favour. Last ball of the 3rd. Wants 1 more, but he only gets it down to long off, where Zishan will clean up. And a bit of a reckless throw, but it will just be a single. End of the 3rd over. 37 without loss.
They're going at about a par score right now, the Knights, but let's see how they can close this out. You'd expect Rahman would probably bowl 1 over. And it's going to be a bit of a decision who they're going to opt to go for the 5th over. Probably Wasim Abbas.
You'd imagine so. Yeah, you'd imagine so. But they've got other options if they want, like Waka Mahmood, Prasath. I think you've picked the 2 though, especially because you only get 1 over. So it's not like, oh, I'll give you 1 and you might get a 2nd. It's once you give someone 1, they're one of your 5 bowlers. So, as they say in 5-over cricket, it all happens in the 4th, and it will be Wasim Abbas, the national team representative, to bowl to his Malta teammate Basil George. Both these 2 were very important for Malta during the year. This one I think is okay. Yeah, Basil does have a bit of a habit of jumping away from the ball, and he's good enough to do it, but I think it's in spite of his footwork, not because of it. Sometimes those shots stood his ground there. He can get a bat on that.
He'd just be better served if he stayed nice and still over there. Abbas, full credit to him. Saw him going leg side and just pushed it wide.
This time he does stand still, but bottom of the bat job up in the air. But it's not going to carry to Lala. They think it too. Oh, geez, that would have been out as well. Basil could have been run out, but it'll just be a high single.
Yeah, obviously, it goes without saying the outfield is really, really slow right now, so anything that goes up in the air is probably going to get stuck in the surface. Looking nervously there, Basil George. It's only going to be a single. Good start to a boss is over.
Might have been a one short if he'd actually come back. Didn't see him touch his bat in. Anyway, this game is on a knife's edge right now. That win predictor hasn't strayed too far from 50-50, has it? Now Stanislaus has only faced 6 balls out of the 20 so far. And he will drive handsomely over the leg side. And 6, Maximo. That's the thing with Samuel Stanislaus. He stays pretty still. Okay, bat turns in the hand slightly there to take it leg side, but it's pretty correct. And he has had a very, very good series. Can he lead the Knights to their first title?
That is such a lovely shot. Full face of the bat, on drive. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. You love to see those kind of strokes.
Abbas needs to go Yorker. He goes a bit fuller. Samuel just loses his shape slightly.
It's a little bit of late movement there as well, Abbas. It's been a great over by him. You know, in spite of that boundary, just 7 runs of the first 4 balls, you take it.
Jeff Mobb's asking, any idea what the new pitch in Barcelona is laid on? I'm not sure exactly. I imagine it would still be a wooden base because it's got to go on top of the baseball ground. We'll find out tomorrow. Oh, pretty close, but I think it's maybe just sliding down the leg side. Throw comes in from downtown. They will get a leg by only. So last ball coming up. This one just seemed to be tailing in and probably moving past that leg stump. Only just.
Plenty of swing over here, Abbas. 1 ball to come in this over. Can he close it out strong?
I mean, the pressure obviously on these 2 batters right now to get a score on the ball, but just think about the pressure that's going to be on the Zalmi openers as well in the second half. Well bowled. Yeah, he smacks it back at Abbas, who knocks it down. End of a very good over from Wasim, and he only conceded 7 in the final. And at the end of 4, the Knights 45 without loss.
Absolutely amazing bowling. He was so accurate throughout that over. I think he hit the Yorker with a good consistency. And we're going to have to try to get at least 15 or 16 runs from this final over. Here's a look at the action coming up tomorrow in Barcelona. Spain will start off with a couple of matches against Portugal and Romania. Then the middle match of the day will be Romania taking on Portugal. Then Spain will come back for another 2 games. So a big day for them. They'll play 4 matches tomorrow. You know, it's good to know that they'll rotate their squad a lot because there'll be plenty of fatigue otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, 4 out of 5, it's a big day, but they've got a big squad as well. This is hit over point and very well handled out there by Waka Mahmood. Guy splits his time between Hungary and Malta with his job. In these conditions, that was an excellent stop. That could have quite easily slid through for 4.
That is also one of the more damp parts of the outfield. It just emphasizes what a good job Mahmood has done to get to that.
The other thing in Barcelona, the last game of the day, it pretty much will be under lights. And we do have the lights there. So it's going to be a brilliant series, I'm sure. Starts 7:30 a.m. GMT tomorrow, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Spain, Portugal, like oil and water, they don't mix. Rahman bowling the last. Oh, that's been the kind of blind spot for Basil George in this innings. Rahman hasn't always got it right, but when he does, he's very dangerous.
Lovely ball angling into George, and he's exploited that blind spot, as you mentioned. Gets him for pace as well. Stanislaus at the other end, just looking a little bit frustrated.
I think Basil now, in the last over, he's got to get across. He can't let those balls go between his pads and the stumps. Rather take a wide if they're going to miss leg stump. He does back away, he hits it high. Oh yeah, that has gone many, many a mile in the air. Comes down the good side of the line as far as the Knights are concerned. Maximo! 6 to boom, boom, Basil.
Oh, he needed that. He really needed that one, Basil George. He's just looking at that, praying it goes over the rope. And Zishan Khan, well, he's not tall enough to stop that from going away for a 6.
Rahman not quite finding the Yorker that Abbas employed to finish the 4th over. Needs to get in the block hole, I think. Oh, he gambles on a length ball and he'll Be happy with the result there, Rahman. Just an edge onto the body for a single.
You can just sense a little bit of agitation there from Basil George. You know, if he stays still, he probably works it behind square leg for a boundary. Now 2 balls left. Stanislaus, what can he do here? He'd feel he'd need to strike at least a couple of boundaries just to give his side a par score.
It's funny the way things are going. Zalmi could potentially win without taking a wicket in the final. Yet to see what happens on the last 2 balls. Big Samuel. Edged and gone. Well, put the jinx on him. He'll be out of here. It's just a regulation catch for Adnan Anwar behind the stumps. Rahman, maybe a little bit of a way tail there. And the Knights lose their first wicket, 53 for 1. A ball remaining in the first innings.
Yeah, little outside edge through to the keeper. That's very well taken by Adnan Anwar. We're delighted with his bowling effort, Gozo Zalmi. Even if this one goes away for a boundary, you'd still feel they've done a terrific job.
All right, this is the last ball, then it's Manu. Yadav Manu just gets the one chance, one opportunity. And he'll hit it high. Now you just got to leg it out. Should be caught, really. It's dropped. They'll come back for 2 and he slips over. They'll get 2. And he throws it to no one in particular. Probably could look for 3. So, well, remember that because it really should have been 53. But Zishan Kaiser couldn't hold on to the opportunity. So it'll be 55 for 1 after the 5 overs. Knights, well, it's something, isn't it? I do think it's probably half a dozen after under par. As far as Zalmi are concerned, they would have known it could have been a lot more. Basil George finishes 28 off 18. So if you think of it that way, he basically faced a regular power play, kind of 3 overs. He went for 28, so it's not quite his regular pace. But still, I mean, a bit like Gozo Zalmi in the last final here, where they just put 74 on the board in the 10. It's the runs on the board. Will it be enough? We'll find out. Just 5 overs to go in this European Cricket Series.
What a heart-stopping finish the second innings is going to be. We'll have a look at the highlights of the innings we just witnessed. Of course, it was a 5-over bash to start things off. That was a chance for Sharjeel that he unfortunately wasn't able to take. But Mehboob Ali bowled a terrific first over, just 7 runs off it. And they were really good, trying to keep things very tight, Gozo Zalmi. This was a great shot that Samuel Stanislaus managed to hit. He made 19 of 11. For me, the pick of the shots was that on-drive he hit, which we'll watch later in this highlights package.
It kind of took a while to wake up, didn't he, Basil? But he woke up with a rush. And yeah, then even towards the end, he kind of went off the boil a bit. But I mean, 55 is 55. Very hard to call. Really, it comes down to whether the openers click, I think, for Gozo Zalmi or not. I mean, they're the kind of team they could get this in 3 overs if they really click. But what a test for the Knights bowling lineup, I think. That was the only wicket of the first inning. Stanislaus nicking off, and Manu, well, he should have been gone for a duck. But you can see here that Kaiser puts it down, can't really regain his composure. They get through for a couple. But the Knights have been really, really good with the ball. They've been disciplined. It's not going to be easy. You want to be tested when it comes down to it. And the final should be the biggest test of the tournament. It will be for the Knights, who've won every single game along the way. But their tournament is in the balance as they score 55 in the 5 overs of their innings here in the decider.
Here's a look at the scorecard. Basil George made 28 of 18. You'd want to see him bat a little faster than that, go at about 2.5 a ball, as he often would in most of his T10 innings. Of course, for Gozo Zalmi, every bowler was only allowed to bowl 1 over. Mehboob Ali was terrific in that first over, as was Wasim Abbas at the penultimate one, where he just kept hitting Yorkers with a regular consistency. In the end, Gozo Zalmi are going to need 56 runs in just 5 overs to crown themselves ECS Malta Encore champions.
It's been a long road, but the finish line's in sight. And we'll find out which team will raise the trophy. Will it be the Knights at their 4th attempt at a final win? Or will it be Gozo Zalmi going back-to-back? Join us after a short break for the exciting conclusion. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Nisha Butt. See you shortly for the result here in the European Cricket Series, Malta Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Malta. 5 overs to go, and that's it for ECS cricket here in 2023. 2 contenders, the Knights, in their 4th grand final. They're yet to win a trophy. They're going to come out in this 5-over contest. And off the 5 overs, the Knights made 55. 2 over power play, just 1 single over per bowler in this shortened format. That is because of the rain that came in middle of the day. It actually washed out the second half of Gozo Zalmi's semi-final, sending Sweet United packing. Predictable as the sun coming up in the east. It's Zishan Khan and Mehboob Ali opening the batting. Here we go with the decider. It's going to start with a wide. Just Matthew opening up. So it's a very familiar opening bowler and opening batting combination here. If you've been following the series, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Friday afternoon. Got Nishay Butt with me, and Nishay, well, anyone's game really at halftime.
Fast 5, furious 5, fiery 5, call it what you want. These 5 overs are going to decide who's going to win this ECS. It's a good shot away, and Zishan gets his side off to the perfect start. Great hit. Matthew goes a little too short and wide, and he gets punished.
Well, that is absolutely tattooed, and this shows me that Zishan's on a bit, because we know that sometimes he gets a bit kind of bottom handy, a bit leg side conscious, but he's pretty aware that James Matthew is going to be putting the ball outside the off stump, going away, so he goes with the movement. So yeah, obviously 11 and over is par here in this chase. It's a good start for the Gozo Zalmi skipper. Now he's on the charge, and so was probably crossing the line into reckless. Good comeback from the bowler.
Zishan Khan is always at his best when he tries to stay still and waits for the ball to come to him. I think when he starts trying to get a bit aggressive charge down the wicket, that's when he can get exposed. Look how far he's batting outside his crease against Jace Matthew. There's loads of swing on offer.
Well, now goes leg side. This one doesn't really break, and Zishan's all over him like a rash. Maximo! Gozo Zalmi get the jump in the first over.
They certainly do. Just goes a bit too straight there, the captain, Jace Matthew, and he's going to get punished for it. Good hit behind square leg. It's 6 more runs. This man's been on in incredible form, averaging 48 for this ECS with a strike rate of 225. He's just got to play 1 innings now, and his side will clinch their 2nd consecutive title.
Can he turn it into something more, turn it into something magical that would really get them ahead? Captain to captain, this would have been a wide off the end of the bat. So Zishan will have to settle for 1. Jace Matthew cops it in the shins. Now it's Lala time, and we know, actually, last time in the final, Lala didn't really get going with the bat. We saw that. Actually, it's the game we were playing while we were waiting for the rain to stop here. But he bowled very well. He knows what he has to do. Yeah, human shins are not really designed to take a cricket ball at that velocity, but Matthew, he's tough as you like. Bowl to the big man, who hits it in the air, and you got to catch this. Now, who wants it firstly? Going back, Nitin Babu takes the catch. So it's a golden duck for Lala in the final, and the Knights certainly didn't get the start they wanted, but they're very, very happy with that, I'm sure. Jace Matthew picks up the big wicket of Mehboob Ali, and Zalmi are 12 for 1.
This is going to be an absolute roller coaster ride, so strap in. This is a huge, huge moment. Mehboob Ali, who has been in terrific form throughout this series, is gone for a golden duck, his first duck of this series, and it comes in the final. Oh, he's going to be greeted by Derek in the biggest game of all. He won't like that.
They won't, but he won't mind as long as they can get over the line in the end. So that's the way it goes. I mean, doesn't waste any time. They still have some good hitters to come, no doubt about that. Probably Prasath to come in next, so we go to a left-hand, right-hand combination. I thought for a second that was going to be Justin Shanju's catch, but just curved towards Nitin Babu, who's had a good series. And so, yeah, Prasath comes in. Again, he's a guy, if he clicks, he could do this with time to spare, but if he doesn't, he could kind of get his team into a bit of a muddle.
Warren Prasath, incredible player. Got a strike rate of 238 throughout this series. The only reason he doesn't have more runs is because he's often been waiting behind Zishan and Mehboob.
The top ball to finish. So, I don't know, I guess that's a bit of a draw for me, that over. Matthew does well in the second half after a tough start to the over. And at the end of 1, it's 12 for 1.
There's plenty of movement on offer for the bowlers. And Jace Matthews just claws back 242 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. We've never had an ECS final go to a golden ball. Could this be the one?
Any final, and by final I mean kind of final. We've had everything else. We've had it in an eliminator, we've had it in a qualifier 1, qualifier 2, semi-finals, quarterfinals, we've had golden balls. We've never had one in an actual final of a tournament. So could this be the day? I mean, it's possible. Justin Sharju's going to bowl the second over. Zishan made a very good start. This would mean a lot to Zishan. He's eyeing the field, eyeing the gaps. This is also the second and final over of the power play. Hits it hard and hits it over mid-off. That's 4. Pick the length of that up very quickly. Zishan Khan, 4 carreras.
Yeah, he goes too short over there, and Zishan, he's aware of that, waits for it, and it slaps it over mid-off for a boundary. Khan's playing an absolutely incredible innings. This is going to be a match-winning innings as the captain going to take his side over the finishing line.
Yeah, checking that ball is still spherical after it was smashed. Bit of a flat bat job there from Zishan Khan.
Huge ball coming up here for Sharju.
Pitches up, Zishan is after him, and it's going to go a long way. Maximo! Well, Zishan Khan is a guy that the Knights need to get him soon, because he is getting his team into a very strong position here in the final.
He's playing a captain's knock if there ever was one. This is a brilliant innings in the biggest of situations. Look at that now. The required is below 10 for Gozo Zalmi. They need to go at just 9.2 and over. They've got to get rid of Zishan Khan fast.
Sure do. No obvious weaknesses when he's on those, Zishan. That's the problem. Oh, that's hit so hard. There's the bottom hand coming in. That's like a tracer bullet. 1 bounce 4. And right now, Zishan, if he's on strike, it spells trouble for the Knights.
The only thing they can do at this stage is maybe go for that wide Yorker. Just can't have him hitting it to his favorite boundary on the leg side. And Stanislaus, you're seeing, is a little bit frustrated. This is the first time I've seen any frustration from the Knights during the series. Keep in mind, they're coming in with 12 straight wins. They've been undefeated all tournament. And this is the first time they're facing immense amounts of pressure.
Yeah, well, 26 in 1.5. But what they really need is someone just to be able to deliver a few dot balls in a row. Maybe Babu. Hitting Babu's that guy. I think he'll get the 3rd over. But that's 2 first halves of overs that have really gotten away from the Knights at the moment. Thing is with Zishan, he is pretty good if he sets his mind to it about those balls outside the off stump. You know, he's able to crack them through the offside. Occasionally he'll be out. He's not ready for this. Oh no, he's going to face it anyway. Oh, a little bit short, pulled away, and 6 more. Maximo! Gozo Zalmi trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. Sharju goes shorter. He didn't have the protection out there either. So Zishan Khan right now, he's winning the game off his own back for Gozo Zalmi.
This might be the over. That's one Gozo Zalmi the game. Look at how easy it is now for Gozo Zalmi. Just 24 runs needed of 20 deliveries. Justin Sharju, who so far this series has had an economy rate of just 8, has gone for 20 runs in this over. He's still got 2 balls to come.
Tell you what, if you get Zishan here though, it's going to be a big twist in the tail. There he goes, slices, and he's going to get 6 more. Oh, what an over this is. It's magical already. In fact, it's 26. And right now, I mean, getting almost half they need in this second over.
Another incredible hit by Zishan Khan. Goes shorter, gets underneath it, elevates it over 3rd for the 6. This is a terrific innings by Zishan Khan. He saved one of his very best innings for the biggest game. And it's down to underrun the ball. Gozo Zalmi, they can taste victory. They can taste back-to-back ECS crowns.
Now goes bottom hand again, and once again, it goes the journey. Supersonic stuff as Zishan Khan takes 32 off the second over, and Gozo Zalmi just 12 away from victory now. 44 for 1 after 2.
What an innings. What a special innings in such a pressure situation. That is an incredible shot by Zishan Khan. Picks up a ball that is so far outside the off stump and hits it over long on. Incredible strike. Well, this is our last day here in Malta, our last game as well. We've still got plenty more cricket to come on the European Cricket Network. We'll be touring Spain over the next month. We'll start off with that ECI and ECS in Barcelona before rounding out the year with the first ever ECCW live from Cardama. Can't wait for all that action.
Yeah, it's going to be turning around pretty quickly. I've actually got a picture of the pitch in Barcelona. Some people were asking about that, so I've got my people to do a bit of research there. So I don't know if we can bring that to you maybe during the over. Prasath, he's had the best seat in the house so far in that second over. Zishan, 43 out of the 44 runs on the board. Crazy stuff, really. And Varun, he's an experienced cricketer. He knows, hey, sometimes you got to know your role. Even though he's a big hitter himself, he's happy to play second fiddle here and give it back to Zishan Khan. The way things are going, this game might not survive into a fourth over. Nitin Babu does get the third. Need almost a miracle here, wouldn't they?
I think Zishan Khan, he's going to try to finish us with 2 big shots here. You got to feel for the Edix Knights. They've had an incredible campaign. They've been undefeated, and they've turned up in the final. And it doesn't look like they're going to take this one. 4 defeats in the finals for this side. You've really got to feel for them. Conditions didn't help them today.
Just didn't really get going with the bat. That's what it was, though, in the final. And the conditions have been pretty similar for both sides in the end. Zishan's on a heater. He's going to get a wide here. He'll make it 10 off 17.
Yeah, trust me, we've seen plenty of teams go undefeated an entire tournament and lose in the final lately in the cricket world. And it looks like Edix Knights are about to add their name to that list. Two shots away now, Zishan Khan.
Yeah. It's been over pretty quickly, hasn't it? Edged, and well, that sums it up. Does it get all the way? It does. Well, burst through the fingers of Sukumar and brings up the 50. Zishan Khan on the verge of his 50. But it's hard to believe that an individual could score a half century when the target's only 56. But the way things are going, yeah, it's something that Zishan's going to do, and he's going to love this. And look, you got to feel for the Knights. It's just another chapter in their kind of heartbreak ECS career that's seen them get to the final now 4 times, and doesn't look like they'll ever be able to go that distance. I'm sure they will with the players they got. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow, but that's the nature of cricket. We saw it in the World Cup final last weekend, in fact. Zishan tries to whack this away, and he's sent back by Varun Prasath.
Now Varun telling him, have another go, try to hit a 6, try to end this game in style. You deserve it.
Yeah, look, the Knights, they're a wonderful cricket team. A side that, you know, their ambition should be to represent Malta in the ECL. And it's one I'm sure they're able to do. But Zalmi, what can you say about them? When the going gets tough, the tough get going. They look like they're going to go back-to-back in the ECS this year. Zishan doesn't really get this one going in the air, and it will be taken. So Samuel Stanislaus takes the catch. And so well, it stops the party for now for Zalmi fans as their captain goes for 47. But it's a player of the match performance here in the decider. He's going to have to go, and the score is 50 for 2.
A little bit anticlimactic for Zishan Khan. He really deserved to hit the winning runs and get that final 50. But he'll walk off and get a huge round of applause from his team. This is a captain's match-winning innings in the biggest stage in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, a bit like Travis Head getting out just on the verge of the World Cup. Not that too many of the Indian spectators were there to see it, to be honest. But look, question about the Barcelona pitch. This is what it looks like. This is what they've shown me from the Montreal Olympic ground. And we said it was multicoloured underlay. And I'm sure there's something that's going to go on top of that. If not, that's pretty cool. But I think that is the underlay. So that's what's going to be under the pitch. Preparations going on there as we speak. Anwar gets about at 4. And he goes up and over the offside. And it'll pitch and it'll run a couple of bounces. Gets them even closer. And Gozo Zalmi. Still 13 balls remaining theoretically in this final. They just need 2 runs.
Yeah, in all honesty, Chase Matthew and Nitin Babu have actually bowled fairly decently. But that second over, supersonic over by Justin Shaju, boy, has that cost his side badly. One mistake really is all it takes when you're in a 5-over game.
Happens to every bowler though. Justin's a good player. He'll come back, I'm sure. Zalmi need 2 to win. They won't get it here. This will be the end of the 3rd over. This game's on live support. It's 54 for 2 after 3. Man, speaking of Gozo Zalmi, I mean, they're a fairly new club. They're part of the kind of Zalmi organisation, which has branches worldwide across several continents. I know that they are really, really excited about the prospect of playing in the ECL in 2024. And even though there's a lot of domestic rivalries here, I'm sure that the whole of Malta will get behind them and wish them all the best in that series. Of course, they do have a pretty rough group as well that they'll be competing in. But yeah, it's been a big year in the development of this Gozo Zalmi side. Nias is going to come on and try and keep this game alive. Prasath on strike. Can finish things. 2 required.
Just a couple runs away now. Varun Prasath, who's been an integral part of this Gozo Zalmi team, can stroke the winning runs.
Yeah, he'll get away with that one. Prasath not thrilled about it. It's Dasha Patanka, his national teammate, with a sense of theatre. Now, swing and a miss. Well, all you can do is try and win the next ball and try and heap some pressure on. Keep it back to the spin of Nias Mohammed. And yeah, just sneaks this one in as well. Prasath shoots a smile to the tank. He's doing the umpiring. Oh, 3 dots for Nias. Now he goes high. It's going, and it's game over. Maximo! Gozo Zalmi go back-to-back in the European Cricket Series in Malta in season 2023, and they've booked their tickets to Spain. They'll be part of the European Cricket League early in the new year. Right now, it's the Zalmi that own the trophy. You've got to feel for the Knights as well. They were undefeated to this point, but this game, this tournament is so unpredictable. As we see once again, Nish, the Knights, they have to settle for 2nd place.
Gozo Zalmi are one of the best big game teams you will ever see. When it matters the most, they always turn up here in Malta, and they just know how to win semifinals and finals. When the pressure is on, that's when they're at their best. Of course, commiserations to the Knights. They had an incredible campaign. They went undefeated, won 12 games in a row during this series. But unfortunately, in the shortened 5-over matchup, they just weren't good enough. And Gozo Zalmi are going to take it fairly comfortably. And they were led by that man, number 10, Zishan Khan. What a captain's performance in the biggest game.
I actually remember when Zishan led Masa to the trophy. It was attempted, it was Wasim Abbas that tried to lift him on that occasion and dropped him. That was the end of 2021. This time they do make the lift successfully. But I just want to say quickly, of course, we'll have the trophy ceremony pretty shortly, but we'll have a lot of thank yous then. But I think everyone's really come together. It's been a tough 2 or 3 days weather-wise after having perfect weather really for the first 2.5 weeks. But I want to say thanks to everyone locally here, all the players, officials, all the federation, of course, to all the blue crew, to the umpires, the officials, and everyone around the ground. Everyone's helped us with the transport and the organisation. It's always great to be here in Malta. And this is why you play cricket, to have the moments where you're able to share these experiences with your teammates. And Gozo Zalmi, they're on a journey, and that journey is going to take them all the way to the Cartamar Oval in just 3 or 4 short months' time. They're a group that have come together, and they're going to be staying together, and they'll have their eyes on a bigger prize even in season 2024. Let's go back and look at the highlights as they prepare to party. It was Zishan. Well, he was kind of making his own rules, wasn't he? In this power play, he took the game away and took the tournament away from the Knights.
An incredible performance by Zishan Khan. He made 47 of just 13 deliveries. Mehboob Ali would depart for a golden duck, his only duck of this series. That was a well-taken catch by Nitin Babu. And you thought, could it be game on? Could the Edix Knights have a chance at defeating this slightly below par total? The answer would be absolutely not, because Zishan Khan would just be in different form. He'd make 32 runs in the 2nd over, absolutely tore apart Shaju, who had been so terrific throughout this series. Frustration was abound for the Knights. You can see Samuel Stanislaus was a little bit frustrated, and look at that man. He was in boss mode, absolutely dominating this Knights bowling attack.
Yeah, look, when it comes down to it, cricket's a game that's kind of made to break your heart. Zishan had a little bit of luck as well. It was good effort from Tulasita and to even get a finger on that. Eventually would go down just inside of his own personal half century. It was a nice catch by Samuel Stanislaus. But yeah, you called it. When the big games happen, they just seem to have a knack. They managed to lift the trophy despite only putting 74 on the board in a 10-over final against the Southern Crusaders earlier this year. And this time, I mean, it's a tricky target. It looks easy now, doesn't it? But that's because he was able to take 32 off and over. And Zalmi, they've earned their way. And once again, Zishan, well, he did look nervous because that's gone wrong before. This is what's coming up tomorrow. So the next time you'll see us on the field will be tomorrow at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. So the same start time as today. In fact, the regular start time here in Malta. Only difference is that I'll be quite a distance away. Spain take on Portugal and Romania in that tri-series. 5 matches Saturday and 4 on Sunday. So Gozo Zalmi, they managed to do it, and they do it in quick time in the end. Zishan with 5 big maximos in his 47 off 13. And no one else had to do too much. Lala went for a duck, but it didn't really rattle the big Z as Prasath and Anwar got them across the line in the end. Look, both teams pretty good on their extras, not giving away too many in this final. But with 8 balls to spare, it's pretty comprehensive. And yeah, you need to play at a click. That's exactly what happened with Zishan Khan there. Got a feel for the bowlers a bit here. Jace Matthew fought back after a tough start to get Lala first ball. Babu got the consolation wicket of Zishan in the end. But yeah, Shaju just had an over to forget, didn't he? 32 came off his one. So, Nish, just before we go, I know that you'll be part of the trophy ceremony as well, but I want to say thank you to you very much for your work over the last 3 weeks, and of course to Corey as well for doing such a great job with commentary. It allowed me to have a little bit of time off. But what we'll do, Nish, is we'll have the trophy ceremony shortly. But Nish, hopefully we'll see you soon again on ECN.
Well, I'd love to be back soon. Absolutely was thrilled by these last few weeks. It's a great pleasure working with you again after Rome. And of course, I enjoyed working with Corey for a couple of weeks as well. Big shout out to the Blue Crew, absolutely being alongside all of them. Andy, Diana, Mahil, Maxi, Maida, Ravi, Simon, Mazi, and Stefan. It was great to be alongside all of you. And then shout out to my good friends at Spring Productions, Artours, Martins, Andris, Kristaps, and of course Karina, who was here earlier this tournament.
Well said, Nish. You're a man that has certainly warmed a lot of hearts since you've been with us at ECN. Look forward to seeing you in season 2024. So from the commentary box, I'll be heading down for the trophy ceremony shortly, but we are going to leave you with some highlights of the day before we get there. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, the European Cricket family, join us tomorrow as well in Barcelona for more action. You're watching ECN, and we'll see you for some more action very, very shortly.
Hello and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the European Cricket Series Malta Encore. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's been an outstanding year of cricket really in Malta. It's my third trip here. I was here for the ECS at the start of the year, also for the Medina Cup and the Valletta Cup in the middle of the year, the T10 International Series. And of course it was great to come back for a second bite of the cherry for the European Cricket Series once again. Now, just quickly, I'd like to mention some of our partners. We couldn't do it without them, so big thank you to Dream 11, to Fan Code, of course, HCL Software, to Bizaway for jetting us around, to Grizzly Bear Sports. You have been wonderful partners and hopefully this partnership continues. Also, I want to say a big thank you to the Maltese Federation for giving us such great support and looking after us here, as well as all of their helpers around the ground, everyone that got us food, everyone that got us where we needed to go. And of course, all the players, officials and supporters. So give yourselves a big round of applause. It's all about partnerships, and we really have found great partners in Malta cricket. And we love coming here. Obviously, it's great facilities that we're able to see. We're able to see in real time how much the cricket's improved as well. You know, I think that we're seeing more teams, we're seeing more quality, and hopefully you guys are having a great time. I know it's tough when the result doesn't go your way, but we certainly have enjoyed watching it. I just want to quickly mention a group of people that I think have been outstanding during this series, and often they go unnoticed, and that's sometimes a good thing because it shows they're doing their job really well. But I think this group of people have been doing a wonderful job. They're improving every time we see them. The quality is high, and that is the umpires. So big thank you to our umpiring crew. Got a couple of them here. I know a couple of you out there not able to be here with us for the trophy ceremony, but big thank you, and also of course to Steph and Gooch. There you go, Steph. You've done a great job as well once again. And just from my point of view, I want to thank the Blue Crew, obviously, working with you guys. Some of you, it's the last tour of the year before we get into season 2024. So to all the Blue Crew, some of you are fairly new at this, some have been with us for a while. Meter, of course, for leading the crew. Big thank you. Love working with you guys. Great job once again. And so, just quickly, I also want to mention a couple of people that made my job very easy. And obviously, the commentary team has been growing as we've been growing as well. So it's great to have some new talent in there. And this year we have discovered, not really discovered, maybe rediscovered, outside his native Cyprus, a really great young commentator. That's Nish A. Butt. Nish, congratulations on a great series. Good job. And looking forward to seeing you again very, very soon. And also, I got to mention, I know he's busy in Spain now preparing for the internationals tomorrow, but Corey Ruckers. Corey, big thank you. I know you're watching. It's always great to have you as part of the commentary team. Okay, well, hopefully now with those thank yous out the way, we'll get on with the trophy ceremony. And of course, we have the finalists here. So we are going to present the silver and the gold medals and of course, that ECS trophy. Big thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle for their fantastic contributions designing this silverware. We're going to start with the team that comes in second place, and you've got a feel for them. This team are a team that have made the final now on 4 occasions. And I know how frustrating it is to come second, but the fact you're there says a lot about you. And I think for you guys, you've got a fantastic group of players. You obviously enjoy playing together. You really set the standard, I think, with your bowling, your fielding. And of course, it's obvious how much firepower you had in your batting. But what really impressed me is that your depth and how many players were contributing. So even if the top order didn't fire, there was that game the other day against Malta Day where you discovered other people through the middle, through lower order that can win you games. So for you guys, you should have your sights set on making it to the ECL, and that is certainly a very achievable goal. I know this will hurt right now, it always does. Undefeated, obviously up to that point, but you know, it was a toss-up in the final. Unfortunately, that didn't go your way. But I want to congratulate you on some wonderful cricket played, and I hope you cherish the silver medals. Congratulations. Second place goes to the EDEX Knights, and Jace Matthew will collect the medals. There you go. That's all right. Congratulations, Jace. There you go. Enjoy. Let's give it up again one more time for the EDEX Knights, second place in this European Cricket Series. Okay, before we go on to the winners' medals and the winners' trophy, there is another award to give out, and this is the MVP trophy for this series. Now, obviously, there were plenty of good cricketers, plenty of great performances. We had a century, we had a hat-trick, I think, a 5-wicket haul, but this is kind of across the whole tournament. Now, this was very, very close. I won't go into all the contenders. They probably know who they are, but I want to congratulate this person who's been voted the MVP of this European Cricket Series Malta Encore from the night, Samuel Stanislaus. Congratulations, Sam. Thoroughly deserved. Look, I'm really touched to see how much everyone's enjoying everyone else's success. I think it's really important to have rivalries. I know I've said that before. That's what makes the cricket competition healthy. So build those rivalries. I know a lot of you guys will also play together, those of you that are able to crack the national team, but enjoy the club rivalry. I think it's a really important part of the fabric here in Malta, but play the game in the right spirit. That's what I'm seeing as well. I think that's really important. Also want to say well done to everyone that did play in the ECIs, both the men's and the women's. It was great to have international cricket here. In particular, great to see the women's side doing so well in season 2023, and I look forward to seeing them in season 2024 as well. Okay, well, what can you say about this team, Gozo Zalmi? Kind of the new kids on the block, but I don't know how long you can keep saying that. It's been a big 12 months for you guys. I'm really proud of you. Obviously coming together, kind of going in your own direction and kind of following your dreams. Now, obviously, you had to show a lot of guts to beat the Crusaders in that final earlier on in the season. This time again, you ran into a team that had swept everyone aside, but in the big games, you delivered. And that's what good teams do. You're going to have some big games coming up, especially in the new year. I know a lot of you are excited to go to Spain for the ECL, so congratulations to you. Wish you all the best in your preparations, and I'm sure you'll turn a few heads. We're looking forward to seeing you. So please give big congratulations to the winners of the European Cricket Series Malta Encore, Gozo Zalmi. And we'll get you guys to come up here, and I'd love to present you with your medals. There you go. Congratulations. That's a big hat, Zishan. Yeah. You're going too far. There you go. There you go. It's all right. You can feed. Is it big enough? There you go. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Waki, congratulations, my man.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Nice suit.
Hello,
eh?
no number.
Nice shoes.
How are you? All right. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Congratulations. Well done. There you go. Congratulations. Enjoy. Okay.
It's the playing 12.
Yep. Okay, so look now, I'm not going to spend too much more time, but I do want to invite everyone to join us on the final part of our journey in season 2023. We have 3 weeks in Barcelona, starting with internationals tomorrow, Spain, Portugal and Romania in the morning, same start time. Really looking forward to that first ever international cricket in Barcelona. Then, of course, we'll have the ECS there, and then the first ever ECCW to finish the season. Now, I'd like to invite, it'll be Lee Tuck, to present the trophy to the winning captain of Gozo Zalmi, Zishan Khan. Please welcome your champions of the European Cricket Series Malta Encore, Gozo Zalmi. Well, 2 sides to every coin. You've got to feel for the Knights. They played such a great series, but that's cricket, and it will throw up all kinds of emotions, all kinds of permutations. Zalmi, they've booked their ticket already, of course, to the ECL. I'll see you in the morning in Barcelona, but for now, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Let's join in these celebrations now as Gozo Zalmi will enjoy their night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. Good night.
Agar